Deep within the dark abyss of Hueco Mundo, a legend was known only to a select few Vastolord, and told to even fewer from them. It was widely known before Aizen's visit to Las Noches, that the Hollow King had ruled over all Hueco Mundo, and had ruled well before the rogue Shinigami usurped him. Aizen had easily taken control of Las Noches and Hueco Mundo, for the most part by being the strongest entity among the Hollows even though he was a Shinigami. Though technically he was a rogue Shinigami and was turning only the most powerful Hollows into Arrancar to serve in his army, the most powerful of the Arrancar were made into Espada, which were considered the elite among the Arrancar, and Aizen's generals in his war with Soul Society. But Aizen is not the legend of which the Vastolord speak of in the darkness of Hueco Mundo. No. This legend among them is the story of a hollow god. A tortured and lost soul with so much power that even the Shinigami king himself was said to hesitate in wishing to fight this creature. Few had seen this rumored god of the Hollows. The very description given varied with each telling of the legend until there was no sense of truth, or whether the legends were even true. Aizen himself had heard it once in passing by the former Hollow King and wondered if the royal Hollow had actually met the rumored god himself. Not that it mattered to Aizen. He did not ask his second strongest of the Espada if it was true, since such information was irrelevant to him or his plans for the world of the living and Soul Society in general. He was close to his goal now, and the one item in Aizen's possession was inside his very body, making him the perfect being. Making him truly a god. His victory over his former comrades of Soul Society was nearly within his reach. Half of the captains along with their vice-captains were stuck in Soul Society. The biggest threat to his plans, the ever-bold substitute Shinigami, and Vizard Kurosaki Ichigo getting in his way, was fighting Ulquiorra right now in order to get Orihime back. Most of his Espada were lost in battle, but the loss was of no consequence in his mind, and Aizen could easily replace those that died if they were not dying already. Only Ulquiorra, Stark, and Haribel with her injured Frachin were alive among all of his Espada now. Jin was still at his side while Tosen was been slain in battle after transcending his own limits. Still, even with his numbers depleted down so low, Aizen was still fresh, and ready to take down the Shinigami before him with ease. The only threat right now was Captain General Yamamoto, but Aizen was confident his powers would defeat the oldest, and most powerful of his enemies standing before him. Fools. They don't realize I'm the victor of this war. They try so hard to fight me, and they don't even realize this is according to my design. Even if they defeat all of my Espada, I can kill them, and achieve total victory, thought Aizen with his usual calm yet slightly arrogant expression showing on his smirking face. It was then that Aizen felt slight twinge of pain within his chest and frowned curiously at feeling it. Why did he felt such a thing? Was this guilt? Why would he feel it anyway? It made no sense. Deciding to ignore it for now, Aizen watched his foes falling one by one, and even cut down Haribel because she dared to question him for not caring about her pathetic subordinates. She was alive if just barely, but not for much longer, and the same could be said about the woman's Frachin. And then, just when victory was within his reach, it happened. A massive wave of spiritual pressure unlike anything he, the Espada, or the Shinigami around him had consumed fake Karakura town. But it wasn't just here the spiritual pressure was felt, but in Hueco Mundo too, and the source of it all being deep in the dark abyss of the latter. Whatever this being was, it opened up a massive garganta just to make sure its power was felt by everyone in these two places, and made everyone stop cold. All the while, the pain in Aizen's chest increased, and the sudden sense of dread he felt at that moment when he felt the Hogyoku within him pulse in synchronization with the pain with each passing moment. "I awaken," bellowed a deep voice from within the darkness, which everyone on both sides heard, and that made everyone freeze in fear at seeing the pair of eyes behind the massive garganta. "By the gods above," exclaimed Toshiro, as he saw the eyes of this incredibly powerful entity staring at them, and looked over at Aizen to see the man was not expecting this. The eyes of the creature looked them over, one by one, analyzing each figure, and then stopped at the sight of Aizen with narrowed eyes. Though the eyes themselves were not the usual kind one would expect of a possible hollow, whether he was Minos Grande, a Vasto Lord, or even one of Aizen's Arrancar. The eyes were a mixed color, with one being ocean blue and the other a fiery crimson red, yet both glowed with unimaginable power. Aizen. It's been a long time, stated the dark voice, before the form behind it came out of the Garganta, with everyone wishing they weren't suffocating under such power to back away. For out of the Garganta came a massive hollow, the size of which none of them had ever seen before in their life. The form of the hollow? It was a fox, with 9 swishing tails, and had a hollow hole in the middle of its chest. You know him, Aizen? Asked Jin, while finding his face no longer had that usual smile on its face. Yes. I met him once. Briefly. This creature that stands before you is none other than the Hollow God, stated Aizen, with Shinigami and Hollow alike stiffening at hearing this. Yes. We did meet briefly. But you are not the first Shinigami to visit me in my lair, Aizen, so don't get a fat head with such knowledge, stated the Hollow God, with Aizen frowning, since the rogue Shinigami knew this was true. Who else among our ranks visited you? Asked Yukatake Jushiro, curiously. Urahara Kasuke. Your former 12th Division captain, answered the Hollow God, with many eyes widening, since no one knew that fact. Impossible, gasped Toshiro, while many were thinking the same thing. Not really. He actually came to my lair by accident long before becoming a captain among your ranks. I could have killed the idiot then and there for entering my domain. But I was curious and was rewarded with a man with great potential of the mind just like myself. Kasuke knew how strong I was without my need to consume his form with my power and instantly apologized for trespassing. We had a nice little between us, as I learned of his desire to go beyond the boundaries Shinigami and even Hollows possess in regards to their powers. So I helped Kasuke achieve his goal in return for him being sworn to silence on finding me, and I must admit, I am impressed with what he did, said the Hollow God, with his grin showing many of his teeth that made them shiver. Wait. How did you help him? The only thing Kasuke did that could have turned Hollows into Arrancar and Shinigami into Vizards is the Hogyoku, exclaimed Jushiro, with the realization sinking in for everyone. Yes. The material within the cube is not some rare unknown element like Kasuke first reported, but rather a piece of my very essence. I told him that to use it would make any exposed to its power to change and go beyond their normal limitations. Hence, the Vizards that sprung up, and then the Arrancar later on when Aizen found me to have his own version of what you call the Hogyoku. Though I only did it for Aizen because I felt sense of pity for him, explained the Hollow God, with Aizen frowning at that. Wait. Aizen made his own Hogyoku? Why would he go through all the trouble to do that? Questioned Kairaku Shunsui, now wondering why Aizen sought out Kasuke's when he already had his own. Because Aizen knew, just like Kasuke did, that each of the Hogyoku were incomplete, answered the Hollow God, with everyone with the exception of himself and Aizen being shocked by this news. Incomplete? But that would mean, said Toshiro, with the Hollow God nodding. Aizen needed Kasuke's to make it a complete object. He knew that combining the two would make the item whole and more powerful. Kasuke knew this too, but he also knew not to seek me out again, and risk violating the agreement in keeping my location a secret. Aizen only kept it because he knew his power is nothing compared to mine, stated the Hollow God, with Aizen frowning at his words. Correction. My power was nothing compared to yours, but now, I have the power to kill a god. You, stated Aizen before he reached for his Zanpakuto. Only to stop when the Hollow God laughed at him before turning deadly serious. Prideful fool. You do not realize the extent of my power. I wield more in my one paw alone than you do your entire body, stated the Hollow God, with Aizen looking furious at the deity of Hollows. Let's test that theory, shall we? Challenged Aizen, as he began to call upon his own power, and that of the Hogyoku. Before a massive pain filled his entire body and fell to his knees. After all this time you do not understand the power I've given you. Just because a piece of my essence is inside your body does not make it yours to command. The power you were given was yours to command because I allowed it to happen. That essence is not yours, Aizen. It's not Kasuke's either. It's mine, stated the Hollow God with his pair of mixed-colored eyes, glows, and Aizen was now screaming in pain while clutching his chest where the Hogyoku was located. "What are you doing to him?" exclaimed Jushiro while Aizen fell to his knees, and a circular stain of red could be seen on the man's white clothing. "I thought it would be obvious at this point." "I'm taking back what is mine," answered the Hollow God before a sickening squelch was heard and the blood-covered box began floating into the air towards its true master entered the deity without resistance. Those eyes. Even after all these ages, I still remember those eyes from before today. But it can't be him. It can't, thought Yamamoto, as he felt a cold chill run up his spine, and the fear grew when the giant hollow fox began to pulse in front of everyone. In that moment, the Hollow God let out a roar that shook fake Karakura town to its very foundation, the pillars cracking, yet somehow managing to hold, and not reveal the real one to this danger. His power swirling around him like a maelstrom, shattering buildings all around him, and sending several Shinigami along with the Espada flying back, while Aizen was stuck in place against his own body's command. Aizen himself was forced to stare at the horrifying power before him, as the implication of just how far the gap was between them was clear to the rogue Shinigami, and the already massive gap in power was getting bigger with each passing second. The massive hollow in fox form shrank while his power grew and began to take a more humanized form with the only indication the Hollow God now in Arrancar was a hollow were the 9 silvery white tails swishing behind the muscled body in front of Aizen. Like the other Arrancar and Espada, the once massive hollow fox wore white pants, and white shirt that seemed a bit small for his upper torso size, spiky blonde hair with a noticeable line of red from the front down the back of his mane of hair showed its face. On his face, this Hollow God had white hollow bones showing on his tanned skin like whisker marks, and had white fox ears poking instead of human ears. His exposed upper torso was covered in tribal tattoos, and even on his arms all the way to his clawed hands. "It's not possible. I'm supposed to be the god of the new world. Me. Not you. Me." Aizen finally spoke at last, his confident and calm composure he was known for having been ironically shattered by the Hollow God walking towards the rogue Shinigami and drew his Zanpakuto. "You could never be a god of any supposed new world, Aizen. You are nothing and you will die here in nothing," said the Hollow God, as he readied his Zanpakuto in his hand to strike down the rogue Shinigami. Clang. And would have if not for the surprising intervention of the Shinigami Captain General. "Old man Yama," called out Shunsui while seeing the oldest of all the Shinigami here now crossing swords with the Hollow God himself. "It's been a long time, Uzumaki Naruto." Yamamoto simply stated while the Hollow God narrowed his still mixed eyes at the old man. "That it has been Captain General Yamamoto. Too long. At least in this time frame with things going by much faster here than back home," answered Naruto before pushing the Captain General back with ease. "You know the Captain General," said a shocked Toshiro while stuck between wanting to defend his leader and striking down Aizen. "Yes. It was a long time ago, long before he was Captain General or even a Shinigami of your little organization in Soul Society." "They don't know, do they, old man? Should I tell them? Or should you?" asked Naruto, seeing Yamamoto narrow his eyes at her. "What are you talking about?" questioned Aizen on the ground and clutching his wound and looking at the two while feeling this was something else he didn't know. "Or should I just call you by your one true name no else here knows you by but me from when I was just a human kid?" "Sarutobi Hiruzen," stated Naruto with anger in his voice. "I see, judging by the hidden rage in your voice and those eyes, you know the truth," Yamamoto stated quietly with Naruto narrowing his eyes at the Captain General. "Yeah. Right before my death via execution when I was somewhere between 12 and 13 years old. My killers felt I should know the truth before I die and they did it with a smile on their faces while laughter from their mouths filled the air when the sword came down to end my life," answered Naruto with Yamamoto closing his eyes for a second. "I'm sorry Naruto," Yamamoto stated, but it did little to calm the rage burning within Naruto's eyes, and only seemed to fan the flames of his fury. "You're sorry? How can you be sorry? You had a hand it. All of it. From the day I was born, you had a hand in everything, and even after your death, Naruto spoke angrily to the man while Yamamoto looked away. What's he talking about, old man Yama? What happened to him in the world of the living that makes this guy hate you? Asked Shunsui, appearing by the Captain General's side with the others. I'm not surprised he would tell you or anyone else. The truth would only shame him in your eyes and question your loyalty to this bastard of a man you love so much. Do you want to tell them? Or should I? Tell them that you condemn to a living hell for holding a beast of incredible power. How you set plans in motion to make me weak, humbled, and dependent subordinate of the village we both lived in with you being its so-called leader. Tell them how you arranged for mobs to beat me when I was child and then planned the timed rescues so I would be forever your debt. How you told me not to fight back and rise above their hatred of me. How I found the reason why they hated me when I was just 12 years old during an assassination attempt from my former shinobi instructor. How my parents' dying wishes to see me as a hero for holding the Kyuubi no Kitsune in my body was not honored because of you. Or how about the one where your two former students that were my godparents had betrayed me? That they ordered my execution and it was public for all in Konoha to see with cheers from the masses for finally putting the demon child down for all time? How the night before my execution, I was told about my parents and how they would be happy up in heaven knowing the fox I held would send me to hell where I belonged. That I was a mistake. An accident my parents were forced to love because they had an image to maintain for the rest of the people in the village? How the world was going to be better off without my tainted soul living in it and the people in the village would forever be honored as heroes for all time, asked Naruto with everyone looking at him and the old man in shock. You really did that? Questioned Captain Kanamura Sajin while looking at the Captain General with the old man not answering. Old man Yama, said Shunsui while waiting for the old Shinigami to dispute it. It's true. All of it, answered Yamamoto, at last, with wide eyes from everyone. Even Aizen. Took quite a few beatings that day into the night before my execution. You should have seen me the day of my execution. I was bloody, starved, and in constant pain. Do you know why I was facing an execution? It's actually so stupid it's quite funny, stated Naruto, with a bitter chuckle leaving his lips. What was the reason? Said Sui Feng, having Flash step to their location while she clutched her arm. Hold that thought for a fraction of a second, said Naruto, before pausing for just a mere fraction of a second and then sheathed his blade. Only for Aizen to fall over dead with his head removed from his body. He's fast. I didn't even see him move, thought Sui Feng with her comrades thinking the same thing. Now where were we? Oh yes. Why I was executed. Simple. I succeeded in my mission given to me and my group to bring back a rogue shinobi named Uchiha Sasuke. The boy was the same age as me, but had a special bloodline, and was considered by everyone to be the last loyal Uchiha of the village, with everyone spoiling him rotten. Do you know that he left our village to join another traitor? The old man's former student in fact. He had 3 by the way. This one in particular was a so-called prodigy in the village, just like Sasuke was considered back then, and Uchiha had left to join this traitor all for the sake of power, asked Naruto with Yamamoto narrowing his eyes at him. What? You were killed for following orders and succeeding in your mission? Sui Feng, since such a thing didn't make sense since no one in their right mind would be punished if they succeed in a mission given by her as captain of the 2nd Division. Yes, I was, my dear. Though I think they would have done it anyway even if I had failed it. They were looking for an excuse to kill me within the laws of the village. And when I came back with the Uchiha, stained in my own blood after already suffering from the 2 assassination techniques taught to my prisoner that he used when fighting, they had finally achieved the means to put me down. All because this old fool standing right here before me made it a law, which stated if I showed too much of the demonic power sealed inside my body, I could be deemed a major threat to the village, and it would be at the discretion of the shinobi village's leader, that was the Hokage, to put me down, stated Naruto, with many gasping at hearing this. Even Stark found it appalling, and so did Harabelle while she and her fraction tried to stay alive. And you were only 12 years old when this happened, said Jushiro with Naruto nodding to the man. Yes, I was. That's not even the worst part. Do you know what happened to the Uchiha I brought back? He wasn't punished. He wasn't disciplined in the slightest for his treachery against our village. He was fully pardoned and was the one assigned to kill me in my public execution, stated Naruto, with many of the Shinigami looking horrified by this. Except the Captain General. You knew. Didn't you, Yamamoto? Questioned Shunsui, with the old man staying silent, and Naruto smirked at the Captain General. Of course the old man knew. He was there that day. One of his tasks in being a Shinigami was to take me to Soul Society, to eventually be with my parents. But as you can see, he failed, and on purpose, stated Naruto, with venom in his voice. You were tainted with the Kyuubi's power. You would have found out the truth about what I had done and turn on Soul Society in a vengeful rage. You would become worse than Aizen and then lashed out at the world of the living that was our former home. I couldn't allow your soul to live and to turn into a rogue Shinigami one day like Aizen, countered Yamamoto, with Naruto scowling at him. So you tried to kill me and lie saying a hollow got my soul before your arrival to my parents. No one was going to dispute it since you were the only assigned Shinigami in that area to collect departed souls. I still remember that day vividly. I was surprised and happy to see you. I can't believe I literally ran to my second death, and it was only instinct alone that I dodged your sword strike. It was then I realized, you were not the old man I had once respected growing up. That man was lie. Your soul was more hollow than any actual hollow living in Hueco Mundo itself. I once again survived on instinct and opened up a garganta and fell into the dark abyss of Hueco Mundo. There I went deep down into the darkest regions that place had, and it was there, my power just grew. All my anger, all my hatred, all my resentment, and all my pain had manifested itself with this power bound to my soul. I was remade. Reborn, exclaimed Naruto, with Yamamoto scowling at him. And into the abomination I knew you would become, stated Yamamoto seriously, with his hand tightening on his zanpakuto. I became what I am because of your hand, old man. Yours, our village, and the arrogant fools you allowed to abuse me for their enjoyment. Not that they will enjoy things much longer, said Naruto, with a cruel grin on his face. What do you mean? Questioned Yamamoto, with Naruto grinning at him. What do you think I mean? Naruto replied back with his grin never leaving his face. I won't allow you to destroy Konoha, exclaimed Yamamoto, before moving swiftly to cut Naruto in half, but the Arrancar held firm with his own blade blocking the strike, and not moving in the slightest. I expected nothing less from you, old man. Just like you to act like a hypocrite, stated Naruto, before kicking the man away, and the Captain General's power flared to life. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka, called out Yamamoto, with many tensing since they knew the power behind that sword and could kill them all easily. Only the strange thing is, nothing happened. Surprised, stated Naruto, simply while Yamamoto was shocked his sword would not obey him. What did you do, Ryujin Jaka? Questioned Yamamoto, with Naruto smirking at him. Nothing. I did absolutely nothing. Your zanpakuto is not obeying of its own volition. It knows who I am. It knows of your past connection to me. It knows you are not worthy of its power anymore. I'm surprised you didn't realize that sooner, old man. After all, the overall spirit of Ryujin Jaka is the combined souls of your sensei and his brother when you sealed them away fighting Orochimaru. You know the two, don't you, old man? Was it not Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama who taught you all about the will of fire all those years ago? Questioned Naruto, with Yamamoto glaring at him. It makes no difference. I will see you destroyed once and for all, exclaimed Yamamoto, before charging forward and clashed blades with the hollow god. Not this day, replied Naruto, before he vanished from the old man's sight, with the old Shinigami doing the same. They're both moving so fast. I can't keep up, said Sui Feng, as she heard the sound of blades clashing all around her, and she could tell the others were doing the same. Man, this is a pain in the ass, said Stark after descending to the ground and walked over to them. I take it you're not going to fight us anymore, asked Shunsui, seeing the Espada nod his head and just watched the battle unfold above him. I never wanted to fight you guys. Aizen made me. He did the same with the others too. In fact, most of us aren't into the whole take over the world thing Aizen planned, and just went along with it because we risked being slain by his hands. Well, most of us were against it anyway, stated Stark, since there were a few Arrancar and Espada who were the exception to the rule of do or die when it came to serving Aizen. Well, that's a relief. So what do you plan to do now? Asked Jushiro with Stark looking at the fight above. Well, I guess it's up to my new boss, said Stark, before the sound of sword-pierced flesh and a body fell to the ground bleeding. It was the Captain General, and he was missing an arm that hit the ground not far from him. Any last words before you die, hypocrite? Asked Naruto, as he descended to the ground, and held his sword in a posed to strike motion. You will pay for this, Naruto. The Shinigami King or the other captains will never allow you to get away with this. Yamamoto said defiantly to him while holding his bloody stump for a shoulder. Doubtful, Naruto stated simply before slicing the man's head clean off his shoulders before sheathing his weapon. So, would you be interested in a truce by any chance? Said Shunsui nervously, since he knew they didn't have much of a chance in taking on the Hollow God anytime soon and didn't want to try right now. Calm yourself, Captain of Soul Society. Along with the rest of you currently sweating with fear. I was never your enemy. Only the select few within your ranks like Aizen and the Captain General deserve to be struck down by me, said Naruto, before looking at Sui Feng's stump for an arm and surprisingly grabbed it. Hey, exclaimed Sui Feng before she froze under glare from Naruto. Be quiet, stated Naruto, before focusing his power on her arm and begun the painful process of regenerating the woman's arm, though it lasted for only a moment. It still hurt like hell, and naturally the captain of the 2nd Division screamed out in pain. The captains and Espada watching were surprised that Naruto could do that to someone not of Hollow origin. When it was over, Sui Feng looked at her arm in shock, as it looked like it was never destroyed from her encounter with the former Hollow King of Hueco Mundo, and looked at Naruto in disbelief. Of course the Hollow God was paying little attention to her right now and focusing on the fallen blonde Espada Aizen had cut down along with the 3 members of her fraction lying burned on the ground. The Hollow God of Hueco Mundo shot what seemed like red lighting from his fingertips at the 4 fallen forms, and they slowly began to heal from their injuries. I'm healed, stated Milorose in shock to see the others were the same way. Me too, said Apache with Sung Sun getting up, and the 3 of them saw Harabel rise from the ground. You saved me. Why? Questioned Harabel, as she had been spared once long ago when Aizen intervened, and in the end he threw her away. I value loyalty, Harabel. I will tell you what my hypocrite for a teacher once told me a long time ago when I was still human. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Follow me, Tia Harabel, and I promise you that I will never betray your trust, said Naruto while extending his hand to her, and the woman took it while looking him straight in the eyes. I'm yours to command, Hollow-sama. Harabel spoke silently, but her words carried a great deal of weight, and Naruto saw her fraction kneel before him to signify they were with the Espada on this. Call me Naruto. Namike Uzumaki Naruto, to be exact. Stark. We're leaving for home, so get your ass over here, stated Naruto before Stark was in front of him with Lilith now beside him. Our comrades are still in Lost No Chase. Could you allow them to come possibly back to us unharmed, said Toshiro, seeing Naruto look at him for a moment before nodding. Of course, said Naruto before entering the Garganta with his Espada, their fraction following. Lost No Chase at the moment. Ulquiorra was surprised Ichigo had the strength to last this long against him and against his unsealed form no less. Not that long ago, the substitute Shinigami couldn't handle the 4th-ranked Espada, and was even terms with Grimmjow. But now the boy was holding his own better than Ulquiorra would have expected from the last time he saw the man, and wondered what caused this sudden boot in power for this human to fight like this. His thoughts on the matter ended when the Hollow God entered the mix and all fighting within Lost No Chase literally stopped. Ulquiorra was one of the few Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo who had the honor of meeting the Hollow God, but had never told anyone in honor of meeting the one true ruler of Hueco Mundo, and made sure not even Aizen was made known of this fact. After Aizen took over Las Noches and began to build his army of Arrancar, Ulquiorra served the rogue Shinigami because the man was the strongest of everyone within Las Noches. However, the Vasto Lord's true loyalty was not to Aizen like everyone believed, but to the Hollow God himself, and was waiting for the day when the deity would make his presence known. Arrancars of all ranks from lowest of low to the remaining Espada still alive. I am Namake's Uzumaki Naruto. I am the Hollow God. Your rightful lord and master has returned to rule, yelled Naruto, for all of Las Noches to hear with the Shinigami from Soul Society freezing up in fear. Of course the old man knew. He was there that day. One of his tasks in being a Shinigami was to take me to Soul Society to eventually be with my parents. But as you can see, he failed and on purpose, stated Naruto with venom in his voice. You were tainted with the Kyuubi's power. You would have found out the truth about what I had done and turn on Soul Society in a vengeful rage. You would become worse than Aizen and then lashed out at the world of the living that was our former home. I couldn't allow your soul to live and to turn into a rogue Shinigami one day like Aizen, countered Yamamoto with Naruto scowling at him. So you tried to kill me and lie saying a hollow got my soul before your arrival to my parents. No one was going to dispute it since you were the only assigned Shinigami in that area to collect departed souls. I still remember that day vividly. I was surprised and happy to see you. I can't believe I literally ran to my second death, and it was only instinct alone that I dodged your sword strike. It was then I realized, you were not the old man I had once respected growing up. That man was lie. Your soul was more hollow than any actual hollow living in Hueco Mundo itself. I once again survived on instinct and opened up a garganta and fell into the dark abyss of Hueco Mundo. There I went deep down into the darkest regions that place had, and it was there, my power just grew. All my anger, all my hatred, all my resentment, and all my pain had manifested itself with this power bound to my soul. I was remade. Reborn, exclaimed Naruto with Yamamoto scowling at him. And into the abomination I knew you would become, stated Yamamoto seriously with his hand tightening on his Zanpakuto. I became what I am because of your hand, old man. Yours, our village, and the arrogant fools you allowed to abuse me for their enjoyment. Not that they will enjoy things much longer, said Naruto with a cruel grin on his face. What do you mean? Questioned Yamamoto, with Naruto grinning at him. What do you think I mean? Naruto replied back with his grin never leaving his face. I won't allow you to destroy Konoha, exclaimed Yamamoto before moving swiftly to cut Naruto in half, but the Arrancar held firm with his own blade blocking the strike, and not moving in the slightest. I expected nothing less from you, old man. Just like you to act like a hypocrite, stated Naruto before kicking the man away, and the Captain General's power flared to life. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka, called out Yamamoto with many tensing since they knew the power behind that sword and could kill them all easily. Only the strange thing is, nothing happened. Surprised, stated Naruto simply while Yamamoto was shocked his sword would not obey him. What did you do, Ryujin Jaka? Questioned Yamamoto, with Naruto smirking at him. Nothing. I did absolutely nothing. Your Zanpakuto is not obeying of its own volition. It knows who I am. It knows of your past connection to me. It knows you are not worthy of its power anymore. I'm surprised you didn't realize that sooner, old man. After all, the overall spirit of Ryujin Jaka is the combined souls of your sensei and his brother when you sealed them away fighting Orochimaru. You know the two, don't you, old man? Was it not Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama who taught you all about the will of fire all those years ago? Questioned Naruto with Yamamoto glaring at him. It makes no difference. I will see you destroyed once and for all, exclaimed Yamamoto before charging forward and clashed blades with the Hollow God. Not this day, replied Naruto before he vanished from the old man's sight with the old Shinigami doing the same. They're both moving so fast. I can't keep up, said Sui Feng, as she heard the sound of blades clashing all around her. And she could tell the others were doing the same. "Man, this is a pain in the ass," said Stark after descending to the ground and walked over to them. "I take it you're not going to fight us anymore?" asked Shunsui, seeing the Espada nod his head and just watched the battle unfold above him. "I never wanted to fight you guys. Aizen made me. He did the same with the others too. In fact, most of us aren't into the whole take over the world thing Aizen planned, and just went along with it because we risked being slain by his hands. Well, most of us were against it anyway," stated Stark, since there were a few Arrancar and Espada who were the exception to the rule of do or die when it came to serving Aizen. "Well, that's a relief. So what do you plan to do now?" asked Jushiro with Stark looking at the fight above. "Well, I guess it's up to my new boss," said Stark, before the sound of sword-pierced flesh and a body fell to the ground bleeding. It was the Captain General, and he was missing an arm that hit the ground not far from him. "Any last words before you die, hypocrite?" asked Naruto, as he descended to the ground and held his sword in a posed to strike motion. "You will pay for this, Naruto. The Shinigami King or the other captains will never allow you to get away with this," Yamamoto said defiantly to him while holding his bloody stump for a shoulder. "Doubtful," Naruto stated simply before slicing the man's head clean off his shoulders before sheathing his weapon. "So, would you be interested in a truce by any chance?" said Shunsui nervously, since he knew they didn't have much of a chance in taking on the Hollow God anytime soon and didn't want to try right now. "Calm yourself, Captain of Soul Society. Along with the rest of you currently sweating with fear. I was never your enemy. Only the select few within your ranks like Aizen and the Captain General deserve to be struck down by me," said Naruto, before looking at Sui Feng's stump for an arm and surprisingly grabbed it. "Hey!" exclaimed Sui Feng before she froze under glare from Naruto. "Be quiet," stated Naruto, before focusing his power on her arm and begun the painful process of regenerating the woman's arm, though it lasted for only a moment. It still hurt like hell, and naturally the captain of the 2nd Division screamed out in pain. The captains and Espada watching were surprised that Naruto could do that to someone not of Hollow origin. When it was over, Sui Feng looked at her arm in shock, as it looked like it was never destroyed from her encounter with the former Hollow King of Hueco Mundo, and looked at Naruto in disbelief. Of course the Hollow God was paying little attention to her right now and focusing on the fallen blonde Espada Aizen had cut down along with the 3 members of her fraction lying burned on the ground. The Hollow God of Hueco Mundo shot what seemed like red lighting from his fingertips at the 4 fallen forms, and they slowly began to heal from their injuries. "I'm healed," stated Milorose in shock to see the others were the same way. "Me too," said Apache with Sung Sun getting up, and the 3 of them saw Harabel rise from the ground. "You saved me." "Why?" questioned Harabel, as she had been spared once long ago when Aizen intervened, and in the end he threw her away. "I value loyalty, Harabel. I will tell you what my hypocrite for a teacher once told me a long time ago when I was still human. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Follow me, Tia Harabel, and I promise you that I will never betray your trust," said Naruto while extending his hand to her, and the woman took it while looking him straight in the eyes. "I'm yours to command, Hollow-sama." Harabel spoke silently, but her words carried a great deal of weight, and Naruto saw her fraction kneel before him to signify they were with the Espada on this. "Call me Naruto. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, to be exact." "Stark. We're leaving for home, so get your ass over here," stated Naruto before Stark was in front of him with Lillinette now beside him. "Our comrades are still in Las Noches. Could you allow them to come possibly back to us unharmed?" said Toshiro, seeing Naruto look at him for a moment before nodding. "Of course," said Naruto before entering the Garganta with his Espada, their fraction following. Las Noches at the moment. Ulquiorra was surprised Ichigo had the strength to last this long against him and against his unsealed form no less. Not that long ago, the substitute Shinigami couldn't handle the 4th-ranked Espada, and was even terms with Grimmjow. But now the boy was holding his own better than Ulquiorra would have expected from the last time he saw the man, and wondered what caused this sudden boot in power for this human to fight like this. His thoughts on the matter ended when the Hollow God entered the mix and all fighting within Las Noches literally stopped. Ulquiorra was one of the few Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo who had the honor of meeting the Hollow God, but had never told anyone in honor of meeting the one true ruler of Hueco Mundo, and made sure not even Aizen was made known of this fact. After Aizen took over Las Noches and began to build his army of Arrancar, Ulquiorra served the rogue Shinigami because the man was the strongest of everyone within Las Noches. However, the Vasto Lord's true loyalty was not to Aizen like everyone believed, but to the Hollow God himself, and was waiting for the day when the deity would make his presence known. Arrancars of all ranks from lowest of low to the remaining Espada still alive. I am Namake's Uzumaki Naruto. I am the Hollow God. Your rightful lord and master has returned to rule, yelled Naruto, for all of Las Noches to hear with the Shinigami from Soul Society freezing up in fear. Of course the old man knew. He was there that day. One of his tasks in being a Shinigami was to take me to Soul Society to eventually be with my parents. But as you can see, he failed and on purpose, stated Naruto with venom in his voice. You were tainted with the Kyuubi's power. You would have found out the truth about what I had done and turn on Soul Society in a vengeful rage. You would become worse than Aizen and then lashed out at the world of the living that was our former home. I couldn't allow your soul to live and to turn into a rogue Shinigami one day like Aizen, countered Yamamoto with Naruto scowling at him. So you tried to kill me and lie saying a hollow got my soul before your arrival to my parents. No one was going to dispute it since you were the only assigned Shinigami in that area to collect departed souls. I still remember that day vividly. I was surprised and happy to see you. I can't believe I literally ran to my second death, and it was only instinct alone that I dodged your sword strike. It was then I realized, you were not the old man I had once respected growing up. That man was Lie. Your soul was more hollow than any actual hollow living in Hueco Mundo itself. I once again survived on instinct and opened up a garganta and fell into the dark abyss of Hueco Mundo. There I went deep down into the darkest regions that place had, and it was there, my power just grew. All my anger, all my hatred, all my resentment, and all my pain had manifested itself with this power bound to my soul. I was remade. Reborn, exclaimed Naruto with Yamamoto scowling at him. And into the abomination I knew you would become, stated Yamamoto seriously with his hand tightening on his Zanpakuto. I became what I am because of your hand, old man. Yours, our village, and the arrogant fools you allowed to abuse me for their enjoyment. Not that they will enjoy things much longer, said Naruto with a cruel grin on his face. What do you mean? Questioned Yamamoto with Naruto grinning at him. What do you think I mean? Naruto replied back with his grin never leaving his face. I won't allow you to destroy Konoha, exclaimed Yamamoto before moving swiftly to cut Naruto in half. But the Arrancar held firm with his own blade blocking the strike, and not moving in the slightest. I expected nothing less from you, old man. Just like you to act like a hypocrite, stated Naruto before kicking the man away, and the Captain General's power flared to life. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka, called out Yamamoto with many tensing since they knew the power behind that sword and could kill them all easily. Only the strange thing is, nothing happened. Surprised, stated Naruto simply while Yamamoto was shocked his sword would not obey him. What did you do, Ryujin Jaka? Questioned Yamamoto with Naruto smirking at him. Nothing. I did absolutely nothing. Your Zanpakuto is not obeying of its own volition. It knows who I am. It knows of your past connection to me. It knows you are not worthy of its power anymore. I'm surprised you didn't realize that sooner, old man. After all, the overall spirit of Ryujin Jaka is the combined souls of your sensei and his brother when you sealed them away fighting Orochimaru. You know the two, don't you, old man? Was it not Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama who taught you all about the will of fire all those years ago? Questioned Naruto with Yamamoto glaring at him. It makes no difference. I will see you destroyed once and for all, exclaimed Yamamoto before charging forward and clashed blades with the Hollow God. Not this day, replied Naruto before he vanished from the old man's sight with the old Shinigami doing the same. They're both moving so fast. I can't keep up, said Sui Feng, as she heard the sound of blades clashing all around her, and she could tell the others were doing the same. Man, this is a pain in the ass, said Stark after descending to the ground and walked over to them. I take it you're not going to fight us anymore, asked Shunsui, seeing the Espada nod his head and just watched the battle unfold above him. I never wanted to fight you guys. Aizen made me. He did the same with the others too. In fact, most of us aren't into the whole take over the world thing Aizen planned, and just went along with it because we risked being slain by his hands. Well, most of us were against it anyway, stated Stark, since there were a few Arrancar and Espada who were the exception to the rule of do or die when it came to serving Aizen. Well, that's a relief. So what do you plan to do now? Asked Jushiro with Stark looking at the fight above. Well, I guess it's up to my new boss, said Stark before the sound of sword pierced flesh and a body fell to the ground bleeding. It was the Captain General, and he was missing an arm that hit the ground not far from him. Any last words before you die, hypocrite? Asked Naruto, as he descended to the ground and held his sword in a posed to strike motion. You will pay for this, Naruto. The Shinigami King or the other captains will never allow you to get away with this. Yamamoto said defiantly to him while holding his bloody stump for a shoulder. Doubtful, Naruto stated simply before slicing the man's head clean off his shoulders before sheathing his weapon. So, would you be interested in a truce by any chance? Said Shunsui nervously, since he knew they didn't have much of a chance in taking on the Hollow God anytime soon and didn't want to try right now. Calm yourself, Captain of Soul Society. Along with the rest of you currently sweating with fear. I was never your enemy. Only the select few within your ranks like Aizen and the Captain General deserve to be struck down by me, said Naruto before looking at Sui Feng's stump for an arm and surprisingly grabbed it. Hey, exclaimed Sui Feng before she froze under glare from Naruto. Be quiet, stated Naruto before focusing his power on her arm and begun the painful process of regenerating the woman's arm, though it lasted for only a moment. It still hurt like hell, and naturally the captain of the 2nd Division screamed out in pain. The captains and Espada watching were surprised that Naruto could do that to someone not of Hollow origin. When it was over, Sui Feng looked at her arm in shock, as it looked like it was never destroyed from her encounter with the former Hollow King of Hueco Mundo, and looked at Naruto in disbelief. Of course the Hollow God was paying little attention to her right now and focusing on the fallen blonde Espada Aizen had cut down along with the 3 members of her fraction lying burned on the ground. The Hollow God of Hueco Mundo shot what seemed like red lighting from his fingertips at the 4 fallen forms, and they slowly began to heal from their injuries. I'm healed, stated Milorose in shock to see the others were the same way. Me too, said Apache with Sung Sun getting up, and the 3 of them saw Harabel rise from the ground. You saved me. Why? Questioned Harabel, as she had been spared once long ago when Aizen intervened, and in the end he threw her away. I value loyalty, Harabel. I will tell you what my hypocrite for a teacher once told me a long time ago when I was still human. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Follow me, Tia Harabel, and I promise you that I will never betray your trust, said Naruto while extending his hand to her, and the woman took it while looking him straight in the eyes. I'm yours to command, Hollow-sama. Harabel spoke silently, but her words carried a great deal of weight, and Naruto saw her fraction kneel before him to signify they were with the Espada on this. Call me Naruto. Namike Uzumaki Naruto, to be exact. Stark. We're leaving for home, so get your ass over here, stated Naruto before Stark was in front of him with Lilith now beside him. Our comrades are still in Las Noches. Could you allow them to come possibly back to us unharmed, said Toshiro, seeing Naruto look at him for a moment before nodding. Of course, said Naruto before entering the Garganta with his Espada, their fraction following. Las Noches at the moment. Ulquiorra was surprised Ichigo had the strength to last this long against him and against his unsealed form no less. Not that long ago, the substitute Shinigami couldn't handle the 4th-ranked Espada, and was even terms with Grimmjow. But now the boy was holding his own better than Ulquiorra would have expected from the last time he saw the man, and wondered what caused this sudden boot in power for this human to fight like this. His thoughts on the matter ended when the Hollow God entered the mix and all fighting within Las Noches literally stopped. Ulquiorra was one of the few Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo who had the honor of meeting the Hollow God, but had never told anyone in honor of meeting the one true ruler of Hueco Mundo, and made sure not even Aizen was made known of this fact. After Aizen took over Las Noches and began to build his army of Arrancar, Ulquiorra served the rogue Shinigami because the man was the strongest of everyone within Las Noches. However, the Vasto Lord's true loyalty was not to Aizen like everyone believed, but to the Hollow God himself, and was waiting for the day when the deity would make his presence known. Arrancars of all ranks from lowest of low to the remaining Espada still alive. I am Namake's Uzumaki Naruto. I am the Hollow God. Your rightful lord and master has returned to rule, yelled Naruto, for all of Las Noches to hear with the Shinigami from Soul Society freezing up in fear. Just for the record, I'd much rather serve you than Aizen, replied Jin, while Naruto just looked at him for a moment to see if he was sucking up to him. It was probably a good thing Jin was being honest, since the former Shinigami suspected the man didn't like people who did that to gain favor. This Garganta will take you to your friends in the fake Karakura town with the others. From there on out, you are all on your own, and I don't expect you to come back anytime soon, said Naruto, since he had his own plans for Las Noches and the Arrancar dwelling within its walls. No, Ichigo can't leave, cried Nell, as she leaped onto Ichigo, and began crying. Nell. You know I have to go. It won't be forever, said Ichigo while the girl rubbed tears and snot all over his clothes. Really? Asked Nell with Ichigo nodding. Really, answered Ichigo while patting the girl on the head. Take her with you, said Naruto with Ichigo looking at him with surprise on his face. Seriously? But, isn't that against the rules? Asked Ichigo with Naruto smirking at him. Not really. Not on my end of things anyway. Besides, I'd wager those wizards that were the former captains and vice-captains will be coming back to Soul Society after today. I do not see the harm in letting Nell be part of your family or even Soul Society for that matter, said Naruto, before the girls' fraction appeared in their usual stupid fashion with their usual antics of stupidly. If I didn't know any better, I'd suspect the Hollow God was giving us Nell to make sure these idiots would follow, and drive everyone insane, thought Yuryu while being pestered by the two morons and being called Ichigo the whole time. He was so tempted to shoot them with an arrow right now. Before you go. I need to heal Nell so she can be a full-grown adult again, said Naruto, as he placed the tip of his fingers on Nell's cracked hollow mask, and reversed the damage done so many years ago at the hands of the now dead 5th-ranked Espada who shall not be named since he upset Naruto to no end. Within moments, Nell the Arrancar child became Nelliel II Odelschwank, and formerly ranked number 3 among the Espada. A fact Harabelle could see from the green-haired girl's back and realized this was her predecessor all those years ago. Ichigo, yelled Nelliel happily before she quickly glomped the shocked male and had pushed his head into her ample bosom and causing various reactions being shown among the group of Shinigami watching the scene. The guys blushed with mutterings of lucky bastard from a few. The women glared at Nelliel while some smacked the heads of the guys. Orihime was blushing since she was secretly wishing to do that to Ichigo in one of her fantasies with the orange-haired boy. Ulquiorra, well, he just looked at the scene with a raised eyebrow since he didn't really understand Nelliel's affection action and the reaction it caused in Ichigo waving his arms around like she was suffocating him. Emotional beings were so complicated. Follow me to where the other members of your group are waiting, said Naruto while walking through the Garganta with the Shinigami, a substitute Shinigami, a Quincy, 2 human, plus 1 Arrancar, and her fraction following. Fake Karakura town. Hey! Over here, said Shunsui waving to the group coming towards them. You guys are all right. Any casualties? Asked Ichigo with several captains looking at each other. The Captain General is dead. Slain by the Hollow God, answered Toshiro at last before explaining what happened while the Ichigo and the others looked at Naruto. You should thank me, Ichigo. He had little love for wizards and saw them only as tools to be used before getting rid of them. Yamamoto only intended for you and the others like you to live until this was over. Afterwards, the second division captain here or her replacement was going to be ordered orders to kill the remaining wizards that survived this conflict, explained Naruto before he snapped his fingers and a small hole opened with the order signed by the captain general with everything but the date on it. He actually signed it. I recognize his signature anywhere, said Sajin with sorrow in his voice. Well, that sucks, stated Hirako Shinji, having arrived with the other wizards in his group and descended to the ground while giving a humble bow to the hollow god before them. Don't worry though. It's not dated, so the order cannot be made valid until the signature, the seal, and the date for the order are all in place, said Naruto before destroying it with a flick of his wrist. Well, in that case, I say we welcome our former captains and their vice-captains back into the fold of Soul Society. With all the gaps in the various ranks from this war, it's only natural and fair they get the right to be back, said Shunsui in an optimistic fashion. Do what you wish. Just leave me and those in Las Noches alone, said Naruto before he began to leave using the garganta that took him and the group here. Wait, Naruto, called out Jushiro with Naruto stopping. What? Asked Naruto while turning his head to look at the long-haired captain. What will you do now, while ruling Las Noches? Asked Jushiro with Naruto smirking at him. Simple. I plan to pack up everyone and everything in it before heading for my world that once scorned me, answered Naruto with the Shinigami in front of him looking shocked by this news. What? How do you plan to do that? Asked Toshiro before seeing the 4 pillars used to separate fake Karakura town from the actual Karakura town sinking via garganta holes underneath them. These will be the bridge I need to pass into my world where I was from before my death, and from what I've seen of my world since my departure, it's high time it got a kick in the ass to remind the people they're the price of arrogance, answered Naruto before entering the garganta and left the victorious group of heroes to do their own thing. Las Noches throne room. Sometime later, Naruto sat on what had once been Aizen's throne. Unlike the arrogant rogue Shinigami, who would slouch to the side with his elbow like he was bored, Naruto sat on the throne like a king with a purpose, a man of action, ready to do what needed to be done, and saw the Arrancar ready to hear his announcement to them all. All that remained of the Espada that were once under the command of Aizen were now Coyote Stark, Tia Haribel, and Schiffer Ulquiorra. Jin stood among them since he really didn't have any other place to stand, but the former Shinigami was content with that, and felt a fresh start with Naruto was for the best. He would miss Ranjaku, but Jin felt that maybe one day Naruto would give permission to return to Soul Society and see her again. Hear me, Arrancar of Las Noches. Arrancar of all ranks within these mighty walls. From the single-numbered Espada here to those with triple digits on their bodies. My name is Namike Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the Hollow God. The power that made you what you are today, which Aizen used to bring about your transformation, came from my very essence, and has now returned within my body to make me whole once more. At the same time, like all of you here, I am not whole, and I feel an emptiness that no amount of souls devoured can fill. After Aizen's demise, by my hands, I brokered a truce between us and the Shinigami of Soul Society. With our former enemies returning home, we are now free to carry out a dream of mine I've had long before I gave Aizen the means to make the Hogyoku, and used to make hollows into Arrancars. My dream is to take us away from Hueco Mundo. My dream is to take us, all of us here, away from this mundane way of life Aizen has made for you, and make it into something greater. To the dimension I am from amongst the world of living where you can look up to see the sky is blue, grass being green, and all things Aizen denied you while being in Las Noches, now out there in MY world. It is a place where we can achieve greatness. A place where we can break free from the struggles of living in the darkness. Out there in this world is my gift to you. My victory. A place where we can achieve our destiny. Naruto said with an intense passion in his voice to the Arrancars before him and those hearing throughout Las Noches. And boy did it inspire. The Arrancar all throughout Lost No Chase, with the exception of the Espada and Jin, were going into a frenzy of cheering. How their true master wasn't some pretender like Aizen or even the now-deceased Hollow King himself, since the Arrancar had surrendered to the rogue Shinigami shortly after his arrival when entering Hueco Mundo. They cheered Naruto, called out his name, and were worked into a frenzy you would find at a sports game when the home team scores. "Naruto-sama, when will we be able to leave Hueco Mundo for your world of living?" asked Harabel when the crowd's frenzy died down. "In a few months. I need to repair one of the pillars used to make fake Karakura town and then alter each of them in order to open the Garganta for everyone in Lost No Chase to cross over. Not to mention I'm taking Lost No Chase itself with us since my people will need a roof under their heads," answered Naruto, with Harabel nodding. "And in the meantime?" asked Stark with a raised eyebrow. "Simple. Everyone in Lost No Chase trains to get stronger. Do you hear me? Every single Arrancar is going to get stronger, and each of you are going to help your fellow comrades do it. There will be no ambition to usurp those around you for greater power. I will not tolerate it. Under my command, you will form strong bonds with your fellow Arrancar, and treat them like family." "Am I understood?" exclaimed Naruto, with every Arrancar, even the Espada, and Jin himself were nodding as his commanding voice echoed all throughout Lost No Chase. "Yes, Naruto-sama," yelled every Arrancar in Lost No Chase, knowing they would do everything in their power to please the Hollow God. Or was he the Arrancar god now? Lost No Chase R&D 7 months later. The repairing of the pillars Naruto had taken from fake Karakura town didn't take as long as the Hollow God anticipated when he had them sent to R&D, but changing them to his specification did, and it wasn't easy. Urahara Kasuke was indeed every bit the genius Naruto knew him to be in creating these pillars, and it showed with how each of them was designed to be tamper-proof, meaning that Naruto would have to strip each pillar of its programmed ability all the way down to the basic properties that made them capable of such feats before rewriting the code within them and then use his own power to install their new purpose. It had taken a great deal of work, and it didn't help that last month when Vandenrake, which consisted of a bunch of rogue Quincy knocking at his door, trying to take over Lost No Chase, and effectively Hueco Mundo in order to take over Soul Society since they were bitter over their massacre 200 years ago. Sadly for them, they caught Naruto in a bad mood that day, and he quickly destroyed the opposition personally to further enforce the fact his power was not to be taken lightly. In fact, Naruto suspected the group only attacked Hueco Mundo due to the word of Aizen's death reaching them, and were unaware how it happened. No doubt the powers that be in Soul Society thought it was best to say Aizen died at the hands of Shinigami instead of the Hollow God himself. Though every Arrancar, Espada, and even the Hollows of Hueco Mundo knew otherwise from what they felt when he made his presence known before entering fake Karakura town. The group's leader also didn't take him serious at first, not believing Naruto to be the Hollow God everyone in Hueco Mundo and Lost No Chase revered him to be when in their presence. Naruto made sure he was the first to fall and right in front of the others of Vandenrake so they understood just how insignificant they really were. Naturally, the others in the group took off in an attempt to flee, but they were blocked in their retreat by the Espada and a whole army of Arrancar that didn't like having their home invaded. Naturally, the group of frightened Vandenrake begged for mercy before the Hollow God, but Naruto wasn't in the mood, and cut them down with his Zanpakuto one at a time with cold eyes that told everyone watching that he was not in the mood to show these fools mercy. "You summoned me, Naruto-sama?" asked Ulquiorra after appearing in the room. Naruto was putting the finishing touches on the final pillar that would send Lost No Chase and all of those in it to his dimension among the world of the living. "Yes, Ulquiorra. I have special mission for you I need done once entering my world. One that requires your remarkable stealth capabilities and discretion of the highest level," answered Naruto with Ulquiorra raising an eyebrow to indicate he was in fact curious. "What mission is that, Naruto-sama?" asked Ulquiorra before Naruto turned around from his work to face the Espada. "When we settle Lost No Chase down on a location that was once my mother's homeland of Whirlpool Country, I want you to head to my old shinobi village named Konoha, and find out what has happened there. Find out what happened to the girl that confessed her love to me before my execution. Find out what happened to Hyuga Hinata and report back to me immediately, explained Naruto while Ulquiorra nodded while seeing the intensity in those mixed-colored eyes. As you command, Naruto-sama. And should someone stand in my way, asked a curious Ulquiorra with Naruto narrowing his eyes at the Espada. Injure, but don't kill. That right is deserved for myself, answered Naruto with Ulquiorra bowing. I understand, Naruto-sama. Your wish is my command, said Ulquiorra before walking away. One more thing, Ulquiorra. While you are out in the world, I need you to find out about the status of things, and what the major players are up to in it. The status of the Jinchuriki in the world, the status of the Akatsuki organization, and Orochimaru of the Sannin living in Rice Country, said Naruto knowing Ulquiorra was more than competent to handle this mission. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra before he vanished via sonido. Soon Konoha. Soon my godparents. Soon my so-called Jounin-sensei. Soon Akatsuki. Soon Orochimaru. Soon my Hinata-chan. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is coming home and he's bringing a few friends along to fix my broken world, thought Naruto to himself, as he made each pillar be relocated around Las Noches via Garganta, and stood the center of Las Noches before sitting down in meditative stance. Calling forth a vast amount of his spiritual power from within, Naruto launched 4 long spirit chains in different directions until one chain latched onto each pillar, and each of the pillars began to glow. All of Las Noches shook violently, but Naruto held firm using his power on the pillars, and pictured where he would need to drop this massive city with the hundreds upon thousands of Arrancar that had swelled his ranks in these last couple of months following Aizen's death, with hollows from all over coming to see him to be made Arrancars. Las Noches was a country unto itself. With a loud roar, Naruto activated all the 4 pillars with the maximum amount of power they could take from him, and felt the garganta he opened around Las Noches interact with the pillars. For what took minutes to accomplish felt like hours, and they were long taxing hours for Naruto. He was taking the whole of Las Noches, plus every Arrancar in its walls to his dimension among the world of the living, and keep everyone from losing body parts if not their lives. If Naruto had ever seen the movie The Wizard of Oz, he would have a great deal of respect for Dorothy, and the house she was in when the tornado struck that took her to that strange place. Naruto-sama, called the concerned voice of Tia Haribel, as she was hovering over the downed man, and saw him coming around from his bout of unconsciousness. Truly, you understand the value of loyalty, Tia Haribel, thought Naruto, before he slowly tried to rise with the female Espada helping him, and saw the other 2 Espada were also there. Are you all right, Naruto-sama? Said Ulquiorra with Naruto nodding. Did we succeed? Asked Naruto with Stark nodding. Sure did, Naruto-sama. We're in what would be Whirlpool country, said Stark with Naruto letting out a breath of relief. If there was one thing Naruto hated, it was to fail those that counted on, and believed in him with all their hearts. How long was I out? How much of Las Noches takes up the continent? Asked Naruto when he looked at Ulquiorra. You were out for approximately 6 hours, Naruto-sama. We did wish to move your body and Haribel-san has been here watching over you until now. I did the scouting per my position in securing Las Noches until you recovered and estimate Las Noches has taken up well over 30 to 40% of the landscape, said Ulquiorra knowing it would allow for many things to be possible with the extra land if used correctly. Good, we have more than room expand and improve things. Las Noches will be capital of what will be called Neo Whirlpool. All those of Uzumaki blood are descended of this country, and as an Uzumaki by blood I hereby re-establish Whirlpool as one of the great countries of this world, declared Naruto, before standing up and feeling his power had been significantly drained. It would most likely take a day or 2 for his power to be back to full. Shall I start my mission, Naruto-sama? Asked Ulquiorra knowing his departure was at Naruto's discretion. Yes. Proceed as planned, Ulquiorra, said Naruto with the Espada before him nodding and then departing via sonido. Do you require rest, Naruto-sama? Asked Haribel, having seen how tired he was from this incredible feat she could never do alone. Yes. Until I recover, you will be in charge, Haribel, and Stark, You can go sleep unless I need you to defend Lost Noches or I call for you, said Naruto, since he had no need for Stark right now and the guy was going to sleep anyway. Works for me, said Stark before he was suddenly kicked repeatedly in the butt by his angry counterpart Lillinette, who was yelling at him for being a lazy ass, and needed to do more than sleep all day. Las Noches is in good hands until you are ready to return to the throne, Naruto-sama, stated Haribel, knowing he was putting a great deal of trust in him. I know, Haribel-san. I'll be in my quarters sleeping and regaining my lost strength until further notice, said Naruto before he vanished via Sonido to head for his bedroom where sleep would embrace him, and the nightmares of the past would haunt him. I'll make aftermath of the victory party. Soul Society had a grand party with its returning heroes be the reason for celebrating to their heart's content. Sake was flowing, dancing could be heard, and of course this all happened after mourning the Captain General's death. No one could tell them how the man died at the hands of the Hollow God, and the old man had been a real jerk, putting it lightly, to the soul that became a Hollow God when both were still alive. Even Naruto himself had helped them celebrate by dropping off some sake for the captains, vice captain, the Quincy, the female Arrancar, and the humans with them could enjoy. They were all drunk at the time, so they didn't really remember Naruto dropping it off or the smirk he had on his face that would have told anyone that knew him that it was a prank. Of course, they would all be so out of it during the part, it would be a long time before their minds could remember things, and how they happened. Ow! My aching head. I knew I shouldn't have been drinking any sake, said Ichigo in pain while trying to remember what happened the previous night while finding himself in the barracks of one of the divisions. And looked at his current surrounding before feeling a gentle female hand on his now naked body. Wait. Naked body? A female hand? What the hell? Ichigo-kun, mumbled the female voice that Ichigo knew was Orihime, who upon looking at her saw she was in fact naked, and lying on his body. Oh, Orihime, questioned Ichigo, before another form stirred on the opposite that and he saw green hair with a skull mask of sort moving to snuggle closer to him. Ichigo-kun is so manly, said Nelliel in her sleep with Orihime humming in agreement and Ichigo pretty much freaking out. What the fuck happened last night, yelled the substitute Shinigami, which woke up many other people having hangovers, and caused a lot of people wishing to head for the 4th Division like zombies. Only to find the captain and vice-captain of the 4th Division were currently indisposed at the moment. How? Well. Whoever woke me up with their voice being so damn loud clearly has a death wish, stated Kenpachi, as he opened his eyes, and using the one not covered to look at his surroundings while fighting off the headache running through his skull. On one side there was Unohana Retsu, who naked, her hair undone, and lying contently with a satisfied smile on her face. To the other was Kotetsu Aizen, who like her captain was also in the same position of resting contently on Kenpachi's muscled body. A feeling of movement below the bed sheets revealed one naked Kuratsuchi Nimue wondering how she got in this position with two captains and fellow vice-captain. Please do not tell my father of this, said Nimue with a hint of worry in her voice since she was actually surprised that Kenpachi was alive due to her body being of a poisonous nature, which allowed her to be immune to almost any poison, and be of use to Mayuri. Still, it would make a great scientific study to post in a journal, and she was sure Yuichiro wouldn't mind since the president would want the giant for a captain to be praised for his strength in all things. While the night had been hazy for Nimue, the memory of Kenpachi being, well, an animal in bed was still fresh in her mind, and brought about a blush to the vice-captain's face. Oh yes. A praising scientific journal seemed fitting for this type of marvel. Perhaps a secondary test to further test the nature of the captain's resistance to the poisons and what it could mean. Like anyone would believe this, thought Kenpachi to himself, since no one would ever imagine this happening while the other two women snuggled closer to him without even realizing it. Ranjaku, yelled Toshiro furiously from 10th Division barracks while hearing the shriek from the woman before she asked what had happened last night. Then again, stranger things have happened. Hell, if I didn't know any better I'd swear the short kid for captain just became a man, said Kenpachi to himself with a grin on his face, while sounds of people in more embarrassing situations were heard all around Soul Society. Byakuya was currently chasing a barely clothed Renji after catching him in bed with an equally naked Rukia, and apparently they had drawn on the other's face during their time together. Rukia had drawn property of Chappie the bunny on his head, while Renji had written "I can't draw to save my life" on hers. Right now, Renji was running for his life, as Byakuya had called upon his Bankai to make an attempt at killing his vice captain, but was finding it difficult due to the hangover from the effects of the party. That and Sui Feng was also trying to kill him. Why was she trying to kill him? Well. Get back here, you fucking noble asshole. How dare you defile Yoruchi-sama, yelled Sui Feng with her Zanpakuto in its unsealed state, was trying to sting the captain where it hurts. I swear that girl is a lesbian or something. She needs to get drunk, find a man, and get laid, said Yoruchi while stretching out her naked body on the bed she and Byakuya had been in. She honestly didn't see what the fuss was about that Sui Feng would go around trying to kill Byakuya. It was only drunken casual sex. Naruto barely dreamed after becoming the Hollow God. Not that he needed to, since sleep was not a necessity, but every so often he had indulged in it, and regretted it each time. Why? The memories of the past always caught up to him there and taunted his mind with what had happened right before his execution. Flashback: Naruto found himself chained down on a chair. His clothing in shreds. His blood was just about everywhere. They had tortured him for days on end with no food or water was given the entire time, as both physical and mental attacks were done in an attempt to make him a quivering mess. They had failed though. Oh, how they failed in their attempts to break him. They wanted him to be broken and to show everyone just how weak he really was to those that actually cared. It would also instill the needed fear into the hearts of those very same people that silently disagreed with this. Your execution is tomorrow, explained Jiraiya after walking into the room to see his so-called student. Good. I hate long waits, stated Naruto, before letting out a painful chuckle. I ended the contract you had with the Toads. I told them you were a danger to everyone and were unstable due to Kyuubi's power, Jiraiya said while looking at the boy without care or concern in his eyes. I see. So all our time together was what exactly? Borrowed? A form of amusement for you, asked Naruto with Jiraiya smirking at him. Mostly the latter for me. The former for you, since this was going to happen eventually, though this is sooner than expected. Our time together did give me a chance to properly gauge your potential with what little training Konoha gave you. I'll admit, there is a lot there. Not surprising given your parents were, and you could have easily surpassed them, answered Jiraiya with Naruto narrowing his eyes at him. Then why did you do it? You taught my father. Tsunade loved my mother like she was her own. So why betray them? Asked Naruto with Jiraiya frowning. Betray them? We honored them. Every day you suffered growing up was to honor those two for their sacrifice they made in allowing you to live. They endured so much when and paid the ultimate price just so they could bring you into the world. You were just a mistake. An accident neither of them wanted to have, but they had to keep you for the matter of appearances, and the price of it brought about their deaths. The Kyuubi killed so many people after you were born. I lost my student, Tsunade lost Kushina, who was like an adopted daughter to her, and my sensei lost his wife, because you had to live. You were the source of our pain, the death of our loved ones, and a constant reminder of what we lost, explained Jiraiya with Naruto letting out a bitter chuckle. So that's your position, huh? Just like all the other idiots in Konoha, asked Naruto, and was rewarded with a punch to his face. Watch your mouth, brat. Jiraiya said with anger in his voice. Big man hitting a kid when he's the condition I'm in. Do you feel like a big man, Jiraiya? Do you get off in beating up a kid? Are you going to go to the nearest brothel and tell the whores there the tale of how you single-handedly beat the infamous Kyuubi no Kitsune in its weakened state just to get pity sex from them? I don't know who gets more pity from the act. You? Or the naive women willing to believe it or at least pretend to believe it while you spend your money on them for a simple one-night stand, said Naruto, earning him another hit the skull, which was much harder, and nearly caused him to black out. Insolent brat. I look forward to seeing your lifeless body get burned after the Uchiha kills you. Maybe then it can be said you died with a sense of value, said Jiraiya before he left his former student to bleed nearly to death in his cell. Sometime later. Hurry up, Gaki. My shift is almost over and the guards are going to get suspicious if they see you here with him, said Anko, as she opened the cell door and let Hyuga Hinata into Naruto's cell. Hinata? Questioned Naruto, while barely able to see her face clearly with all his blood covering his eyes. Naruto. Hinata cried out and almost moved to touch him. Almost. You can't touch me. Someone could see the blood on you and get suspicious. Why are you here? Asked Naruto with Hinata looking sad at seeing him like this. I wanted to see you before that, answered Hinata, as she knew what was going to happen, and how it was going to happen. She wouldn't be there though. Hinata would lock herself away into her room if the time at hand required it. Ah. I see. I'm surprised you got in here. From the sounds of things, you had help getting in, and at a big risk, said Naruto with Hinata nodding. Anko-san was on shift and knew how much I care about you, said Hinata, as she saw him smile at her despite how messed up he looked, and knew his restraints were keeping the Kyuubi from healing him. Anko-san was on shift and knew how much I care about you, said Hinata, as she saw him smile at her despite how messed up he looked, and knew his restraints were keeping the Kyuubi from healing him. You are one of the few in the village who does, said Naruto while seeing Hinata was about to cry. It's not fair. How can they just use you and then, cried Hinata while Naruto just gave her a sad smile. Because they are trash. No. They are lower than trash. Before my end, Hinata, I just want to tell you to believe in yourself no matter what anyone else says, and keep fighting, said Naruto with Hinata nodding while tears rolled down her cheek. Hinata. We have to go. Now, called Anko with her time almost up and Hinata looking at the door before turning to face Naruto again. You better go, said Naruto simply. I will. But before I do there is something I need to do, said Hinata approaching Naruto and knowing she was never going to get another chance like this ever again. Hina HMMP, exclaimed Naruto, as Hinata did something that shocked the blonde to no end, and would until the end of his life. She kissed him. I love you, Naruto-kun. No matter what happens in life, I will love no other, and swear on my Nindo that will never change, stated Hinata, as she had some of his blood on her face, but didn't remove it in his presence, and saw tears running down his face. He was loved. He was actually loved. Thank you for telling me, Hinata. I can now die happily knowing someone loved me for me, said Naruto feeling an invisible weight on his shoulder lift and saw Hinata walk out the door of his cell. Hour before execution. Anything you want to say to me before you die, brat? Asked Tsunade with a look of disdain on her face. Yeah, I do. Go drown in sake like you did when I first found you, answered Naruto, with Tsunade grabbing him and slamming the boy into the wall. You little shit. Even now you insult me. I can break your body in so many ways right now, despite it already in shambles. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't, asked Tsunade with Naruto grinning at her. Because the people want Uchiha Sasuke to kill me. Any more injuries could jeopardize what the people want. Who do you think they'll blame for that after I'm dead from your carelessness? Countered Naruto, with Tsunade looking pissed off before she grabbed the necklace he had won from her before ripping it off. If it weren't for the simple fact Uchiha Sasuke was going to benefit from this and give me public support of the village, I'd have killed you myself, answered Tsunade before dropping the boy on the floor and began walking away. Hypocrite. Naruto shot out to make Tsunade stop in her tracks. What did you just say? Asked Tsunade with Naruto grinning more. You heard me. You once talked about being responsible and how one shouldn't gamble their life away so needlessly. Yet you are doing it right now, and the sad thing is, you do not even know it, answered Naruto with Tsunade raising an eyebrow at him. And how exactly am I gambling with my life when yours is about to be extinguished? Tsunade couldn't help question. Because death won't stop me from having my revenge. You think when the world finds out what you've done, they will just look the other way, or ignore my death like it was something insignificant? Oh no, Granny. You're mistaken. Once the Uchiha kills me, you are in for a world of hurt, and I'll be there to watch before bringing about the final blow to Konoha myself, answered Naruto with passion in his voice, as he looked Tsunade dead in the eyes, and saw for the briefest of moments before walking away, she believed him. End flashback. Naruto awoke before his mind traveled further down memory lane to the day of his own execution. Not that it was something he wanted to remember, but even then it was not worth remembering since it was boring to him, and time actually went by faster than it did when in the cell. There was the sound of people cheering Tsunade, cheering Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Sasuke for what was about to happen. Booing soon followed when Naruto was unveiled with Tsunade going on about his crimes against Konoha and how they had only tolerated him long enough to make Konoha's enemies think twice before they considered attacking. How with her as Hokage along with Jiraiya back in the village that he wasn't needed anymore. How Konoha's citizens would soon be safe and Sasuke would get the power needed to avenge his clan. The crowd had eaten it up like a starving Akimichi at a buffet table. Sasuke may have won the battle in taking my life, but I won the war in denying him what he wanted, and made all of his supporters banking on him getting power from my death realize they had invested poorly, thought Naruto, knowing that much had happened after his body was burned and his soul lingered to see the aftermath of the Uchiha's fit in not getting what he wanted. A knock at the door of his bedroom was heard before a female Arrancar came in with a maid attire, before bowing. My apologies for interrupting your sleep, Naruto-sama, but Ulquiorra has reported back his findings, and wishes to report them to you immediately, said the maid while Naruto frowned. No. It's all right. I just woke up. How long was I asleep? Asked Naruto while getting off the bed and heading for the shower. 2 days straight, Naruto-sama, the maid replied. I see. Inform Ulquiorra I will see him shortly. I need to get cleaned up. Inform Haribel and Stark that I wish them to be there when Ulquiorra gives his report, said Naruto, as he entered the shower, and get ready for a long day. Yes, Naruto-sama, replied the maid before leaving. Las Noches, the throne room. Welcome back, Ulquiorra, said Naruto warmly. It is good to be back in Las Noches, Naruto-sama. I have finished my scouting of the elemental countries and prepared to deliver my report, said Ulquiorra before taking out his right eye and held it in his hand. Proceed, replied Naruto while bracing himself for what he was going to see. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra before crushing his eye and letting the memories of his scouting had revealed. Naruto looked at everything shown to him. His mind processing every detail, every single item Ulquiorra saw, and every single person the Espada had encountered on his traveling. It had been several thousand years since Naruto had become the hollow god of Hueco Mundo, but here in this dimension that was his realm, those in Soul Society dubbed the world of the living, had been roughly 3 to 4 years had gone by. It was hard to tell, and seeing how the years had treated people around them. While few years had gone by, it didn't mean that things didn't change, and still stay the same for the elemental countries. People he knew had gotten older, changed with time, and were so different than the last time he had seen them. Gaara was alive and well. The Kazekage, no less. The Biju inside of him, apparently, from what Ulquiorra had gathered when in Suna, had been taken by the Akatsuki and was left to die had it not been surprisingly for Konoha shinobi, though it was only done to keep the alliance between the two villages intact since Gaara didn't take too kindly to Naruto's execution after retrieving Sasuke. Naruto smiled at how Gaara was less than pleased to see the group that had saved him and had been respectful to them with only a hint of distaste for their presence in his village. Of course the smile turned into a frown when Sasuke flaunted the fact it was only by his superior skills that Gaara survived and would call upon him one day soon to call in that favor. The frown didn't lessen when the Uchiha locked eyes with Temari with lust in his eyes that made the woman frown at him. Kakashi had been smug about the idea of the Kage from Suna owing Konoha a favor, and Naruto could tell from Ulquiorra's spying that Gaara was seconds away from ordering every shinobi in Suna to rip the Leafs team to pieces. From what Ulquiorra saw of the other members of the team sent to help save Gaara from the Akatsuki, the pink-haired banshee that was Haruno Sakura was there, and some pale-faced fake-smiling shinobi Naruto didn't recognize. There was another shinobi with Kakashi wearing Jounin-level shinobi attire. Though he seemed out of place. Like he was there to do something, but was now made impossible thanks to the Akatsuki, and felt like a third wheel because of their removal of Gaara's Biju. It occurred to Naruto that might be what the second Jounin was for and had some kind of power over Biju should one get out of hand. Naruto then focused on the memory of Ulquiorra spying on Orochimaru and Kabuto hard at work in keeping the former alive with competent bodies. The Sannin had been pissed that Sasuke was not reachable after the failed extraction of the Uchiha all those years ago and couldn't get him again, knowing how the village would do everything in their power to protect their precious Uchiha. So the Sannin was going to wait and see how strong the arrogant fool could get before going after him. Naruto could only surmise that the snake Sannin was going to wait until Sasuke was in peak condition and try to take his body then like he had done so many others, or wait until Sasuke has children and takes on of them in the future once there is enough of them to go around to take. Naruto would have to file that away for later when he went after them. Shifting deeper into the memories of Ulquiorra's spying, the hollow god of Las Noches saw the Espada had entered the Akatsuki's HQ deep underground, and watched one of their meetings take place. No one was expecting the Espada, nor did anyone in the room sense him, since chakra for any Arrancar was basically civilian level at best, though they were more keen on detecting much higher levels. Not only that, but Ulquiorra had been able to keep his spirit energy down to the bare minimum in the off chance they could sense something from him. Apparently, the group had been very busy in the last few years. Gaara's Biju was taken, followed by those from Han and Rashi in Iwa, though from what Ulquiorra overheard no one in the village cared much about them. Like Konoha, the people in that village were glad their Jinchuriki were dead, and didn't care about the two lost souls. Waterfall was on their list next, while waiting for the Three Tails to manifest itself soon after the Mizuki's death that happened a month before Naruto's own, and the other Jinchuriki from Mist currently MIA from everyone. The two in Kumo were still there, though they were close to taking the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and were getting ready to make preparations on how to capture the woman. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki just happened to be the Raikage's little brother, but had become a master at using the Biju's power, so getting him last would be the most challenging. The one addressed as Pain even stated he would handle the eight-tailed Jinchuriki himself when the time was right after the others were secured. There was also the matter of this Toby character, but that could wait until their ranks were thinned, and find out more about that individual. Became Konoha with Ulquiorra calmly walking into the village like a simple civilian, though his choice of clothing and hollow skull on the side of his face had earned him quite a few looks. Some shinobi wondered if he was the big brother of the pale-faced, fake-smiling shinobi named Sai that went with Sasuke to Suna. Ulquiorra acted like he was a simple traveler, walking from village to village, and not a threat to Konoha in the slightest, though the fact Ulquiorra said as much with a straight face and without emotion made some people raise an eyebrow at him. Ulquiorra has asked about Konoha like a simple tourist would. How things were going for the village? The latest gossip about town? It made Naruto smile at how Konoha had been scorned by the various countries he had helped on his missions. Wave Country was apparently being stubborn in regards to Konoha after the death of the demon child and cut off all trade with Fire Country. With the bridge completed, Wave was no longer strapped for cash, and opened trade with various other countries to flourish. Tsunade had demanded to Wave's daimyo that he rename their bridge to the Great Kakashi Bridge if not the Great Sasuke Bridge to honor the Uchiha. The Wave daimyo refused, saying, "Our country would rather be dirt poor under Gado's rule than honor that traitor or your village after you killed our hero, with that being the end of it." The smile left Naruto when Ulquiorra's memory of Konoha went to that of a newspaper, which he quickly stole without anyone knowing, and read the highlighted portion in big fat letters for all to read. What was on there made Naruto grip his throne so hard that the armrest shattered, rage filled his eyes, and glowing with rage he had not felt in a long time. Uchiha Sasuke marrying Hyuga Hinata in 3 days. Grand wedding to be performed by Hokage herself. Ulquiorra, said Naruto in a deadly silent voice, with Haribel and Stark looking a tad nervous at hearing him take that tone. Yes, Naruto-sama? Is something wrong? Said Ulquiorra curiously while seeing Naruto's eyes glow with power with one shining blue and the other red. We have a wedding to crash. Harabel, prepare the exequias. Stark. You stay here and protect Las Noches until I return. That means no sleeping, stated Naruto with Stark letting out a sigh of defeat. And myself Naruto-sama? Ulquiorra asked with a hint of curiosity. You're with me, commanded Naruto while getting off his throne and walking past the Espada with a purpose in his step while Ulquiorra following beside him. Isn't this going ahead of schedule Naruto-sama? Asked Ulquiorra before Naruto was right in his face with an intense look that it made the Espada almost take a half step back. Hyuga Hinata is going to get married to the asshole that killed me. If that weren't the worst possible scenario for her, it's on the anniversary of my death, and I will not allow Hinata to suffer. Do you understand me, Ulquiorra? Exclaimed Naruto with the Espada nodding. I understand Naruto-sama. My apologies, said Ulquiorra with Naruto staring at him with those intense eyes. Understand this, Ulquiorra. Hyuga Hinata is important to me. Probably be the most important in my life. Should she be killed or marry Uchiha Sasuke, I will unleash a fury that no mortal man, no Hollow, no Arrancar, no Vizard, no Quincy, and no Shinigami of any rank has ever seen before in their lives. I will watch this world burn if she marries that arrogant piece of human trash, said Naruto with a furious tone in his voice. I understand Naruto-sama. If we are to stop this wedding, then we must go now, and ensure no vows are spoken, said Ulquiorra though the Espada felt a newfound sense of terror running through his body despite hiding it well. Then let's not delay, said Naruto before he opened up a garganta with the two entering it to land somewhere outside of Konoha so they could enter with the crowd. Konoha day of the wedding. Hinata sat in her room. Tears fill her eyes. She wanted to die. She wanted to take a kunai and slice herself across the neck to defy the life that awaited her with Uchiha Sasuke. And of all days, Tsunade felt it would be perfect for Sasuke to get married on this day and to Hinata of all people since the Hokage knew how much the girl felt about Naruto. It was to dishonor Naruto, hurt Hinata, and basically make Sasuke happy so he would keep public support in her favor. Sasuke was only interested in her because 1, she was a strong kunoichi since Hinata had trained constantly after Naruto's death, and plowed through many a hyuga in the spars given to break her down. Sasuke also knew that she loved Naruto and wanted to stick it to him by claiming the one girl who loved him. I could do it. Just to see the look on their faces. On my father's face. On Sasuke's face. On Tsunade's and Jiraiya's faces. But that would be the easy way out. The coward's way out. Their way out of things. Besides, I doubt Sasuke would weep tears at my death, and just call me weak like Naruto for doing it, thought Hinata, as she looked at the wedding dress she was given earlier to wear, and hated the idea of wearing it for the Uchiha. There was only one man she'd wear it for, and he was no longer among the living. It wasn't long before a group of female branch family members entered her room to prepare Hinata for her wedding with Sasuke. However, from what the branch family members saw from the look on the Hyuga woman's face, they would think she was getting ready for her funeral, and burying someone she loved. In a sense, Hinata was doing just that. You look wonderful, Hinata-sama. A goddess fit for any man, said Niji entering the room to see Hinata in her attire. There is only one man I want to be with and he's not here, said Hinata while looking in the mirror. We've been over this. Your infatuation with the demonic monster has to end before the wedding starts. The only reason Hokage-sama hasn't ordered Yamanaka Inoichi to simply remove your memory of him is because Sasuke wishes you to keep those memories, and I think your dislike of the Uchiha has been misplaced, stated Niji with Hinata suddenly turning her head and glaring at him. I know why the Uchiha wishes me to keep Naruto's memories, and it's hardly out of the goodness of his heart. Sasuke wants to have a victory over Naruto in every way, and he wants me to know that by using my body knowing he'll have it instead of the one man worthy of being my husband, Hinata stated coldly with Niji frowning at her. I warn you, Hinata-sama. This will not be tolerated forever. Do not push it, Niji told her before leaving the room. Naruto-kun, if you can hear me on the other side, know that my mind, body, and soul will always be yours no matter what they do, thought Hinata, as she looked herself in the mirror, and for the briefest of moments pictured the wedding she wanted with Naruto. And for that brief moment, Hinata smiled while holding on to that moment with all the strength her soul could muster. She was going to need it. Konoha Chapel. Sasuke was smirking his ever-confident "I'm better than you" smirk while waiting for his bride to come down the aisle, to say her vows, and be his wife until death do they part. The Uchiha smirked at the thought of claiming the girl as his wife, knowing she loved him and was going to enjoying sticking it to the loser while sticking his thing into the Hyuga bitch. She would know her place in his house. He was going to see to it she was pregnant within a month into the marriage. No rest in that, as he would take her morning, noon, and night until the Hyuga took a paternity test with the results being positive. He'd even have her at night when she slept. Her pleasure was never an issue in his mind because he didn't care about it in the slightest. She was going to be his wife. Meaning the Hyuga was going to please him, give him pleasure, and be lucky to feel any from him in return. When she wasn't pregnant or on her back being taken until she was pregnant, Sasuke had every intention of working that woman to the bone in doing everything around the house, and understand her place in the world was serving him. He would make sure that woman did cooking, cleaning, and being pregnant with his children until her very presence was sickening to the point where Sasuke would just kick her abused body out onto the street with nothing but the clothing on her back. Even that last part was him being generous. Are you watching from hell, loser? Are you watching me claim this woman for my own? She loves you even now, but make no mistake, I will have her screaming my name, and make her suffer for loving you, thought Sasuke, while everyone took their seats and saw his two most rabid fangirls from the academy were wishing this wedding was for them. In time, maybe when he was starting to get bored with the Hyuga woman. But not right now. Hurting Naruto and those that care about him was her main objective in his life right now. All set, Sasuke? Asked Kiba, who Sasuke had requested be the best man for this since the Uchiha knew of his growing dislike for Naruto, and even more when Tsunade let the village know of the Kyuubi. Yes. Just waiting for my future wife, answered Sasuke with his grin never leaving his face. Sure enough, his grin increased when he saw Hinata coming walking down the aisle with her father walking down it with his arm around her own. A sense of pride on his face at sending his eldest being married to the Uchiha, though in truth, Hayashi was happy that his youngest was going to lead the Hyuga clan, and a true heir would succeed him. Hinata was getting too strong for his liking, and the fact her way of thinking went against the clan made things worse for him overall, so measures had to be taken. He had told the Hokage about his situation and how putting Hinata with Sasuke would be the best way to bring underfoot. Tsunade agreed, and after talking things over with Sasuke, the arrangement was made behind Hinata's back. Not that Hayashi cared, as his daughter was finally going to be useful in securing an alliance with the Uchiha clan, boosting the Hyugas even higher in the political realm, and maybe even have one of her children become Hokage with the right amount of training. Tsunade stood behind Sasuke in her Hokage robes, ready to make these two married, and Jiraiya stood off to the side to be crowd control. After these two were married, Tsunade had given him orders to put a cage bird seal on his head, except this one would ensure she obeyed her husband by using a blood seal attached to it, and make Hinata obey every command Sasuke gave her. The rookies, their senseis, and just about everyone capable of fitting into the chapel, much less get a seat, was there to witness this marriage. Dearly beloved, we are here gathered today under Kami's blessed eyes to bind Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke together in holy matrimony to strengthen ties between clans of Konoha. If there is anyone here who knows why these two should not be wed, please speak up now, or forever hold your peace, said Tsunade, with some people letting out a chuckle, herself included at the thought that someone would be so stupid to say anything and stop this wedding from happening. Only one person would be that stupid, and he was long since dead. Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, as she had to hold back the tears, and Wishno praying this was just a horrible nightmare just waiting to end. And just as if Kami himself had heard Hinata's prayers, an incredible swept through the chapel, and all through Konoha itself. It was like nothing they had ever felt before and wondered what was causing it. A jutsu from a sudden enemy attack? A biju? One or both Jinchuriki from Kumo trying to stop this wedding? What was this? I object to this wedding, a figure at the door called out with his body being covered in shadow while blocking the light outside just before the pressure let up. Who the hell are you? Furthermore, how dare you interrupt this wedding? Who do you think you are to protest this sacred moment? Tsunade called out while feeling a chill run up her spine at hearing the figure's voice. There was something about it and the connection to the past. What's wrong, Granny? I'm hurt, you don't recognize me. Granted, it has been a few years since my execution, but even your brain, as damaged by drinking sake as it is, should be able to remember what I told you in my cell about death? And how it would not stop me from getting my revenge for your betrayal? Do you remember now, hypocrite? Asked the figure shadowed in sunlight with his faint grinning face. No. No. It can't be you. You're dead, exclaimed Tsunade, as she now recalled that little conversation, and yet the woman wanted to deny it. And yet, here I am, Granny. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is back, called out Naruto, before stepping further into the room where the lighting washed away the shadow on his body, and any doubts they may have. Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed happily at seeing the man she loved standing there in the flesh. It's impossible. It's a trick. Kakashi himself burned the body after Tsunade confirmed his death with a chidori to the heart, spoke Jiraiya while Naruto just smirked at them. A trick? You don't believe I'm Naruto? That I'm not your former student, failed weapon you killed out of some misguided need for revenge. Revenge for hurting Konoha's oh so precious Uchiha, who willingly fled to join Orochimaru for power, and couldn't care less if you all died the next day. Then there was your need to avenge the Yondaime and his wife after the Kyuubi attacked and was then sealed inside my body. Do you know how the Kyuubi suddenly appeared out of thin air? As if it had magically summoned to the world, asked Naruto while ignoring the glares and shouts of hatred aimed at him for ruining this holy union. What are you getting at, brat? Called out Jiraiya while shinobi now moved to surround Naruto on all sides. What I'm getting at, you old perverted fool, is that Kyuubi didn't just magically appear just for the fun of it, and go on a rampage simply because it's a mindless beast. On the contrary, Kurama was very intelligent, but had a lot of resentment against humans, and those among the species believing the biju were meant to be mere weapons for war. He told me all about my mother and how she was his previous vessel, just his first vessel was none other than Uzumaki Mido. Doesn't that name ring bell, Granny? Naruto said in an excusing tone with Tsunade freezing up. So what? It means nothing, said Kakashi while having his Sharingan exposed. It means everything. Uzumaki Mido was the wife of the Shodaime Hokage himself. She had Kyuubi sealed in her after Uchiha Madara lost to the Shodaime at the Valley of the End. When she became too old to hold the fox, my mother was chosen, and she held the Kyuubi in her body until the night I was born. The fox was ripped out of her that night by someone with a Sharingan eye and went by the name of Uchiha Madara, explained Naruto, with Tsunade looking furiously at him. You lie. It's propaganda to smear the Uchiha name, called out a shinobi to Naruto, right? Ask Tsunade if you doubt me. Uzumaki Mido was her grandmother after all, so she must have known something, stated Naruto with Tsunade growling at him. Arrest him now, called out Tsunade with many shinobi in the room moving in from all directions while Naruto simply looked bored at her. Ulquiorra, spoke Naruto with the command hidden within the name spoken. In an instant, a blur went through the entire army of shinobi, and they all fell down on the ground brutally injured. Arms and legs were broken if not ripped out of their sockets. Some bodies were bent at odd angles with their backs broken or with internal bleeding from the hits to the torso. In the center of it all stood one man with green eyes, pale skin, wearing white, and had a damaged white skull with a horn on the side of his head. You will pay for this, brat, called Tsunade while Naruto looked from her to Hinata. Not today, Naruto stated simply before he vanished 1 second by a sonido and then reappeared with Hinata in his arms bridal style. Give me back my future wife, you pathetic loser, exclaimed Sasuke while activating his Sharingan and seeing this golden opportunity before him to get the power needed to kill his older brother. Naruto-kun, is it really you? Asked Hinata while putting a hand on his chest and now prayed this wasn't a dream. Yes, it is Hinata. You're coming home with me, stated Naruto with Hinata snuggling close to him now. Die loser, yelled Sasuke as he leaped over Ulquiorra and now aimed the Chidori in his hand for Naruto's head. A simple spin kick sent the boy flying past Ulquiorra at high speed right into the Hokage herself, with the end result causing both to smack themselves hard into the wall. The look on Naruto's face was one of boredom like Ulquiorra's sported every day since becoming an Espada, and he looked over at Jiraiya trying to figure out how to stop him. I have what I want. We're leaving for Las Noches. It's time to go, Ulquiorra, commanded Naruto with Espada following in step behind him. After him. Don't let that demon get away with the Uchiha's wife, called out a Chunin before he rushed after the trio with other shinobi doing the same. Tsunade. Are you alright? Asked Jiraiya while Tsunade herself slowly struggled to get up after she rolled the Uchiha off her body. Yeah, I'm fine. Go after him. Stop them from leaving, commanded Tsunade while she tried to ignore the feeling in her gut about this being only the beginning of things to come for Konoha. Konoha streets with Naruto. Word got around fast of the wedding being ruined, and carrying the hostage that was the bride didn't exactly conceal them from the public eye. People were screaming, running in a panic, and no doubt running to the shinobi in Konoha to handle this horror that was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto's return. Hold it right there, demon, called out a familiar voice that Naruto hadn't heard in quite some time. Mizuki. It's been some time, stated Naruto, turning his head slightly to look at the cocky man that had once been an academy instructor and then turned traitor for power. Not long enough, it seems. I actually glad you're not dead like everyone claimed you had been by Sasuke's hand. I actually got out the day that happened and got to celebrate your death, but the honest truth is, I was a bit disappointed I couldn't do it myself, and wished the honor had been mine. Now it seems Kami himself is giving me a second chance at doing just that. Mizuki stated with glee. As if you could kill me. Still, I'm going to give you this one chance to walk away, and repent for all the crimes you've done in the past along with those that you would have done in the future. This is my one-time offer of mercy to you. I suggest you take it, said Naruto calmly while Mizuki looked enraged. Mercy? Mercy? I don't need your fucking so-called mercy. Why would I want to repent for my crimes when killing you will wash all my sins away? Asked Mizuki before he let out a maniac-like laugh at Naruto before charging him like he was invincible. Fool. Zero, said Naruto with a mere flash from his eyes and shot a line of crimson-red energy that obliterated Mizuki on the spot along with several shinobi caught in the range of the attack while leaving a massive burning scar in the ground in the process. Wait. Take me with you. Anko called out as she kneeled before Naruto now and was looking him directly in the eyes. Why should I? Just because you didn't have a hand in my suffering doesn't mean I can so easily forgive you for doing nothing, said Naruto with Anko bowing her head in shame. I know, I should have done something. Anything. But I couldn't. I was afraid. A coward. People hated me enough as it was, and I knew if I helped you then, things would get even worse for me, explained Anko with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. You do know, if you come with us, they will call you a traitor, and hunt you down to the ends of the world? Asked Naruto with Anko giving a weak smile back. I figured as much, but until now, I didn't have a person, or even a place I could put my trust in keeping me safe from harm, answered Anko with Naruto just looking at her with calculating eyes. She did let me in to see you before your execution, Naruto-kun, said Hinata at last with Naruto weighing that in his mind. Very well. You can come with us. However, if you decide to betray me for them, or anyone else, your life is forfeit, said Naruto with Anko nodding her head and fully understanding the consequences of her actions. I understand, Naruto-sama, said Anko before the sound of lightning came from behind Naruto with Kakashi himself preparing to drive it into the back of his former student. Die in the name of my sensei, yelled Kakashi with his hand holding the Rikiri arched and ready to thrust forward. Only to be blocked by an unimpressed Ulquiorra. I can't allow you to make any attempt on Naruto-sama's life. You are trash beneath his feet and unworthy of his time, said Ulquiorra while unfazed by having lightning-like blade shoved into his chest. You serve a false master. If you really want to serve someone worthy, then you should join Konoha and serve Uchiha Sasuke. If you retrieve his bride for him now, I'm sure he'll overlook your transgressions against Konoha and the Hokage for helping the demon interrupt their wedding, stated Kakashi while Ulquiorra just looked at him from their positions. It seems you have been misinformed. You assume I follow Naruto out of some form of misguided loyalty and secretly seek the ambition of rising to higher status than him. That I will jump at the chance to become something great under your village and under Uchiha Sasuke if offered. I will never serve your shinobi village or the Uchiha because he is weak. He uses others to get what he wants and cares for little while giving nothing back in return, stated Ulquiorra calmly before the Rikiri finally died and showed Kakashi his attack had no effect on him whatsoever. What are you? Asked Kakashi while looking Ulquiorra right in the eyes. I am an Espada of Las Noches. I am the Naruto-sama's instrument of despair, answered Ulquiorra before he quickly struck and took Kakashi's right arm clean off at the shoulder. Aiawa! Kakashi cried out, as he held his stump for an arm, and fell to his knees with Ulquiorra looking down at him. Like a man considering the option of stomping on a disgusting insect in his path. You are pathetic. You are not even worth killing with simple Siro or even Bala, replied Ulquiorra before walking away from Kakashi while more shinobi heading their way. Are you alright Kakashi-san? Asked Jauna kneeling in front of the downed man. That guy, he's not human, said Kakashi while looking at Ulquiorra's back and glared at it. After them, called out another shinobi with most of them in pursuit while several medic nins attended to Kakashi. They are being annoyingly persistent Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra having caught up to his master and turned his head slightly to see the approaching group of human trash. I know Ulquiorra. Just be patient, replied Naruto with them soon being surrounded on all sides once more. You're surrounded demon. Surrender and hand over the Hyuga woman so she can marry Uchiha-sama at once, spoke one of the Konoha Anbu wearing a ferret's mask and had his katana out. Should I kill them now Naruto-sama? Asked Ulquiorra having little tolerance for them. No. Killing them is beneath you. They need to suffer as I've suffered. Hence why I have the exequias, answered Naruto before putting Hinata down to stand on her own 2 feet and just smiled at the curious woman before he snapped his fingers, and 2 gargantas opened to his left and right behind the shinobi surrounding him to reveal 2 columns of exequias on each side walking through. The leaf shinobi that had surrounded Naruto, Hinata, and Ulquiorra were now surrounded on all sides while a 3rd garganta opened to reveal Tia Haribel with her frachin exiting to greet their master. Naruto-sama greeted Haribel with a bow with her frachin doing the same. Right on time Haribel-san, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Are you ready to depart? Asked Haribel while all the exequias had all the shinobi that surrounded them now restrained with swords to their necks. Yes we are Haribel-san, replied Naruto while walking with Hinata into the garganta in front of him while the Hyuga and Anko bowed slightly to the Espada out of respect. Stop, called Jiraiya, as he landed, and ready to fight his former student. You're too late once again Erosenin. I have what I came for and then some. Tell the old hag that a new power has arrived in the elemental countries and its name is Neo Whirlpool, exclaimed Naruto before the garganta closed around him. But not before Naruto snapped his fingers and the exequias slit the throats of the shinobi they held before leaving from the garganta they entered from. Jiraiya could only stare at where Naruto had been and slowly looked around to see the dead bodies of Konoha-owned shinobi with their blood staining the ground. It was in that moment a very cold chill went up Jiraiya's spine. Hokage Tower sometime later, Tsunade was furious. Pissed off. Irate. And thousands of other words that described what she felt right now. That weak, pathetic, immature monstrosity, and bane on her existence along with the villages that was Naruto was back. Alive. Breathing. laughing, mocking them all with his life being restored in some way. But how? They burned the brat's body to ensure Orochimaru didn't get anything from the brat, to ensure the forbidden jutsu the Sannin knew to bring back the dead didn't work. So how did the monster she had ordered to be executed come back? How? How? And you're sure he's in Whirlpool? Asked Tsunade, with her eyes locked onto Jiraiya's own. It has to be Whirlpool. He called it Neo Whirlpool, but that only means Naruto's been there, and made changes to the continent. How he got there, or how he is even alive right now, is beyond me, stated Jiraiya, with Tsunade gritting her teeth. He has some nerve coming back. The fact he set up shop there of all places is an insult to Konoha and what Whirlpool means to us. He has no business being there, exclaimed Tsunade with fury in her voice. What do you want to do? Word about Naruto being back and taking Hyuga Hinata from Konoha won't stay in the village. Several important people were there. One of them was of the daimyo's personal aides that comes by every so often, said Jiraiya, knowing that after Naruto's death, the fire daimyo was getting all sorts of letters filled with an intense outrage for the brat's death, and threats of cutting off trade with the country. Well, except Wave Country, since didn't send any letter to the fire daimyo. They just carried it out. Word got around fast of the wedding being ruined, and carrying the hostage that was the bride didn't exactly conceal them from the public eye. People were screaming, running in a panic, and no doubt running to the shinobi in Konoha to handle this horror that was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto's return. Hold it right there, demon, called out a familiar voice that Naruto hadn't heard in quite some time. Mizuki. It's been some time, stated Naruto, turning his head slightly to look at the cocky man that had once been an academy instructor and then turned traitor for power. Not long enough, it seems. I actually glad you're not dead like everyone claimed you had been by Sasuke's hand. I actually got out the day that happened and got to celebrate your death, but the honest truth is, I was a bit disappointed I couldn't do it myself, and wished the honor had been mine. Now it seems Kami himself is giving me a second chance at doing just that. Mizuki stated with glee. As if you could kill me. Still, I'm going to give you this one chance to walk away, and repent for all the crimes you've done in the past along with those that you would have done in the future. This is my one-time offer of mercy to you. I suggest you take it, said Naruto calmly while Mizuki looked enraged. Mercy? Mercy? I don't need your fucking so-called mercy. Why would I want to repent for my crimes when killing you will wash all my sins away? Asked Mizuki before he let out a maniac-like laugh at Naruto before charging him like he was invincible. Fool. Zero, said Naruto with a mere flash from his eyes and shot a line of crimson-red energy that obliterated Mizuki on the spot along with several shinobi caught in the range of the attack while leaving a massive burning scar in the ground in the process. Wait. Take me with you. Anko called out, as she kneeled before Naruto now, and was looking him directly in the eyes. Why should I? Just because you didn't have a hand in my suffering doesn't mean I can so easily forgive you for doing nothing, said Naruto with Anko bowing her head in shame. I know, I should have done something. Anything. But I couldn't. I was afraid. A coward. People hated me enough as it was, and I knew if I helped you then, things would get even worse for me, explained Anko with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. You do know, if you come with us, they will call you a traitor, and hunt you down to the ends of the world? Asked Naruto with Anko giving a weak smile back. I figured as much, but until now, I didn't have a person, or even a place I could put my trust in keeping me safe from harm, answered Anko with Naruto just looking at her with calculating eyes. She did let me in to see you before your execution, Naruto-kun, said Hinata at last with Naruto weighing that in his mind. Very well. You can come with us. However, if you decide to betray me for them, or anyone else, your life is forfeit, said Naruto with Anko nodding her head and fully understanding the consequences of her actions. I understand, Naruto-sama, said Anko before the sound of lightning came from behind Naruto with Kakashi himself preparing to drive it into the back of his former student. Die in the name of my sensei, yelled Kakashi with his hand holding the Rikiri arched and ready to thrust forward. Only to be blocked by an unimpressed Ulquiorra. I can't allow you to make any attempt on Naruto-sama's life. You are trash beneath his feet and unworthy of his time, said Ulquiorra while unfazed by having lightning-like blade shoved into his chest. You serve a false master. If you really want to serve someone worthy, then you should join Konoha, and serve Uchiha Sasuke. If you retrieve his bride for him now, I'm sure he'll overlook your transgressions against Konoha, and the Hokage for helping the demon interrupt their wedding, stated Kakashi while Ulquiorra just looked at him from their positions. It seems you have been misinformed. You assume I follow Naruto out of some form of misguided loyalty and secretly seek the ambition of rising to higher status than him, that I will jump at the chance to become something great under your village and under Uchiha Sasuke if offered. I will never serve your shinobi village or the Uchiha because he is weak. He uses others to get what he wants and cares for little while giving nothing back in return, stated Ulquiorra calmly before the Rikiri finally died and showed Kakashi his attack had no effect on him whatsoever. What are you? Asked Kakashi while looking Ulquiorra right in the eyes. I am an Espada of Las Noches. I am the Naruto-sama's instrument of despair, answered Ulquiorra before he quickly struck and took Kakashi's right arm clean off at the shoulder. Aiawa! Kakashi cried out, as he held his stump for an arm, and fell to his knees with Ulquiorra looking down at him. Like a man considering the option of stomping on a disgusting insect in his path. You are pathetic. You are not even worth killing with simple Siro or even Bala, replied Ulquiorra before walking away from Kakashi while more shinobi heading their way. Are you alright Kakashi-san? Asked Dejounin kneeling in front of the downed man. That guy, he's not human, said Kakashi while looking at Ulquiorra's back and glared at it. After them, called out another shinobi with most of them in pursuit while several medic nins attended to Kakashi. They are being annoyingly persistent Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra having caught up to his master and turned his head slightly to see the approaching group of human trash. I know Ulquiorra. Just be patient, replied Naruto with them soon being surrounded on all sides once more. You're surrounded demon. Surrender and hand over the Hyuga woman so she can marry Uchiha-sama at once, spoke one of the Konoha Anbu wearing a ferret's mask and had his katana out. Should I kill them now Naruto-sama? Asked Ulquiorra having little tolerance for them. No. Killing them is beneath you. They need to suffer as I've suffered. Hence why I have the exequias, answered Naruto before putting Hinata down to stand on her own 2 feet and just smiled at the curious woman before he snapped his fingers, and 2 gargantas opened to his left and right behind the shinobi surrounding him to reveal 2 columns of exequias on each side walking through. The leaf shinobi that had surrounded Naruto, Hinata, and Ulquiorra were now surrounded on all sides while a 3rd garganta opened to reveal Tia Haribel with her fraction exiting to greet their master. Naruto-sama greeted Haribel with a bow with her fraction doing the same. Right on time Haribel-san, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Are you ready to depart? Asked Haribel while all the exequias had all the shinobi that surrounded them now restrained with swords to their necks. Yes we are Haribel-san, replied Naruto while walking with Hinata into the garganta in front of him while the Hyuga and Anko bowed slightly to the Espada out of respect. Stop, called Jiraiya, as he landed, and ready to fight his former student. You're too late once again Erosenin. I have what I came for and then some. Tell the old hag that a new power has arrived in the elemental countries and its name is Neo Whirlpool, exclaimed Naruto before the garganta closed around him. But not before Naruto snapped his fingers and the exequias slit the throats of the shinobi they held before leaving from the garganta they entered from. Jiraiya could only stare at where Naruto had been and slowly looked around to see the dead bodies of Konoha-owned shinobi with their blood staining the ground. It was in that moment a very cold chill went up Jiraiya's spine. Hokage Tower sometime later, Tsunade was furious. Pissed off. Irate. And thousands of other words that described what she felt right now. That weak, pathetic, immature monstrosity, and bane on her existence along with the villages that was Naruto was back. Alive. Breathing. laughing, mocking them all with his life being restored in some way. But how? They burned the brat's body to ensure Orochimaru didn't get anything from the brat, to ensure the forbidden jutsu the Sannin knew to bring back the dead didn't work. So how did the monster she had ordered to be executed come back? How? How? And you're sure he's in Whirlpool? Asked Tsunade with her eyes locked onto Jiraiya's own. It has to be Whirlpool. He called it Neo Whirlpool, but that only means Naruto's been there and made changes to the continent. How he got there, or how he is even alive right now, is beyond me, stated Jiraiya with Tsunade gritting her teeth. He has some nerve coming back. The fact he set up shop there of all places is an insult to Konoha and what Whirlpool means to us. He has no business being there, exclaimed Tsunade with fury in her voice. What do you want to do? Word about Naruto being back and taking Hyuga Hinata from Konoha won't stay in the village. Several important people were there. One of them was of the daimyo's personal aides that comes by every so often, said Jiraiya, knowing that after Naruto's death, the fire daimyo was getting all sorts of letters filled with an intense outrage for the brat's death, and threats of cutting off trade with the country. Well, except Wave Country, since didn't send any letter to the fire daimyo. They just carried it out. Word got around fast of the wedding being ruined, and carrying the hostage that was the bride didn't exactly conceal them from the public eye. People were screaming, running in a panic, and no doubt running to the shinobi in Konoha to handle this horror that was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto's return. Hold it right there, demon, called out a familiar voice that Naruto hadn't heard in quite some time. Mizuki. It's been some time, stated Naruto, turning his head slightly to look at the cocky man that had once been an academy instructor and then turned traitor for power. Not long enough, it seems. I actually glad you're not dead like everyone claimed you had been by Sasuke's hand. I actually got out the day that happened and got to celebrate your death, but the honest truth is, I was a bit disappointed I couldn't do it myself, and wished the honor had been mine. Now it seems Kami himself is giving me a second chance at doing just that. Mizuki stated with glee. As if you could kill me. Still, I'm going to give you this one chance to walk away, and repent for all the crimes you've done in the past along with those that you would have done in the future. This is my one-time offer of mercy to you. I suggest you take it, said Naruto calmly while Mizuki looked enraged. Mercy? Mercy. I don't need your fucking so-called mercy. Why would I want to repent for my crimes when killing you will wash all my sins away? Asked Mizuki before he let out a maniac-like laugh at Naruto before charging him like he was invincible. Fool. Zero, said Naruto with a mere flash from his eyes and shot a line of crimson-red energy that obliterated Mizuki on the spot along with several shinobi caught in the range of the attack while leaving a massive burning scar in the ground in the process. Wait. Take me with you. Anko called out, as she kneeled before Naruto now, and was looking him directly in the eyes. Why should I? Just because you didn't have a hand in my suffering doesn't mean I can so easily forgive you for doing nothing, said Naruto with Anko bowing her head in shame. I know, I should have done something. Anything. But I couldn't. I was afraid. A coward. People hated me enough as it was, and I knew if I helped you then, things would get even worse for me, explained Anko with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. You do know, if you come with us, they will call you a traitor, and hunt you down to the ends of the world? Asked Naruto with Anko giving a weak smile back. I figured as much, but until now, I didn't have a person, or even a place I could put my trust in keeping me safe from harm, answered Anko with Naruto just looking at her with calculating eyes. She did let me in to see you before your execution, Naruto-kun, said Hinata at last with Naruto weighing that in his mind. Very well. You can come with us. However, if you decide to betray me for them, or anyone else, your life is forfeit, said Naruto with Anko nodding her head and fully understanding the consequences of her actions. I understand, Naruto-sama, said Anko before the sound of lightning came from behind Naruto with Kakashi himself preparing to drive it into the back of his former student. Die in the name of my sensei, yelled Kakashi with his hand holding the Rikiri arched and ready to thrust forward. Only to be blocked by an unimpressed Ulquiorra. I can't allow you to make any attempt on Naruto-sama's life. You are trash beneath his feet and unworthy of his time, said Ulquiorra while unfazed by having lightning-like blade shoved into his chest. You serve a false master. If you really want to serve someone worthy, then you should join Konoha, and serve Uchiha Sasuke. If you retrieve his bride for him now, I'm sure he'll overlook your transgressions against Konoha, and the Hokage for helping the demon interrupt their wedding, stated Kakashi while Ulquiorra just looked at him from their positions. It seems you have been misinformed. You assume I follow Naruto out of some form of misguided loyalty and secretly seek the ambition of rising to higher status than him, that I will jump at the chance to become something great under your village and under Uchiha Sasuke if offered. I will never serve your shinobi village or the Uchiha because he is weak. He uses others to get what he wants and cares for little while giving nothing back in return, stated Ulquiorra calmly before the Rikiri finally died and showed Kakashi his attack had no effect on him whatsoever. What are you? Asked Kakashi while looking Ulquiorra right in the eyes. I am an Espada of Las Noches. I am the Naruto-sama's instrument of despair, answered Ulquiorra before he quickly struck and took Kakashi's right arm clean off at the shoulder. Aiawa! Kakashi cried out, as he held his stump for an arm, and fell to his knees with Ulquiorra looking down at him. Like a man considering the option of stomping on a disgusting insect in his path. You are pathetic. You are not even worth killing with simple Siro or even Bala, replied Ulquiorra before walking away from Kakashi while more shinobi heading their way. Are you alright Kakashi-san? Asked Dejana kneeling in front of the downed man. That guy, he's not human, said Kakashi while looking at Ulquiorra's back and glared at it. After them, called out another shinobi with most of them in pursuit while several medic nins attended to Kakashi. They are being annoyingly persistent Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra having caught up to his master and turned his head slightly to see the approaching group of human trash. I know Ulquiorra. Just be patient, replied Naruto with them soon being surrounded on all sides once more. You're surrounded demon. Surrender and hand over the Hyuga woman so she can marry Uchiha-sama at once, spoke one of the Konoha Anbu wearing a ferret's mask and had his katana out. Should I kill them now Naruto-sama? Asked Ulquiorra having little tolerance for them. No. Killing them is beneath you. They need to suffer as I've suffered. Hence why I have the exequias, answered Naruto before putting Hinata down to stand on her own 2 feet and just smiled at the curious woman before he snapped his fingers, and 2 gargantas opened to his left and right behind the shinobi surrounding him to reveal 2 columns of exequias on each side walking through. The leaf shinobi that had surrounded Naruto, Hinata, and Ulquiorra were now surrounded on all sides while a 3rd garganta opened to reveal Tia Haribel with her fraction exiting to greet their master. Naruto-sama greeted Haribel with a bow with her fraction doing the same. Right on time Haribel-san, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Are you ready to depart? Asked Haribel while all the exequias had all the shinobi that surrounded them now restrained with swords to their necks. Yes we are Haribel-san, replied Naruto while walking with Hinata into the garganta in front of him while the Hyuga and Anko bowed slightly to the Espada out of respect. Stop, called Jiraiya, as he landed, and ready to fight his former student. You're too late once again Erosenin. I have what I came for and then some. Tell the old hag that a new power has arrived in the elemental countries and its name is Neo Whirlpool, exclaimed Naruto before the garganta closed around him. But not before Naruto snapped his fingers and the exequias slit the throats of the shinobi they held before leaving from the garganta they entered from. Jiraiya could only stare at where Naruto had been and slowly looked around to see the dead bodies of Konoha-owned shinobi with their blood staining the ground. It was in that moment, a very cold chill went up Jiraiya's spine. Hokage Tower sometime later, Tsunade was furious. Pissed off. Irate. And thousands of other words that described what she felt right now. That weak, pathetic, immature monstrosity, and bane on her existence along with the villages that was Naruto was back. Alive. Breathing. laughing, mocking them all with his life being restored in some way. But how? They burned the brat's body to ensure Orochimaru didn't get anything from the brat, to ensure the forbidden jutsu the Sannin knew to bring back the dead didn't work. So how did the monster she had ordered to be executed come back? How? How? And you're sure he's in Whirlpool? Asked Tsunade, with her eyes locked onto Jiraiya's own. It has to be Whirlpool. He called it Neo Whirlpool, but that only means Naruto's been there, and made changes to the continent. How he got there, or how he is even alive right now, is beyond me, stated Jiraiya, with Tsunade gritting her teeth. He has some nerve coming back. The fact he set up shop there of all places is an insult to Konoha and what Whirlpool means to us. He has no business being there, exclaimed Tsunade with fury in her voice. What do you want to do? Word about Naruto being back and taking Hyuga Hinata from Konoha won't stay in the village. Several important people were there. One of them was of the daimyo's personal aides that comes by every so often, said Jiraiya, knowing that after Naruto's death, the fire daimyo was getting all sorts of letters filled with an intense outrage for the brat's death, and threats of cutting off trade with the country. Well, except Wave Country, since didn't send any letter to the fire daimyo. They just carried it out. Toshiro gave Ranjaku the week off with pay since he couldn't look her in the eyes after what happened with them that night. His vice-captain, however, had teased him to no end about finally being a man, and how he finally gave in to his desire to touch her breasts. In short, it was easier to pay her not to be working, if she ever did any work, than be here in the 10th division to do work she wouldn't get to anyway. Renji was being chased for most the week by Byakuya, who in turn was being chased by Sui Fong for sleeping with Yoruchi, and the group was making a mess all over the place with their violent path of destruction. Of course they weren't the only ones facing difficulties. Kotetsu Aizen was irate that she had slept with Zaraki Kenpachi. She had gone so far as to lock herself up in her room in the 4th Division barracks and outright refusing to come out even for her captain Unohana Retsu. It had upset Aizen greatly, and the vice-captain just could not believe she had slept with Zaraki Kenpachi of all people with her captain at the same time. Even worse, Kuratsuchi Nimyu had been among them, and published her findings on the amazing sexual prowess of Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, with his spirit energy making him immune to the poisons in her body. The artificial woman for a vice-captain remembered every detail of Unohana, Aizen, and herself being taken by Kenpachi that night, while being extremely specific on everything they did that night with him. How Kenpachi had been able to satisfy all three of them. How they all rutted like animals in heat. How Kenpachi had claimed them with an intensity and passion that made each woman submit to the 11th Division captain. How they all screamed out from the pleasure the name of the bloodthirsty captain and left each one sexually satisfied. Aizen had never been so embarrassed. It didn't help Nimue had gone back 3 days after it happened, somehow avoiding her father, and requested his time for additional physical tests before her findings were published to reinforce the 11th Division captain's ability to satisfy women. Unohana had been reading the medical journal at the time when she stumbled across it. The title had an intro, started things off about intense spirit energy of captain rank making Shinigami immune to poisons if they constantly release spirit energy like Captain Zaraki constantly did. Unohana had blushed when Nimue soon went into detail about the night the four of them were intimate, going on about how the 11th Division captain's domination, and even more red in the face when Nimue's secondary study with Kenpachi proved that her findings had reinforced such a theory. Since then, practically every single female Shinigami looking at Kenpachi wherever he may be going, lost or not, would blush knowing what the man could do in bed with more than one woman. By this point, Captain Kuratsuchi had tried to attack Zaraki Kenpachi shortly after the article in the journal was published. He was infuriated that his daughter had been defiled by Kenpachi and the captain lived despite the poisons in her meant to make any man suffer a horrifying death, though which part angered him more was unknown. But the crazy captain was badly injured by the bloodthirsty one and the 12th Division captain was forced to be treated at the 4th Division. His primary caretaker was Captain Unohana, who didn't really appreciate Kuratsuchi trying to kill Kenpachi for any reason he may feel warranted the 11th Division captain's death, and made that known when giving him treatment. Kuratsuchi would soon learn to respect Captain Unohana and not cross her when it came to Kenpachi. The 11th Division captain had made the 4th Division captain feel pleasure she hadn't felt in years, and she'd be damned to let anyone hurt the man capable of that. Byakuya had yet to kill Renji for sleeping with Rukia, who was trying to calm down her big brother and prevent him from killing his vice-captain. Sui Feng had been brought under control by Yoruchi, who tied the woman up and brought them all to Kasuke for a form of couples counseling. Urahara Kasuke's shop. I don't normally do this, and considering what happened I feel less inclined to do it since half the people I'm trying to help tend to get violent, said Kasuke while fanning himself while looking at a tied-up Sui Feng glaring daggers at Byakuya, who was giving Renji a death glare, and the red-haired man was hiding behind Rukia. There is nothing to discuss. My vice-captain is going to die for defiling Rukia, came the icy voice of Byakuya while exercising a great deal of restraint in not killing Renji. I agree. The noble moron here defiled Yoruchi-sama and must pay with either his life or his manhood, exclaimed Sui Feng with Kasuke wincing at that. Okay. I'm sensing a lot of hostility here. Do Rukia or Renji want to say anything? Asked Kasuke while seeing them shake their heads no. What about Yoruchi-sama? She was violated by that man, exclaimed Sui Feng and would have pointed at him, if not killed him, had she not been tied up. What happened between myself and her was a result of the sake I drank that night, though I would have thought Rukia and my vice-captain would know better than to act inappropriately regardless of intoxication, said Byakuya with narrowed eyes at Renji still cowering behind Rukia. Would this be a bad time to ask for a transfer? Asked Renji, and he hid behind the smaller girl when his captain was getting ready to use Hado. If Kasuke hadn't stopped him. Easy. You damage anything in this shop and you pay for it. You may have deep pockets, Byakuya, but so will be the bill I sent, and trust me when I say it's going to be steep, said Kasuke with the captain keeping his temper under control. For now. I demand justice. I demand this man suffers for his actions, exclaimed Sui Feng while trying to get free. Calm down, Sui Feng. Honestly, just how did I get such a fanatically devoted fangirl to replace me as captain of the 2nd Division? Asked Yoruchi before chopping the back of the woman's neck and knocked her out. Well, that's one problem solved, for now anyway, said Kasuke happily. I will not be happy until something is done for what my vice-captain did, and I will have a justice be carried out, stated Byakuya, his eyes never leaving Rukia or Renji. Brother, please. I know it looks bad, but surely you don't mean to kill, or even maim your own vice-captain, asked Rukia seeing Byakuya look at her with calculating eyes. No. That's not what I had in mind, answered Byakuya with Rukia and Renji letting out a sigh of relief. That's a relief, said Renji while wiping his brow. What I had in mind was Renji marry Rukia, said Byakuya with everyone looking at him with bug-eyed face. Say what? Yelled Renji while Rukia looked at her brother like he was crazy. You heard me, Renji. You have been with my sister in a manner unbefitting of the noble house of Kuchiki clan with its honorable reputation being at risk. To counter this act of debauchery and embarrassment, you must marry within the next few days, or else, said Byakuya seeing Renji looking unsure of what to say. Or else what exactly? Asked Yoruchi with Byakuya never looking away from Renji. Or else I will have no choice, but to castrate my vice-captain to remove the shame he has brought me, the clan, and himself, answered Byakuya with Renji covering up what was between his legs. I'll do it. Renji replied quickly. Renji, exclaimed Rukia. What? It's not your reproductive organs on the line here, said Renji before he was hit hard by a punch from Rukia and the woman began stomping on his body. All you care about is your manhood. I'll show you what happens when you do that to me, exclaimed Rukia while she beat up her friend and future husband with her female fury with Renji begging for mercy. And so it begins, thought Byakuya knowing if Rukia was anything like his late wife, she would make sure Renji stayed in line and didn't get out of hand. After all, his Anna was the same way when they got married and in one of her moods. It would take some time for the wedding to get underway, as honored guests would need to be invited, convinced to come and witness this grand event. It wouldn't be easy, even for his Espada, but then again they wouldn't be Espada if they couldn't handle difficult things, and thus wouldn't be worthy of the title. At the moment, Naruto was sitting on his throne, his future wife still in her wedding dress sitting on right next to him, their hands intertwined while sitting to symbolize they were together, and in love without question. It was seen in their eyes, their very body language, and even the energy they gave off when together. It glowed with a warmth that spread throughout Los Noches, which every single Arrancar loved dearly, and were happy to know their master was happy. It made each one of the citizens in Los Noches work even harder to get the wedding ready, as they all got things together needed for the grand event for Naruto, and the woman he loved. There was just one matter to attend to within its wall, before Naruto could look forward to the event, and that matter was standing before him right now. And that matter's name? It went by the name of Grimmjow, Espada number 6. Grimmjow had been found barely alive by Naruto after the panther-like Arrancar's fight with Ichigo ended and the sneak attack by Espada number 5 had left him near death. Naruto had healed the man, but did not trust such an ambitious Espada to keep himself in check after Aizen's death, and thus had Grimmjow stowed away in the Kaja negation like had been done to Ulquiorra. However, Naruto, having borrowed Ulquiorra's own, due to the 4th Espada, didn't have any fraction, altered it to hold even Grimmjow for much longer, and only let the 6th Espada out when he wished it so they could talk. Now was that time. "So you're the boss running Los Noches, huh?" asked Grimmjow, as he looked at Naruto with eyes trying to judge the hollow god, and then looked at Hinata sitting on the throne next to him. Boss, king, emperor, and god all rolled up into one. Aizen may have been a Shinigami, but he was stronger than you, Grimmjow, and I killed Aizen. "What do you think?" asked Naruto with Grimmjow grinning while seeing Haribel and Ulquiorra in the room. "I think you're in my seat," replied Grimmjow with a smile on his face and disrespect in his blue eyes. "Impudent child," answered Naruto with narrowed his eyes at Grimmjow before blasting the Arrancar with spiritual pressure that forced him to his knees. "This power. It's even heavier than Aizen's was after I walked away from the table during that meeting regarding intruders entering Los Noches," thought Grimmjow while sweating up a storm, and noticed the other Espada were unaffected. "I know you are prideful, Grimmjow. In many ways, you remind me of me when I was a child wanting to be the best around. To be the king, if you will. Though that was a long time ago, and I will not tolerate an Espada in my ranks with zero respect for my authority. I want you to understand this, simple Grimmjow. I respect loyalty and strength from those that follow me. You already have strength, but no loyalty. I need both, Grimmjow. What good are you to me and Los Noches if I don't have your loyalty?" asked Naruto, as he let up on the spiritual pressure, and let the Espada breathe. "I can be loyal. I just want respect for the strength I have, since it's more than most of the Arrancar in Los Noches," answered Grimmjow with Naruto looking down at him. "I have always respected strength, Grimmjow. But I don't respect those that don't show restraint when restraint is necessary. Ulquiorra and Haribel show restraint. Even Stark does, with his other half being separated from him to ensure he doesn't kill everyone in range of his power. You constantly flaunt your power like some arrogant child waving around his favorite and mocking everyone with it, disrespecting everyone around you because your pride and arrogance make you believe you're better than everyone else," said Naruto with Grimmjow gritting his teeth. "Because I am better," exclaimed Grimmjow, who got sent flying back after a bala hit the ground in front of him, and sent him flying back 20 feet from the explosion. "That was me being nice, Grimmjow. Next time I'll hit you with a zero, and my aim will be dead on the mark," said Naruto, seeing Grimmjow get up slightly. "What do you want from me?" asked Grimmjow while looking at the hollow god. "Your loyalty. I know you want to be the strongest, Grimmjow. I have no problem with you wanting to get stronger. All I ask is that your strength be used to defend Los Noches and those within it. If you truly wish to be a king, you must learn to love and respect the subjects a king has when ruling over a kingdom. Every single Arrancar here in Los Noches is trying to get stronger to protect this place and those living in it. Can I count on you to do the same?" asked Naruto with Grimmjow, seeing Ulquiorra and Haribel also looking at him intently to gauge his response. "Sure, Can I have a little fun on the side? Asked Grimmjow, seeing Naruto smirk. Sure. Within reason, answered Naruto, while giving Grimmjow a "cross me and you'll wish you were dead" look. Then go. Your old quarters were left untouched, said Naruto with Grimmjow nodding and left. Do you think he'll betray you, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata with a hint of worry, since it was clear Grimmjow was an ambitious man. No. Grimmjow is ambitious, but he's not stupid. He knows I'm stronger than him by far, and any confrontation would be suicide on his part, said Naruto reassuringly before the head of the Exequias Redborn came in and bowed to him. Pardon the intrusion, sir, but I thought you should know a ship has just docked on our shores, and noticed the occupants disembarking are Konoha shinobi, said Redborn with Naruto not looking a tad bit surprised. So they took the bait, just like I hoped. Are the wedding arrangements still being made? Asked Naruto, with Redborn nodding. Yes, but the preparations are almost complete. The guests are being entertained by some of the triple-digit level Arrancars and have not been informed of the sudden arrival of the uninvited guests, answered Redborn while Naruto smirked. I see. It's time I get ready for our wedding, Hinata-chan. Harabelle, escort Hinata to where the wedding ceremony will take place. Ulquiorra, walk with me, since we have much to discuss. Redborn, make sure the guests are well protected by the Exequias, and no leaf shinobi harms them, commanded Naruto, with Redborn nodding before he was gone via Sonido while Harabelle walked with Hinata to the wedding altar. As Naruto went to get dressed in more wedding-appropriate attire, Ulquiorra walked in step slightly behind him, and were silent for some time. Naruto did this to collect his thoughts on the matter at hand with the wedding, his vision of the future with Hinata, and the Arrancars of Las Noches. Ulquiorra was silent, because it was not right for him to speak first. Tell me, Ulquiorra, what do you see when looking at humans? Asked Naruto, with the Espada looking briefly at him. I honestly don't care for them one way or another. Most of them are trash in my eyes, replied Ulquiorra in his usual dry I don't really care tone. Most? Questioned Naruto, with a raised eyebrow. There are some humans worthy of being spared death and despair, said Ulquiorra to further clarify his previous response. What do you think of Hinata? Asked Naruto with Ulquiorra pausing slightly before giving his response. Hyuga Hinata is strong in her own right for a human. She reminds me of the woman named Orihime. They are both gentle, wishing to heal and protect others with their own respected powers, replied Ulquiorra with Naruto nodding in agreement. Can you see why I love her? Asked Naruto with Ulquiorra thinking for a second before giving his answer. Yes. While I do not fully understand humans and their emotions, I see this woman has that emotion in herself for you. She could have moved on. Hyuga Hinata could have been with any other human male in this world and yet she chose you. Not Uchiha Sasuke. Not an Izuka Kiba. Not some wealthy and politically connected man, several if not many years older than herself, explained Ulquiorra while they entered the changing room and the servants began to dress Naruto in the appropriate wedding tuxedo. And I in turn love her. You don't know this, Ulquiorra, but Hinata fought her cousin in the Chunin exam preliminaries, and she was hesitant at first to do battle. Do you know why? Asked Naruto with Ulquiorra just staring at him. Because of her gentle nature, answered Ulquiorra. Yes and no. Hinata's gentle nature is part of the reason why, but also because she was fighting a member of her family, and Hinata did not wish to fight a member of the family just to advance in rank. It's a shame her cousin did not feel the same way and has fallen once more into being the arrogant jerk I remember when I saw him in the chapel at that farce of a wedding, replied Naruto with Ulquiorra raising an eyebrow. I see, said Ulquiorra simply like he understood. No you don't, Ulquiorra. Not until you have family of your own. Not until you are forced to fight someone of your own blood. You understand the concept of it, but you don't truly understand what I'm referring to, and won't understand unless you experience it like she did, explained Naruto, just as the servants finished dressing him. It would take some time for the wedding to get underway, as honored guests would need to be invited, convinced to come and witness this grand event. It wouldn't be easy, even for his Espada, but then again they wouldn't be Espada if they couldn't handle difficult things, and thus wouldn't be worthy of the title. At the moment, Naruto was sitting on his throne, his future wife still in her wedding dress sitting on right next to him, their hands intertwined while sitting to symbolize they were together, and in love without question. It was seen in their eyes, their very body language, and even the energy they gave off when together. It glowed with a warmth that spread throughout Lost No Chase, which every single Arrancar loved dearly, and were happy to know their master was happy. It made each one of the citizens in Lost No Chase work even harder to get the wedding ready, as they all got things together needed for the grand event for Naruto, and the woman he loved. There was just one matter to attend to within its wall, before Naruto could look forward to the event, and that matter was standing before him right now. And that matter's name? It went by the name of Grimmjow, Espada number 6. Grimmjow had been found barely alive by Naruto after the panther-like Arrancar's fight with Ichigo ended and the sneak attack by Espada number 5 had left him near death. Naruto had healed the man, but did not trust such an ambitious Espada to keep himself in check after Aizen's death, and thus had Grimmjow stowed away in the Kaja negation like had been done to Ulquiorra. However, Naruto having borrowed Ulquiorra's own, due to the fourth Espada didn't have any fraction, altered it to hold even Grimmjow for much longer, and only let the sixth Espada out when he wished it so they could talk. Now was that time. "So you're the boss running Lost No Chase, huh?" asked Grimmjow, as he looked at Naruto with eyes trying to judge the hollow god, and then looked at Hinata sitting on the throne next to him. Boss, king, emperor, and god all rolled up into one. Aizen may have been a Shinigami, but he was stronger than you, Grimmjow, and I killed Aizen. "What do you think?" asked Naruto with Grimmjow grinning while seeing Haribel and Ulquiorra in the room. "I think you're in my seat," replied Grimmjow with a smile on his face and disrespect in his blue eyes. "Impudent child," answered Naruto with narrowed his eyes at Grimmjow before blasting the Arrancar with spiritual pressure that forced him to his knees. "This power. It's even heavier than Aizen's was after I walked away from the table during that meeting regarding intruders entering Lost No Chase," thought Grimmjow while sweating up a storm and noticed the other Espada were unaffected. "I know you are prideful, Grimmjow. In many ways, you remind me of me when I was a child wanting to be the best around. To be the king, if you will. Though that was a long time ago, and I will not tolerate an Espada in my ranks with zero respect for my authority. I want you to understand this, simple Grimmjow. I respect loyalty and strength from those that follow me. You already have strength, but no loyalty. I need both, Grimmjow. What good are you to me and Lost No Chase if I don't have your loyalty?" asked Naruto, as he let up on the spiritual pressure, and let the Espada breathe. "I can be loyal. I just want respect for the strength I have, since it's more than most of the Arrancar in Lost No Chase," answered Grimmjow with Naruto looking down at him. "I have always respected strength, Grimmjow. But I don't respect those that don't show restraint when restraint is necessary. Ulquiorra and Haribel show restraint. Even Stark does, with his other half being separated from him to ensure he doesn't kill everyone in range of his power. You constantly flaunt your power like some arrogant child waving around his favorite and mocking everyone with it, disrespecting everyone around you because your pride and arrogance make you believe you're better than everyone else," said Naruto with Grimmjow gritting his teeth. "Because I am better," exclaimed Grimmjow, who got sent flying back after a bala hit the ground in front of him, and sent him flying back 20 feet from the explosion. "That was me being nice, Grimmjow. Next time I'll hit you with a zero, and my aim will be dead on the mark," said Naruto seeing Grimmjow get up slightly. "What do you want from me?" asked Grimmjow while looking at the hollow god. "Your loyalty. I know you want to be the strongest, Grimmjow. I have no problem with you wanting to get stronger. All I ask is that your strength be used to defend Lost No Chase, and those within it. If you truly wish to be a king, you must learn to love and respect the subjects a king has when ruling over a kingdom. Every single Arrancar here in Lost No Chase is trying to get stronger to protect this place, and those living in it. Can I count on you to do the same?" asked Naruto with Grimmjow seeing Ulquiorra and Haribel also looking at him intently to gauge his response. "Sure. Can I have a little fun on the side?" asked Grimmjow seeing Naruto smirk. "Sure. Within reason," answered Naruto, while giving Grimmjow a "cross me and you'll wish you were dead" look. Then go. Your old quarters were left untouched, said Naruto with Grimmjow nodding and left. Do you think he'll betray you, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata with a hint of worry, since it was clear Grimmjow was an ambitious man. No. Grimmjow is ambitious, but he's not stupid. He knows I'm stronger than him by far, and any confrontation would be suicide on his part, said Naruto reassuringly before the head of the Exequias Kalutreborn came in and bowed to him. Pardon the intrusion, sir, but I thought you should know a ship has just docked on our shores, and noticed the occupants disembarking are Konoha shinobi, said Redborn with Naruto not looking a tad bit surprised. So they took the bait, just like I hoped. Are the wedding arrangements still being made? Asked Naruto, with Redborn nodding. Yes, but the preparations are almost complete. The guests are being entertained by some of the triple-digit level Arrancars and have not been informed of the sudden arrival of the uninvited guests, answered Redborn while Naruto smirked. I see. It's time I get ready for our wedding, Hinata-chan. Harabelle, escort Hinata to where the wedding ceremony will take place. Ulquiorra, walk with me, since we have much to discuss. Redborn, make sure the guests are well protected by the Exequias, and no leaf shinobi harms them, commanded Naruto, with Redborn nodding before he was gone via Sonido while Harabelle walked with Hinata to the wedding altar. As Naruto went to get dressed in more wedding-appropriate attire, Ulquiorra walked in step slightly behind him, and were silent for some time. Naruto did this to collect his thoughts on the matter at hand with the wedding, his vision of the future with Hinata, and the Arrancars of Las Noches. Ulquiorra was silent, because it was not right for him to speak first. Tell me, Ulquiorra, what do you see when looking at humans? Asked Naruto, with the Espada looking briefly at him. I honestly don't care for them one way or another. Most of them are trash in my eyes, replied Ulquiorra in his usual dry I don't really care tone. Most? Questioned Naruto with a raised eyebrow. There are some humans worthy of being spared death and despair, said Ulquiorra to further clarify his previous response. What do you think of Hinata? Asked Naruto with Ulquiorra pausing slightly before giving his response. Hyuga Hinata is strong in her own right for a human. She reminds me of the woman named Orihime. They are both gentle, wishing to heal and protect others with their own respected powers, replied Ulquiorra with Naruto nodding in agreement. Can you see why I love her? Asked Naruto with Ulquiorra thinking for a second before giving his answer. Yes. While I do not fully understand humans and their emotions, I see this woman has that emotion in herself for you. She could have moved on. Hyuga Hinata could have been with any other human male in this world, and yet she chose you. Not Uchiha Sasuke. Not an Izuka Kiba. Not some wealthy and politically connected man, several if not many years older than herself, explained Ulquiorra while they entered the changing room and the servants began to dress Naruto in the appropriate wedding tuxedo. And I in turn love her. You don't know this, Ulquiorra, but Hinata fought her cousin in the Chunin exam preliminaries, and she was hesitant at first to do battle. Do you know why? Asked Naruto with Ulquiorra just staring at him. Because of her gentle nature, answered Ulquiorra. Yes and no. Hinata's gentle nature is part of the reason why, but also because she was fighting a member of her family, and Hinata did not wish to fight a member of the family just to advance in rank. It's a shame her cousin did not feel the same way and has fallen once more into being the arrogant jerk I remember when I saw him in the chapel at that farce of a wedding, replied Naruto with Ulquiorra raising an eyebrow. I see, said Ulquiorra simply like he understood. No you don't, Ulquiorra. Not until you have family of your own. Not until you are forced to fight someone of your own blood. You understand the concept of it, but you don't truly understand what I'm referring to, and won't understand unless you experience it like she did, explained Naruto, just as the servants finished dressing him. My apologize, Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra with Naruto waving it off before putting a hand on the Espada's shoulder. There is no need for that, my Ulquiorra. You have lived a life filled with despair and no one taught you how to understand emotions. Whether Aizen did that for a reason or not is irrelevant at the moment. The point is you only have to apologize for things worth being apologetic for, and this isn't one of them, said Naruto, with a smile while Ulquiorra just had his eyebrow raised. I don't think I'll ever understand human emotions, replied Ulquiorra, with Naruto just smirking at him. We'll see. Now let's not keep my future wife waiting. It's considered to be bad manners, explained Naruto, before they used Sonido to get to the outside wedding altar. Outside Las Noches walls. So this is the place Naruto lives in, huh? And I thought the Fire Daimyo's castle at the capital was a well-fortified place, said Jiraiya, as he looked up to see the massive wall that was smooth, and had a strange feeling to it. We need to get there and quickly. I will not allow Hinata to live that thing, exclaimed Kurenai, as she had done her best to make Hinata stop loving Naruto, but the Hyuga girl had long since abandoned the means of being weak, and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's death only made her now former student fight back against the tide. Troublesome. This wall somehow repels chakra, so walking up is out of the question, said Narashikaku, as he tired to push chakra against the wall, and got repelled for his troubles. So going that way won't work. What about summoning the Toad boss Jiraiya? Could we just go in using the old smash and grab routine? Asked Inoichi with Jiraiya shaking his head. I can't. Don't you remember? Asked Jiraiya, as it was one of the things only those on the Hokage, the councils, and clan heads knew about until now, with the others being here to know this. Remember what? Asked Asuma, while the others flinched. I can't summon the toads anymore. Or use my sage mode either since I need Ma and Pa Toad to go into the form. It happened shortly after Naruto's execution thanks to Sabaku no Temari of Tsune and her weasel summons telling just about every summoning animal in the summoning world what we did, explained Jiraiya while his mind went back to that day. Flashback Hokage Tower. Despite the various countries and shinobi villages ending alliances with us, I'm fairly confident our strength alone is more than enough to handle our enemies. Kakashi will focus on Uchiha Sasuke learning how to use his Sharingan to its fullest potential and to suppress the power of the Biju in the Jinchuriki from other villages, said Tsunade, as they began to conclude the meeting they were having over recent activities following his demise. Is there any new business before we conclude this meeting? Asked Koharu, with just about everyone shaking their heads no. Before a massive amount of smoke filled the center of the room and made everyone go on guard in case this was a surprise attack. When the smoke cleared, everyone in the room was stunned to see the great Toad sage himself in his chair with Ma and Pa on either side of him looking greatly displeased. The room had special seals on it to expand instantly in order to accommodate people of incredibly large sizes. Ma? Pa? Agama-sama? What's going on? Asked Jiraiya, stepping forward, but the three toads, and their glare, stopped him from going any further. I should be asking you that, Jiraiya. Word has come to us, and the rest of the toads about your treachery, said Agama, his power rising from his old body and showed his age, did not mean he was easy prey. Treachery? What treachery? Asked Jiraiya while taking several steps back from them. Do not play us for fools, Jiraiya. We know all about your actions against Naruto and his death. You deliberately ended the contract he had with us so we would be kept in the dark. Fortunately for us, a messenger from the weasels came and explained what happened to Naruto after being told by its own summoner what she witnessed. How dare you betray Minato's son, exclaimed Pa with Jiraiya flinching under their gaze. We did what we felt needed to be done, Pa. The boy's power was unstable and was a threat to everyone. Your own prophecy foretold he had the power to destroy the world, Agama-sama, answered Jiraiya with the great Toad sage glaring at him. You fool. I foretold that he would save or destroy the world. What side Naruto chose when the time came would be based on your actions towards him, explained Agama with Pa and Ma nodding in agreement. Well, now we don't have to worry about the demon brat anymore, because he's dead and the world is no longer threatened, said Danzo, while feeling quite pleased with himself along with everyone else, knowing that they had a hand in preventing a prophecy from happening. It made him feel godly. What makes you think the prophecy isn't going to happen? Countered Agama, which in effect made everyone with smirks on their face leave, and their eyes widened. Are you saying the prophecy will happen? Even after Naruto's death? asked Tsunade while seeing the great toad sage look at her. Death does not stop a prophecy from happening. It only delays and alters it. Because of your actions, I see the coming darkness, and there is nothing you can do to stop it, said Agama with Jiraiya starting to sweat a little. We stopped your prophecy before now, great toad sage. We can do so again, replied Danzo firmly in the belief he could change the world and stop this prophecy. Not this time. I see a distant shattered land where this darkness will come from. Many will gather to fight him. In the end, no one will survive his wrathful hand. All will bow before the power of the Empty One. None can stand against the might of the Hollow God, exclaimed Agama ominously at the people in the room. Jiraiya. For your betrayal of both Minato and Naruto, we hereby strip you of your sage powers, and the Toad summoning contract. Never again will the Toads help a shinobi affiliated with Konoha ever again, said Pa before he and Ma extracted the sage energy from Jiraiya with the ability to call upon it being sealed away. Jiraiya was not expecting this in the slightest from the Toads. He felt a large piece of himself being ripped away and fell to his knees before collapsing to the ground. He felt older now, like solid 10 years worth of his life had been sucked right out of him. When Jiraiya looked up at the Toads, he saw them glaring down at him, and all the man could do was glare back before they were gone. End flashback. They took away your ability to be a sage? Asked Asuma, seeing Jiraiya nod. Yeah. Tsunade even lost her ability to summon the slugs too. Katsuyu was informed by Gamabunta of what they perceived to be our betrayal of Naruto and his parents, replied Jiraiya with a sigh while wondering how they planned to get into the massive fortress of a place. Troublesome. Considering our options, let's keep trying to walk up the wall using some old-school methods shinobi used before chakra control was perfected, and rescue our target, said Shikaku with the others agreeing while putting on steel hand and foot spikes before climbing up the wall. He may be a lazy sloth of a shinobi, but the Nara is smart, Kurenai remarked and joined him with the others. They had a Hyuga to save and a traitor of the leaf to punish. With Naruto. I can't believe it. You're actually back from the dead, exclaimed Koyuki, as she hugged the Arrancar, and was surprised to see Naruto standing before her all ready to be married like his death never happened. Yeah. It's good to be back, replied Naruto while returning the hug and then went over to Gaara to shake the man's hand. You are the most unpredictable man I've ever known, said Gaara with Naruto laughing at his words since they were true. You know me, Gaara. If I were to suddenly become predictable, I'd be boring, answered Naruto with Gaara smirking at him. Wow. Naruto became quite a catch. Much better than the Uchiha or that lazy bastard Shikamaru. I can't believe I had a mild Kurosei-chan, the lazy sloth, thought Temari while thinking back to her feelings for Shikamaru and how the Nara had acted so stupid in siding with the rest of Konoha in wanting Naruto dead. Troublesome. Even if Naruto wasn't the monster he has inside his gut, the threat of the fox getting out is too high, and in shogi a player's strongest piece must be sacrificed at times for the overall victory. Overall victory, my Iron Fan. Shikamaru was just too damn lazy and stupid to think this matter through. I could never sacrifice Gaara in such a manner before or after Naruto helped him out, thought Temari while Naruto walked over to Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari from Wave Country before coming over to greet her. Sorry about not coming over sooner. You look deep in thought, said Naruto with Temari shaking thoughts about what Shikamaru said out of her mind. No. Well, maybe a little bit. Still, I can't believe you're back, and with all of this too, exclaimed Temari, seeing all the Arrancar around her and was actually surprised to see Mitarashi Anko of all people here being the maid of honor for this wedding. What can I say? I'm full of surprises, answered Naruto before sending a hand signal to the music crew on standby to play wedding music. It was time to begin. It's happening. I'm going to marry Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, as she was shaking from excitement at her dream that was once a painful reminder of what could never be was now becoming true, and it made the Hyuga girl's heart swell. After Naruto's death she dreamed of taking control of her clan to change it in order to honor him and trained herself tiresome to become Hyuga clan head. She would train and train until her body was too sore to move, with each spar against a member of the clan being a win in her favor. Still, it was not enough for her so-called father, as he looked very displeased by the fact his usually weak daughter had grown a spine, and was defying him in not banishing Naruto from her thoughts. He didn't care that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was her reason to get stronger, but that being the case made it all the more important for Hayashi to remove Hinata, and by any means possible. She still remembered the day when Tsunade had announced the wedding between herself and Uchiha Sasuke. It had nearly destroyed her, and Tsunade knew it too. The Hokage had a look of triumph on her face at putting someone who still loved Naruto down, and that person being powerless to stop it. Until now. "Ready, Hinata-chan?" asked Naruto in a whisper, with Hinata blushing red. "Ready," whispered Hinata while trying not to faint and praying this wasn't a dream or cruel nightmare she would be forced to wake up from. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today under the eyes of Kami to see one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and one Hyuga Hinata bound in holy matrimony. If there is anyone here who feels these two should not be wed, please speak up now, or forever hold your peace," said Koyuki while seeing no one saying anything. Who would? They better not say anything unless they want Naruto to blow them into tiny pieces so small you'd need a supercharged Byakugan to find them, thought Anko, knowing that would be the end result of someone doing the most stupidest thing in the history of doing stupid things. "Do you Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto take Hyuga Hinata to be your wife? In sickness and in health? For richer or for poorer? Better or worse? For as long as you both shall live?" asked Koyuki, with Naruto nodding. "I do," answered Naruto, with Hinata's smile increasing. "And do you Hyuga Hinata take Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto to be your husband? In sickness and in health? For richer or for poorer? Better or worse? For as long as you both shall live?" asked Koyuki, having just finished saying the questions before Hinata gave her answer. "I do," exclaimed Hinata while letting out a small eep, and her face blushed slightly at being overly enthusiastic with her answer, with some letting out a chuckle. "By the power invested in me as the daimyo of Spring Country, I now pronounce you husband, and wife of Las Noches of Whirlpool. You may now kiss," declared Koyuki, with Hinata practically jumping from her position and kissing Naruto passionately on the lips, with the ruler of Las Noches kissing back with the woman in his arms. Humans and Arrancars alike cheered at seeing the union taking place. "No," exclaimed Kurenai while seeing the nightmare before her eyes, with the rest of the Konoha shinobi at the sight of the wedding taking place from their hidden position. It had taken them so long to get up the wall and follow several Arrancars heading to the wedding ceremony taking place. Kurenai had Shino tagged them with an insect while Kiba focused on finding Hinata's scent in this massive place. If they could pinpoint Hinata's location, they could free her before the wedding, and then get the hell out of this Kami-forsaken place. Only to find the wedding had already ended, with Hinata kissing Naruto right on the lips, with all the highly influential people needed to decree the marriage was legitimate being there. No one would dare challenge such a marriage, with a feudal lord performing the marriage and a Kage with his sister being present to witness this moment in history. Fortunately, no one heard the Jounins' cry of horror and outrage due to the large mass of people cheering loudly at what they witnessed. "This is bad," said Asuma, with the Ino Shikucho first generation nodding in agreement, while Jiraiya and Kurenai were seething with rage. That animal. He has the nerve to marry her? That beast is not worthy of being within 10 feet of Hinata," exclaimed Kurenai angrily while wishing to unleash all her female fury on Naruto for what she perceived to be a forced wedding. "What do you want to do, Jiraiya-sama?" asked Asuma, with Jiraiya watching the two from their position. "Get out of here and report back to Tsunade." "I'll deal with Naruto alone," stated Jiraiya calmly, with his team looking at him. "What? Why?" asked Inoichi, with Jiraiya not answering for a moment. "Because I have to do this. I have to handle this matter personally. Besides, if Naruto does kill me, I can always become a martyr, and Konoha can proclaim him to be a threat to the other villages if not countries of the world," answered Jiraiya while music, singing, laughter, refreshments, and all things found at a wedding were taking place. "Tsunade is going to kill us. You know that right? Questioned Asuma, with Shikaku now shivering in fear at facing an angry female Hokage. Yeah, well, she'll be busy trying to bring me back and then killing me before going after all of you, replied Jiraiya with a bitter chuckle before he became serious. You can't win, Jiraiya. You don't have your sage mode or the toads anymore, stated Shikaku with Jiraiya's frown increasing. I don't have to win, Shikaku. I just have to make sure Naruto loses, if only slightly, replied Jiraiya with the Nara calculating the different ways the Sannin could do that before the most obvious one came to mind. You're going to kill Hinata, aren't you? Asked Shikaku with everyone looking at the Sannin now. He's in possession of a rare and exclusive to Konoha-only bloodline. It's standard policy that we make sure no one from her clan lives any place outside of Konoha, marries, or even breeds with anyone outside of Konoha to prevent a potential conflict. That's the rule, Shikaku. Besides, do you want to see her married to him? Have his baby? Replied Jiraiya, seeing Kurenai's eyes hardened at his words, but softened knowing what Jiraiya had to do regarding Hinata, and needed to be done. If and when you do kill Hinata, just make it quick, said Kurenai while believing that Hinata being killed was better for her former student instead of being Naruto's wife and future mother to any child they had together. Of course, replied Jiraiya knowing it would take all of his cunning to do it. Pathetic, said a voice above them, and the Konoha shinobi looked up to see a grinning figure with blue hair with a bone-like mouth along one side of his mouth. Who are you? Asked Shikaku while wondering how this person could hover over them like that. My name? It's Jagerjax Grimmjow. One of the Espada elite of Naruto-sama's army of Arrancars, answered Grimmjow with a grin on his face. Arrancars? Asked Asuma with Grimmjow just grinning at them. Nice try, human, but that's all the information you're going to get out of me about us, and the boss, replied Grimmjow with the group of Konoha shinobi watching the man slowly descend to the ground. You haven't raised an alarm on us. Why? Asked Choza seeing Grimmjow smirking at them. I don't need to alert them of your presence. They have known of your arrival before you even got off the boat, answered Grimmjow simply with the group tensing and grinned at the sight of them showing so much fear. It's a trap, exclaimed Asuma before he moved to punch Grimmjow in the face and was shocked that it had no effect on the Espada once it made contact. And cried out in pain when he felt his entire arm break in multiple places. Asuma, cried Kurenai, as she moved to her secret husband, and glared at the Espada, grinning more at the sight of Asuma's broken bleeding arm. That wasn't a bad punch actually. You humans here are much tougher than the ones I know exist. Still, I think you should just give up, and not piss off the boss. He just got married, replied Grimmjow simply while letting out a chuckle at seeing Kurenai's angry expression. He won't enjoy it for long, countered Kurenai with venom in her voice. Oh really? And how do you figure that? Asked Grimmjow with his grin never leaving. You Espada elite don't mind your surroundings very much, said Shikaku while binding Grimmjow with his shadow possession jutsu, and Jiraiya moved to ruin the moment that Naruto was having with Hinata. You just don't get it. Your friend is rushing to his doom, replied Grimmjow simply. Maybe, but at least he'll make sure Naruto pays for taking Hinata away, countered Kurenai while she saw the shadow holding Grimmjow snake its way to his throat. Is that what you think he'll do? Kill the woman? That baka for a human won't get within 20 feet of Naruto-sama's wife, exclaimed Grimmjow with a maniac-like laughter before he broke the shadow possession jutsu and struck Shikaku in the gut with his fist. Shikaku, called Choza while Grimmjow raised his other hand and began to form a red orb around his hand. Even if the guy does kill Naruto-sama's wife, it just means the end of your people, and a whole lot of fun for me to help him exact his revenge. But since you are so adamant to start a fight, I'll give your village and country a reason to fight back. Zero, exclaimed Grimmjow and blast Shikaku right in the face with his zero until only the lower half of the man at the waist remained to fall to the floor. No, yelled Anoichi at seeing his friend die while the sound of a battle was being heard where the Naruto and Hinata were supposed to be dancing. One pathetic human down. Many pathetic humans to go, said Grimmjow with the grin on his face never leaving him. With Naruto was dancing with Hinata, the woman moving in motion with him in their dance, and loving the close proximity their bodies had to each other. Hinata was content being like this with Naruto and wouldn't ask for anything else in the world if she could be held like this by him every day. The people around her watched as they danced slowly to the music befitting a wedding and the speed of the dance itself. "Hinata-chan," asked Naruto into her ear. "Yes, Naruto-kun," replied Hinata into his own. "I just want to say thank you for loving me. It was because of your love that I kept my sanity in the darkness of Hueco Mundo, where I was living after I died. Hate and madness had nearly consumed me into being a mindless beast like everyone called me in Konoha. I felt nothing but the desire to destroy all that was life until I remembered your words. I heard them, I remember feeling your kiss, and the memory of it all calmed my being. I could see and hear things clearly because of your words, my Hinata-chan. I could have never been what I am now without you," said Naruto with Hinata holding him tighter and face pressed against his shoulder. "And I meant every word," said Hinata with a smile on her face that couldn't be removed. "Intruder," called out an Arrancar, making people turn to see Jiraiya of the Sannin rushing to the bride and groom with a Rasengan in hand. "Jiraiya, you prideful fool," said Naruto more to himself than Hinata. "I won't let him hurt you," replied Hinata with her eyes active and ready to fight by her husband's side. Sure enough, Jiraiya was upon them after leaping into the air after dodging Kami knows how many Arrancars, some sand, and wind jutsu while the exequias were keeping the civilian guests from being harmed. Of course, Naruto had already given orders for the Sannin to get this far. Out of the entire group of shinobi entering Lost Noches to no doubt retrieve Hinata from him, Jiraiya was still the strongest due to his years of experience, and the variety of jutsus he knew. "It's not me, Jiraiya wants to kill Hinata-chan," replied Naruto, as he could see the look in Jiraiya's eyes, and saw the intent to kill was not aimed at himself. It was aimed at Hinata. Activating the Garganta in front of him and Hinata with Jiraiya diving right into it with his hand outstretched with the Rasengan. The man couldn't get away from it, even if he tried, and was consumed in the Garganta. Moments later, another Garganta opened with Jiraiya coming out of it, and landing in the middle of Konoha much to everyone's shock. Getting off the ground, the Sannin looked up to see the hole in the sky close, and cursed himself for falling for such a ploy. Now the others are at the mercy of Naruto. Damn it, thought Jiraiya, knowing Tsunade was going to be pissed off at hearing this. As for Naruto, he had just calmed down, and reassured all of his guests that the uninvited guests from Konoha were being dealt with at the moment. After doing that, he went to make sure that his words were in fact true, and was pleased to see the exequias had the leaf shinobi surrounded with Grimmjow there with a big fat grin on his face. "Hey boss. Does this prove my loyalty?" asked Grimmjow, seeing Naruto smirk at him. "You know what, Grimmjow? This just might." "Exequias. Take this pile of human trash away and in separate rooms to keep them from talking to one another," replied Naruto with his exequias obeying his command while Grimmjow just smirked at him. "You seem a bit surprised," Grimmjow said with Naruto smirking back. "A little." "Can you blame me?" asked Naruto with Grimmjow giving him a shrug. "No. I'll admit, I did go against orders when Aizen was in charge. But you aren't some rogue Shinigami, so I see no reason to disobey," answered Grimmjow with a grin. "That and I'll kick your ass," said Naruto with Grimmjow giving a reluctant nod. "That too," replied Grimmjow, since that was true. "Come on. We're missing out on the celebration," said Naruto before they used Sonido to get back to the party. "Hokage Tower sometime later." "So he was expecting you," stated Danzo with the councils and what was left of the clan heads meeting with the Hokage in the room when Jiraiya gave his report. "Yeah. Naruto knew before we even got off the boat. Probably figured what our plan was before even setting out to Whirlpool," answered Jiraiya while taking the loss of the team he had with him very hard. Naruto was now in possession of 3 clan heads. Asuma himself was a member of the Sarutobi clan, and of the Daimyo 12 with his wife too. Not to mention 2 clan heirs from Kurenai's old team meant to help with the recon. Who knows what horrible things Naruto was having done to them behind the walls of Lost Noches in Whirlpool country. Damn it, How do we get them back alive? Thought Tsunade angrily at how bad things became because of this. As if on cue, a hole, the roof materialized, and those two clan heirs fell through it right onto Jiraiya. Both were beaten and bloody from the looks of things. Akamaru came down seconds later, though the big dog was not harmed in the slightest from the looks of things. Kiba exclaimed at seeing her son so messed up. Get these two to the hospital now, commanded Tsunade, with Shizune obeying her. It would seem we have once again underestimated the Kyuubi brat, stated Danzo, with distaste in mouth at being bested by what should have been the village's weapon. His weapon. We have to counter the demon's actions now. From what Jiraiya just reported to us, the Spring Daimyo herself performed the marriage between the two, and the Kazekage of Suna with his sister witnessed the event. There is no way to challenge the legitimacy of the marriage performed with that level of influential people there, exclaimed Hayashi, as he now had his eldest child married to that demonic creature, and his clan couldn't even benefit from it. Hyuga Hinata was in an arranged marriage with Uchiha Sasuke. This marriage she has with him is invalid on that fact alone. I'll ask the Fire Daimyo to negotiate her return here so she can be properly married to her rightful husband, stated Tsunade, knowing it would appease the irate Hyuga clan head. Please do so, immediately, Hokage-sama. The longer Hinata stays with that beast, the greater the chance of her being pregnant with his child, and I will not call such an evil abomination my grandchild, exclaimed Hayashi furiously. Las noches that night. The two pieces of trash and the dog were dropped off via Garganta at their destination just as you requested, Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra, with Naruto smiling at him. Thank you, Ulquiorra. Hopefully they'll give Tsunade the message that crossing me is not in Konoha's best interest, replied Naruto while walking with the Espada down the long corridor that would soon lead to his chambers. What do you wish to do with the rest of the trash? Asked Ulquiorra, knowing they still had the other prisoners to deal with. Grimmjow killed the Nara, correct, replied Naruto with a slight frown while Ulquiorra just nodded. Yes. Did you want him alive? Asked Ulquiorra with Naruto shaking his head. No. That one comes from a clan filled with highly intelligent shinobi, despite their lazy Stark-like nature. Plus, it was done in front of the others, and will instill fear into their hearts, said Naruto before stopping at the door leading to his chambers. And what fate have you decided with their lives? Asked Ulquiorra, seeing Naruto pause in thought. Have Grimmjow and Anko handle them. Tell them I want our guests to know the same kind of pain they unleashed on me when I was just a child, said Naruto with his voice now cold and deadly serious. As you command, Naruto-sama, said Ulquiorra before he bowed and was gone. With that matter now handled, Naruto opened the door to his room, and saw the sight of Hyuga Hinata by his bed wearing a white see-through nightgown. She looked at him, her face cherry red, and a smile that adored it was simply stunning with the look of love in Hinata's eyes. As if compelled, Naruto walked over to her, placed a gentle hand on the woman's face, and savored the feeling such a simple action could invoke within his body. Driving on with greater instincts, Naruto kissed Hinata on the lips with a passion, and wrapped his arms around her body. Hinata moaned when his hand touched her face, his kiss melted her inside, and once more felt his very presence making the Hyuga woman weak in the knees. This had been one of her other dreams she had after his initial death, which turned nightmare when waking up, and finally turned into reality. She felt his hands move to her nightgown, his gentle hands removing it slowly, whether to keep it intact for the future, or to just drive his wife mad she didn't know. What Hinata did know was her own hands were not idle, as they removed his white short-sleeved shirt, and then slowly went down his torso to feel the muscles there. She remembered how battered he would get either from training, the attacks on his person growing up, or the end result of his torture, the dreaded day before his execution. How many wounds and scars would he have if it weren't for Kyuubi's healing power? Too many. Hinata suddenly shuddered at feeling the sudden rush of his hands on her body when the nightgown fell, exposing her body to the man she loved with all her being, and moaned when he kissed along her neckline. The Hyuga woman soon found her gentle hands now almost trembling at the waistline of his pants, knowing what lay beyond the clothing. A hesitation of sorts ran through her, and yet she could practically feel him wanting her to continue. So she did. Hinata loosened his pants until they were on the ground at his feet to join her nightgown and felt his hand on her rear end push her hips to meet him. She gasped at feeling what was there, waiting to enter, waiting to impale upon her body the feeling of bliss, and the eventual release of his seed would bring about a feeling unlike any other. Can you feel it, Hinata-chan? Can you feel my desire? My love and wanting of you, asked Naruto into her ear, and Hinata could only shudder at the feeling. Yes. Yes, I do. Take me, Naruto-kun, take me as your wife and lover forevermore, exclaimed Hinata, as she kissed him on the lips, and Naruto returning it. As you wish, my Hime. If I am king of Lost Noches of Whirlpool, then you, my dear, are its queen, and beautiful one at that, thought Naruto, as he took Hinata to his bed, his body on top of hers, and began would be one of many blissful nights to come. 2 weeks later. Naruto-sama, an emissary, is here from Fire Country carrying the emblem of the Fire Daimyo himself, and requests an audience with you, said an Arrancar from the Exequias division. Interesting. Send him in, answered a curious and slightly amused Naruto on his throne with a glowing Hinata sitting beside him. Thank you for seeing me, Namikaze-sama of Lost Noches. I am honored to be here, said the emissary, as he bowed heavily before rising to his full height, and saw Naruto was giving him a calculating look. As you should. I don't let just anyone come to Lost Noches and let them see me. I have many enemies, and they hate me with a passion you wouldn't believe. So tell me, emissary of the Fire Daimyo, just what does the feudal lord of Fire Country want with me that he would send you? Asked Naruto, with the emissary looking briefly at Hinata, though he did his best to hide it. It has come to the Fire Daimyo's attention that you are alive, given the fact you were at one point dead after your execution on the order of Konoha's Hokage, and wishes to say he is glad you are alive. My daimyo, however, was also told you ruined the marriage between Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata a little over a week ago. He wishes you to return Hyuga Hinata to Konoha, where her future husband is awaiting to be married to her, and to pay restitution to Konoha for your actions, stated the emissary, with Hinata narrowing her eyes at him. I see. So you are not here on whims of the Fire Daimyo, but rather the Hokage herself, who no doubt bitched, complained, and basically sobbed her way into your feudal lord's heart. Did the Hokage tell the Fire Daimyo that I am now married to this wonderful and exquisite woman beside me? Asked Naruto, while putting a hand on Hinata, and she had wrapped her hands around his own. Yes. She did actually. It is the opinion of the Fire Daimyo that since Uchiha Sasuke's and Hyuga Hinata's wedding was prearranged, your marriage is not valid, explained the emissary, who was blasted by an intense wave of spiritual pressure, and fell to his knees before he looked up to see the one causing it. And was surprised to see it was Hyuga Hinata. Since that night when they coupled, Naruto had known the lifespan of humans, and that of Arrancars would be different by a landslide. He loved Hinata too much to see her one day become old, gray, and then die while his body stayed alive for Kami knows how long, since Arrancars aged amazingly slow, if not at all once reaching full development. So to counter this, Naruto had used his power to turn Hinata into an Arrancar like himself, as he bit her shoulder on their wedding night, and channeling the same power the Hogyoku used in turning hollows into Arrancars. When that happened, the first human turned Arrancar was in a sense born into existence, and her name was Namikaze Hyuga Hinata. For the past week, when they weren't reading in bed, they were training in using her new powers, and Hinata learned fast in using spiritual energy. She wanted to be strong. Not just for herself, but for Naruto, and prove she was worthy of being his husband. Hinata pushed herself in their training sessions each day and made love to Naruto each night, with the king of Lost Noches loving every second of it. While she was not in Naruto's general area of power, far from it given how she was still new at it, Hinata found herself able to rank herself among the double-digit Arrancar of Lost Noches, and with enough training would get to the single-digit ones. Naruto estimated with a steady, but rather harsh regimen of training, Hinata could reach that goal within at least the next 5 years, and maybe even give Grimmjow a run for his money if she pushed it. The only real indication of Hinata being an Arrancar was actually well hidden around her chest area and acting like a very supported bra, just like Harabel had, from what Hyuga woman had seen in the massive public hot springs Naruto had personally built himself for the female Arrancars. There had been an issue regarding male Arrancars peeping in on the females, but Naruto had put a stop to it by declaring all male Arrancars caught peeping would risk their manhood, and the females were allowed to beat them really bad with many strikes to the genitals. Since then few cases were ever reported. You dare to call my marriage to Naruto-kun invalid? What right does the fire daimyo have to deny my marriage to the man I love? Our marriage was made by another daimyo with a Kage and his sister being witnesses among many others, exclaimed Hinata, as she saw the scared man trying not to look so pathetic in their presence, and pee himself under the intense pressure she had unleashed. It is not I who is saying such a thing, Hinata-sama, but rather the fire daimyo of Fire Country, and only say it to you because I am his emissary, said the man looking into her angry eyes that spoke of unleashing pain on anyone that dared to cross her. With a squeeze of his hand over Hinata's, the Hyuga woman stopped her invisible attack on the poor mortal man, and his wife looked at him with the desire to smite this man. He also knew that this same man struggling to breathe and not soil himself would be happy if it was known Hinata couldn't use Zero or even Bala just yet. Mr. Emissary, if you do value your life, I would suggest you return back to Fire Country immediately, and give the Fire Daimyo a message. A message that he should then relay to the Hokage about hearing their request of us, or rather of my wife. You will tell them to go to hell and be prepared for a war that will be a one-sided fight not in their favor, replied Naruto while glaring down at the man nodding quickly in front of him. Behind the man, a Garganta appeared, Harabel with her fraction now coming out of the shadows, and grabbed the emissary by his shoulder. They were walking with the man currently being dragged behind them, as Naruto watched the five leave his and Hinata's sight. They have the nerve to denounce our marriage, exclaimed Hinata after the Garganta closed while feeling her pent-up frustration over the situation arise once more. It was bad enough Naruto had to die for doing his job. It was worse to know she would never be married to him. Each new weight growing with each passing day, month, and year within Konoha, while the last one being married to Uchiha Sasuke of all people had nearly made Hinata wish to end her life. And now those fools in Konoha dare have the Fire Daimyo of Fire Country claim her very marriage to Naruto be considered invalid. Calm yourself, Hinata. The words of the Fire Daimyo are empty, said Naruto calmly with Hinata calming down only slightly. It's still cruel. Our wedding was legal in all aspects and they denounce our marriage like it was some kind of abomination, explained Hinata with Naruto nodding in agreement with her. I agree. I think it's time, we made sure they took our intentions seriously, said Naruto before snapping his fingers and the head of the exequious Kalute Redborn appeared kneeling at the steps of the throne. You summoned me, Naruto-sama? Asked Redborn with his head down. Yes. Bring the prisoners from their cells and prepare some of your exequias for a trip with me to Konoha, answered Naruto with the man taking Hinata's hand to walk down the steps of the throne with Redborn nodding before vanishing via Sonido. What do you plan to do? Asked Hinata with Naruto smirking at her. You'll see, my dear. Ulquiorra, said Naruto with the pale-skinned Espada appeared. You called Naruto-sama? Asked Ulquiorra after appearing. You're in charge of Las Noches and its defense until our return, said Naruto with the Espada nodding. As you command, Naruto-sama, replied Ulquiorra knowing that any and all threats to this place would be destroyed. What about Harabel-san? Asked Hinata while the Garganta opened and Redborn was there with a small squad of exequias ready to depart holding the bound prisoners. None of them looking to be in the best of shape. She is ensuring Mr. Emissary does his job, answered Naruto since Harabel had been in the room watching in secret. You'll pay for this, demon, exclaimed Inoichi while he was kneeling and bleeding all over like the others. Grimmjow and Anko really did a number on them all per Naruto's command. How does it feel to know a fraction of my pain, Inoichi? I still owe a great deal more for your mental assaults to me when I was awaiting my execution. Don't worry though, for what I have in mind will be considered more than adequate punishment, replied Naruto, before motioning his forces forward into the Garganta with Hinata beside him. Their hands intertwined. Konoha Village Square. When the Garganta opened, it sounded the alarm to every shinobi that they were being attacked, and when Naruto appeared it caused outright panic among the village populace. They had long thought the bane of their village's existence had been removed with the death of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and could move on with the demons suffering in hell. It was only fair. The Kyuubi had taken so much from them and they deserved something back in return for the trouble the fox caused them. That was what they believed. The Sandaime never told them otherwise, so not hearing anything to contradict what they believed, the village sought to hurt the boy holding the fox, and finally get their revenge by killing the brat. Only for the fox to return alive and more powerful than ever. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Get your lazy shriveled old asses out here. Naruto called out for the whole village to hear, knowing those two would be arriving 3, 2, 1, and die monster, yelled Tsunade, as she was coming down upon him, her fist down aiming to take his head clean off, and was surprised when he blocked the strike with just his right index finger. Still using all the muscles except the one that counts the most. Not that you could, since it's so badly damaged from years of drinking sake nonstop, replied Naruto casually, as he deflected her attack, and responded by sending Tsunade flying back with a mere flick of his finger to her forehead. Rasengan, called out Jiraiya, charging from the ground with his orb of chakra in hand and tried to thrust it into his former student. Only for Naruto to catch the offending hand and break the Sanin's wrist. What are you now without your sage powers? Just a one-trick pony? Asked Naruto with Jiraiya looking shocked that he would know. Who told you? Asked Jiraiya with Naruto smirking at him. Anko summoned Manda and after a little talk, we set some new ground rules for the big purple snake in the grass to accept her as his main summoner, and had him void Orochimaru's own snake contract. Soon after, Anko summoned one of the high-ranked snakes and asked how things were going in terms of Konoha's own. Well, as you can guess, the three-headed snake told us quite a lot about the toads, and the slugs voiding their contracts with you. Not to mention how your fellow Sannin in Rice Country is trying to figure out why he can't summon even the youngest of snakes among Manda's children, explained Naruto, with Jiraiya frowning at him. So it's not secret, stated Jiraiya, with Naruto smirking more. Summoning animals don't keep secrets like that from each other. Apparently, they have to share information with each other regarding such things, and they know to avoid such pathetic summoners from trying to take another contract. It's one of the rules of being a summoning boss among all the animal boss summons. If you don't follow it, then you can no longer be a boss, and are excommunicated from the animal family, explained Naruto, with Jiraiya frowning even further. Why are you here? Asked Jiraiya with Naruto smirking before looking at Tsunade, looking for an opening to strike against him and Hinata. Simple. I want my necklace back from the thief who took it, and I'm even willing to trade my prisoners for the jewel. Provided of course, that Tsunade's willing to bargain, stated Naruto, with Tsunade seething. How dare you? This jewel is mine and has been since my grandfather's time, Tsunade exclaimed with fury in her voice. As I recall from long ago, you lost that jewel in a bet with me, and it became mine. You removed it from me before my death, and that makes you a thief. Naruto shot back with Tsunade glaring daggers at him. I only offered you the necklace in this bet for amusement at the very least and at best to kill you quickly like it did Nawaki or Dan. When you died, I knew it had done the job of cursing its wearer with death, and even you fell to its power, explained Tsunade with a hint of joy in knowing the brat had been defeated by the curse of her grandfather's jewel. No. I was killed because of you and Jiraiya being morons. You killed me out of some need to get revenge against me for what happened to my parents. The necklace I wore had nothing to do with it happening. You too caused that, so in a sense, you are a curse to all those you love, or supposedly love, said Naruto with a smirk on his face at seeing Tsunade's theory about the necklace in connection to him being shot down. Shut your mouth, brat. Tsunade called out, as she slammed her fists into the ground to shake it, and her enemy off balance. It didn't even make Naruto or his Arrancar blink. Tisk tsk tsk. Such an angry response is unbefitting someone of your station as Hokage of Konoha Old Hag. Clearly, you are not meant to hold the position, and should simply step down, countered Naruto with amusement in his voice while kicking Jiraiya away from him until the Sannin had skidded right beside Tsunade. Fucking monster, exclaimed Jiraiya while holding his ribs, knowing they were either cracked or broken. Yeah. Save it for someone who actually care what you think of them, old pervert. Now back to the topic at hand. The jewel Tsunade. Hand it over, or all of these Konoha shinobi you ordered to enter Las Noches to kidnap Hinata from my home will die, and slowly at that right before your eyes, said Naruto before snapping his fingers and the exequias had their zanpakutos drawn. You wouldn't, exclaimed Tsunade with Naruto smirking. And what's to stop me? These fools didn't honor my father's dying wish, nor did they ever treat me with respect growing up, just as you did. On your order, I was tortured both physically and mentally before my execution, with people cheering the whole time I was on the execution grounds, with people repeatedly chanting "kill him," so loudly I'm sure IWA heard everything. They deserve to die for their crimes against me. To suffer as I have suffered, knowing that they will leave this world with uncertainty in their hearts over what will happen to their loved ones. The fear of my wrathful hand swatting them and their souls into the abyss that is hell you wished me to enter upon my own death. So you tell me right now, Senju Tsunade, my mother's loving surrogate mother, just what do you have in mind to spare this group an agonizing death? Asked Naruto, knowing Kiba and Shino were spared dying because he wanted to send a message that his side of the fence was more than capable of hurting Konoha. Now it was time to take the level up to ensure they all got the message loud and clear. Give them back, now, commanded Tsunade, seeing Naruto shaking his head at her. You still are taking me seriously. Well, let me show you exactly why you should take me seriously. Redborn extended Asuma's arm out, replied Naruto, with Redborn nodding and extending Asuma's broken arm while the man cried out in pain. Stop it. Kurenai called out while Naruto looked at her briefly and then at Asuma. Redborn, that's the wrong arm, said Naruto, seeing the head of the exequias dropping the damaged limb and extended the other. What are you doing? Asked Tsunade, seeing Naruto draw his zanpakuto out from his sheath. I'm making you take me seriously, replied Naruto, before cutting Asuma's arm off at the elbow, and the man cried out in pain while blood fell from his wound. Asuma, cried out Kurenai and Tsunade at seeing the man had now lost a limb. Still think I'm joking, old hag? Asked Naruto, while Tsunade grit her teeth at him while he sheathed his blade. Fine. Take the damn necklace. I hope it kills you a second time, exclaimed Tsunade before she ripped it off her person and was about to throw it at him when he held up his hand. Wait. The necklace is only part of it. I want her father, the Konohamaru Corps, Shizune, and Arrancar to be part of this little exchange between us, replied Naruto, with the Hokage looking even more pissed off. You expect me to trade you one Sarutobi for another? After you just crippled one? Tsunade exclaimed furiously while not comprehending why the demon brat would want Shizune. Shizune wasn't one of those Naruto sympathizers, was she? His arm can still be attached if you act fast enough. If they aren't here in the next 10 minutes, another limb from one of the others will be removed, starting with Kurenai, explained Naruto while pointing to the woman glaring daggers at him. Naruto would never forgive the Jounin for her constantly testing out new genjutsus she had learned on him. Each one was designed to make him feel past pain and anguish from his physical abusers and to see how potent they were in terms of making the body believe he was being attacked to the point where the body injured itself. Kurenai had to stop doing it when the fox inside Naruto had started to involuntarily combat them, though that did not stop Kurenai from unleashing them all during his torture before his execution, with the woman having a cruel smirk on her face while doing it. Now it was his turn to pay the bitch of a woman back. You bastard! Tsunade exclaimed with Naruto smirking at her. I learned from best, didn't I? I had the whole village teach me the hard way on how to lash out when spiteful. What's wrong? Can't stand your teachings being used against you? It hurts you deep down, doesn't it? Asked Naruto with Tsunade looking livid when she saw the smirk on his face. I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. Tsunade shot back furiously. Time is ticking away, Tsunade. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The very lives and careers of your shinobi are hanging in the balance, said Naruto while ignoring the angry look on her face. Get Shizune, the Konohamaru Corps, Arrancar, Aizen, and her father, commanded an angry Tsunade to a nearby jounin, who nodded at hearing the command, and vanished from her sight. Smart move, for once, said Naruto before Harabel with Fraction appeared via Sonido and bowed slightly in his presence. The Fire Daimyo's emissary gave his report of what you told him regarding Konoha's demand for your wife Naruto-sama. The feudal lord is not happy at being challenged, explained Harabel with Naruto waving the matter off. He's probably used to getting his way, Harabel-san. What course of action did he take? Asked Naruto with Harabel, glancing at the Konoha shinobi now surrounding them on all sides. The Fire Daimyo foolishly ordered his samurai to capture me since I informed him I was a member of the Espada elite in your army. It did not end well for them, replied Harabel with Naruto smirking at her. It normally doesn't for those who cross blades with you, replied Naruto while letting out a small chuckle while the Espada's Fraction just smirked. The Fire Daimyo himself is also dead, said Harabel, though she whispered that part so no one could hear it. Return to Las Noches, Harabel-san. I left Ulquiorra in command of it until my return, said Naruto with the Espada nodding and leaving via Sonido. Sure enough, within a span of 5 minutes, the group Naruto had requested had arrived, and thus began the prisoner exchange. First, the Konohamaru Corps had been exchanged for Asuma so a medic Nin could save his arms and save his shinobi career. Next was Choza being traded for Aizen and her father, with Arrancar going next in exchange for Inoichi. It was when Shizune was to be exchanged for Kurenai did things get heated. Why do you want Shizune so much, Naruto? Asked Tsunade while glaring at her student-turned assistant currently not meeting the Hokage in the eye. Do you have to ask? Unlike you, Shizune never hated me, but she couldn't never speak out against you either, and had to watch painfully while I suffered so much. You were so busy seeing me hurt you failed to notice how Shizune hated what was happening to me or how she felt afterwards, explained Naruto with Shizune smiling at him while Tsunade glared at her. How can you betray me? My feelings are what should matter to you. How can you not hate him for taking Kushina away from me? Asked Tsunade with Shizune shaking her head. They do matter, Tsunade. But when I was growing up traveling with you, I saw in your states of drunkenness how you kept going on about how the Kyuubi brat had just robbed you of the girl that became like a daughter to you. At first, I embraced that hatred, but that died when I actually met Naruto, and couldn't see how he had caused Kushina's death. He cared about others, defended the very village that hated him, and Naruto even protected you from Kabuto. How could I hate him? Naruto worked himself to the bone for this village day in and day out with his dream to become Hokage like his parents. I couldn't hate him simply because you did, Tsunade, explained Shizune with Naruto just smiling at her. I see. Is that your final decision? Asked Tsunade to Shizune while her eyes were locked onto the younger woman. Yes, it is, Tsunade. I can no longer serve you. Dan, Nawaki, and more importantly your own grandparents would be ashamed of you considering how Mito-san was Kyuubi's first jailer with Kushina being the second, replied Shizune before she began walking towards Naruto while the Arrancar grabbed Kurenai to pick her up and kicked the woman lightly in the rear to make the jounin walk forward. But within Tsunade's slowly breaking mind, things were spiraling out of control, and to see Shizune walk away to join her hated enemy was a crushing blow to any stability she had left. Years of suffering losses, one after another within her own family, her friends during the wars, and now Shizune herself was leaving her side for the enemy. Tsunade felt like she had lost someone else in her life and Shizune was now dead to her in all but name. If that's how you want to play it? Fine. Die, you traitor, exclaimed Tsunade, as she moved quickly to punch Shizune's head clean off her skull, or splatter her head all over the place to stain the village's enemies with the woman's blood. only for the Hokage to be launched back by a strike to her gut, and many watching were surprised to see the source behind the blow was not Naruto. It was Hinata. "That's my wife," said Naruto, with a pride in his voice at seeing his wife using Sonido and hitting the Hokage with her gentle fist. "Hinata," exclaimed Kurenai angrily, but was soon silenced from saying any more when Hinata struck her in the stomach, and several other points around the torso region before she fell to the ground in painful agony. "In case you're wondering what I just did to you, my former sensei, let's just say being a mother is going to get all the more difficult," Hinata replied coldly while the shock of it all washed over Kurenai. She destroyed my womb. "I can never have children," thought Kurenai while on the ground, tears falling from her eyes, and the horror of being denied the right to bring a life into the world striking deep within her heart. "Consider it a proper punishment for what you once said about how you would have seen to it that Naruto never would have children with me or anyone else if he was allowed to live that long," said Hinata, as she remembered that night a few months after Naruto's death, and the people still on their celebration-like fantasy world. How Kurenai was in a bar with Asuma, Kakashi, and several other jounin with Hinata's former sense telling everyone how she would have castrated Naruto if he ever shown an interest in the Hyuga girl. How she would do everything in her power to deny Naruto the mere chance of being a father to a child by any woman and do the world a service in making sure no child of his bloodline existed. When asked by the others why she didn't do that before the brat's execution, Kurenai just shrugged and said, "I didn't simply on a whim of mercy, but if I could do it now, I would," with Hinata running off because she couldn't hear anymore. Kurenai didn't know she had heard this and knew the jounin had often wondered why Hinata had glared at her so much since that night. Now Kurenai knew why. "We're done here. Time to go," stated Naruto finally while opening a garganta and the exequias escorting his group through it with Hinata along with himself being the last. "This means war, Naruto. Can you truly live with yourself knowing your people are going to die?" Jiraiya called out to Naruto with the Arrancar turning his head slightly to look back at him. "You should be asking yourself that very same question about Konoha since none of my forces have shown even a fraction of their power. And then you've forgotten about me, Jiraiya. Think about that while your village falls on dark times," replied Naruto before the garganta closed up behind him. "Damn him," exclaimed Jiraiya while looking at the downed shinobi around him. In a deep, dark, and slightly dank bass of sound deep within Rice Country, Orochimaru of the Sannin couldn't believe what he had heard from one of his spy from Konoha, as the man spoke of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki returning from the grave, more powerful than ever, and was now aiming to make the Leaf suffer beyond comprehension for their betrayal. The Sannin was salivating at the thought of making the boy an experiment to tap into that ability to cheat death without needing to go from one body to the next and truly become an immortal being. He could wipe out Konoha, if Naruto didn't do it first, the Akatsuki out of spite for their own actions against him, and any other fools that would dare try to challenge his new power. He would become a true god and nothing would be out of his reach. "I want the Kyuubi Jinchuriki brought to me, Kabuto. I want you to infiltrate this Lost No Chase and bring him to me. Use whatever you have to do for him to come. Steal his whore of a wife if you must, but I want him here, and kneeling at my feet," commanded Orochimaru with Kabuto bowing slightly. "Of course, Orochimaru-sama, I'll get right on it," answered Kabuto before they heard the sound of someone letting out an amused chuckle. "Oh my. You two seem to think Naruto-sama is both naive and stupid enough to simply just ignore your presence so he can focus primarily on the Leaf Village. TSK, TSK, TSK. For shame on the two of you," said the voice in the darkness that was clearly mocking them. "Who is there? Show yourself," commanded Orochimaru with the mocking laughter once more echoing around them. "As you wish," said the voice, though it was clear whoever this person was only complied with the command because he wished to and not because the Sannin commanded him. "Who are you? And how did you even get in here?" asked Kabuto while seeing the silver-haired man wearing all white, including a matching white trench coat appear, and with a horrible grin that made the medic Nin's spine shiver in fear. "My name is Ikamaru Jin. I was a former Shinigami of Soul Society. However, I have recently left such employment, and now under the direct command of one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. As to how I got here? Well, that is really none of your business, replied Jin with his smile never leaving. So you serve the QB brat, huh? This could prove to be beneficial for the both of us, said Orochimaru with a smirk of his own on his face. Oh? How so? Jin asked curiously, while Orochimaru's smirk increased, though not as much as he would like on account of Jin's own smile never leaving. I am a man who covets power. I need someone like yourself to help me, even the odds against the QB brat. Knowing the boy's tiny intellect, which I'm sure has not changed since his death, he doesn't appreciate you like I would, and doesn't reward all your hard-earned efforts with whatever your heart desires, explained Orochimaru with Jin tilting his head in thought about the idea. Now that you mention it, I do feel underpaid, said Jin while his smile grew even further. See? That's what I'm talking about. Whatever the QB brat is paying for your service I'm sure I could match if not make a better offer, Orochimaru confidently said while Jin tilted his head further while contemplating the idea. While I'm sure you could pay me enough to employ my services, I highly doubt you can match Naruto-sama in terms of power. So my answer to your offer is a big fat no. Jin replied like he was going to say that regardless of the Sanin's offer. Orochimaru's smirk turned into a scowl. It was clear he was less than pleased by Jin's answer. How disappointing. Of course it's not unexpected that the boy would recruit those with a similar level of intelligence as his own, said Orochimaru while Kabuto smirked and saw Jin shake his head. It's sad to say I am not in the same league as Naruto-sama in terms of intelligence. When I look into his eyes when he's thinking, I can see over 1,000 different things running around inside his head, and I find some of them to be, well, I find all of them to be kind of scary. The only idiot here with low-level intelligence are the two of you. Sorry, Jin replied with Orochimaru snarling now, while Kabuto did the same. Low-level intelligence? I am one of the greatest minds ever to exist in the elemental countries. I am a prodigal genius. I have no equal, exclaimed Orochimaru with Jin just smiling and chuckling at the Sanin's outrage. Naruto-sama was right. You are easy to provoke when it comes to your ego, Jin said while seeing Orochimaru getting angrier. Is that so? Let's what he says when I bring back your mutilated corpse after I extract the secrets from within it, said Orochimaru, as he snapped his fingers, and the room was soon flooded with sound shinobi of all different ranks. Oh my! Such a bold display of force you've shown here with so many people ready to die just for you to live a little bit longer than intended. They must really care about their leader to come here to fight and die for you. Or perhaps they're just doing it out of fear of being one of your experiments. Not that I blame them. I've seen quite a few of them and quite frankly, I find them quite crude. Even Captain Kuratsuchi's experiments, while crude, still had some form of natural look to them, said Jin before letting out a sigh and then took out his Zanpakuto. You think your sword will be enough to defeat me? You may have been a Shinigami once, but I do not bow to death, and I never will. I have cheated death for years and will do so again, exclaimed Orochimaru, as he along with Kabuto prepared to fight with the rest of sound shinobi in the room. Jin just continued to smile at them while pointing his Zanpakuto at the Sannin. Shoot to kill, Shinso, said Jin before his sword glowing white and extending beyond the lengths of any weapon capable of extending. It was only thanks to Orochimaru's years of experience and listening to his instincts that he dodged the strike aimed at him. Kabuto however was not so lucky and was quickly sliced vertically in half while leaping away in midair. The medic nin's blood and guts were flying all over the room with everyone watching the horror that had just happened from that single command Jin made to his weapon. What was that attack? His sword acted like Kusanagi, but he called it by another name, and the weapon obeyed him in using such power, thought Orochimaru with Jin's smile never leaving his face. I must be getting slow in my old age. To only hit one of you instead of both in one shot is inexcusable. If Naruto-sama found out, he'd think I was slacking off, and decide to up my training regimen. I'll simply have to put more effort into this, Jin simply said while Orochimaru snarled in rage at not being taken seriously and the loss of his medic nin. Kill him, commanded Orochimaru with the sound shinobi around being hesitant at first, but the glare from the Sannin instilled the necessary fear to obey. and they charged the former Shinigami of Soul Society. Naruto-sama was right again. You would have others face your enemies before facing them yourself, Jin said before he used Flash Step and cut through the sound shinobi around him with ease in a matter of seconds. Such speed shouldn't be possible, thought Orochimaru while seeing his shinobi forces being reduced to pieces while Jin didn't have a drop of blood on his clothing. And now it's your turn to die. But first, Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku, said Jin before he made Racier chains appear and wrap around a surprised Orochimaru with the Sannin now finding himself unable to break free. Release me, commanded Orochimaru, but Jin just kept smiling at him and aimed his Zanpakuto at him. Don't worry, you'll be dead soon enough, and once your body is reduced to a bloody yet empty mess, I'll free you from the chains. Sound good, said Jin like it was the easiest thing to do. Die, yelled Orochimaru, as he shot Kusanagi out from his mouth, and aimed it at Jin with the Shinigami easily dodging the attack. That is truly an interesting sword you have there, Orochimaru. It actually looks like a human version of Shinso here. Who knew humans could be so creative and make such weapons like yours to do things that are basically weak versions of Zanpakuto, said Jin while now being behind the Sannin, and Orochimaru now had the sword out with his tongue wrapped around Kusanagi's hilt. You will die, Shinigami, exclaimed Orochimaru, despite his tongue held his sword and made talking a bit difficult. Former Shinigami actually. Now be a good little worm and die, said Jin before he shot Shinso through the Sannin's skull and killed him with a direct hit to the brain. With his task done, Jin pulled a device out of his pocket Naruto had made for him after raiding the R&D facility, the late number 8 Espada sale of Poro Grands, and making it his own personal laboratory to make things. Nothing that would hurt the other Arrancars, oh my no. Far from it. If anything, Naruto spent time in the labs to make devices that would make life for them easier and enjoyable for his people. Right now, one of the devices Naruto had made, a long-range beacon transmitter, which was simple enough, had been activated, and within moments a large group of Arrancar with 3-digit numbers came out of a Garganta. They were the Privaron Espada prisoner extraction team that Naruto assigned to assist Jin in getting out any and all prisoners the now-dead Sannin had in his base. We are here, Jin-sama, said Gantenbane Mosakita, who saw the former Shinigami turn to face him, and the other Privaron Espada that were with him. Yes, I can see that. Naruto-sama's long-range beacon works well enough over long-range and underground areas. I'll be sure to tell him of the success of the device when I get back to Las Noches, but that will have to wait until we're done here, and freed everyone per the boss's orders, replied Jin before he went with the others out of the blood-stained room. They had work to do. Lightning Country sometime later. Come back here, bitch, yelled a man carrying a scythe in hand with his partner, both wearing a straw hat and black robe with red clouds on it. Screw you, asshole. Go fuck yourself with that weapon, called back the blonde-haired woman they were chasing. What did you just say? Oh, I am going to enjoy fucking you up before we extract that bijou from your fucking body, exclaimed the scythe wielder. You are taking her words a bit seriously, Hayden. I know you're upset we didn't grab the seven-tailed Jinchuriki and Taki, but there is no need to act this way, said the other man running beside Hayden. Shut the fuck up, Kakuzu. She insulted me and Jashin-sama. She must suffer. Hayden exclaimed while they pursued their target. They soon followed the blonde woman from Kumo into an abandoned building before an explosion came above them to cut off any form of retreat for the two. It was clear to them that their prey had decided to become the predator and saw the smirk on her face to prove they were correct in their assumption. Is there anything you two fuckers want to say before I rip your asses to pieces with the power of a two-tailed bijou? Asked Miyujito while calling on the power of Nibi sealed inside of her. Yes. You think you've trapped us, but in truth, we've got you trapped. And this fight was over before it even started, said Kakuzu with Hayden smirking evilly at Yujito. Hissing like a cat at the two Akatsuki members, Yujito charged them with Nibi's power flaring around her, and soon the battle was joined. The victor, or possibly victors of this fight, would be allowed to live and the defeated would not live to see the next sun rise. Iron Country several months later. Tsunade sat in her seat, her hand interlaced together in front of her face, and looking at the other Kages sitting down at this meeting. 4 months. The 5th Hokage had Jiraiya keep tabs on Naruto's activities, which wasn't easy given how few humans lived in Las Noches, and even then there was rumors of them being changed into something similar to what Naruto had become. When word reached Tsunade of Rice Country being obliterated at the hands of a single being, who Inoichi told Tsunade was the Espada they met in Las Noches by the name of Grimmjow, it was clear this new power was a threat to Konoha, and to a slightly lesser extent, the other shinobi villages. Hence, while the other 4 Kages were here, though it was clear Gaara didn't perceive Naruto as a threat to Suna since they were so close. Still, it didn't mean the other Kages here were on good terms, and Tsunade knew Iwa had a score to settle with the Yondaime after the last shinobi war. What better way than to go after his only son? Tsunade didn't know if Kumo would risk fighting Naruto or his Arrancar, but she did know they were interested in the Byakugan, and the brat just so happened to marry one. So the one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take the Hyuga girl from Naruto was not something the Raikage could possibly pass up. At least she hoped so anyway. Greetings to each of you 5 Kages from each of the 5 shinobi villages. I am Mifune. I am the leader of Iron Country, and I will be in charge of this Kage summit. I ask you all behave, act civil, and keep your escorts in line, said Mifune, with each Kage nodding in agreement. If it's all right with you, Mifune-san, I would like to start off this meeting, and the reason that this summit was called. Would that be acceptable? Asked Tsunade, with Mifune nodding. Yes. The floor recognizes the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade as the current speaker of this meeting, said Mifune while gesturing for the Hokage to speak to the others. As you know, this Kage summit was called to combat 2 evils that is threatening all of the elemental countries, and all 5 shinobi villages themselves. I speak of course of the enemy that is the Akatsuki and one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto of Neo Whirlpool, said Tsunade with a hint of distaste in her mouth at saying the name of the once fallen country with Naruto being the ruler of it. The Fire Daimyo's younger brother had taken the throne of Fire Country after its ruler had met his end at the hands of Naruto's Espada. Unlike his predecessor, the new Fire Daimyo was not spineless, or always agreeing with others, kind of guy. This one had brains and brawn in him while finding out how his decisions would impact those around him. The only reason this new Fire Daimyo wasn't ruling over Fire Country sooner was due to being the younger sibling. I disagree with you, Hokage-sama. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is not a threat to the elemental countries, stated Gaara while Tsunade scowled at the younger man Naruto's age. Your opinion of him is biased, replied Tsunade, with Gaara returning her scowl with one of his own. And yours own view of him isn't? We all know what you did to him after the success of the mission to return your rogue Uchiha. How you, Jiraiya-san, and basically almost all of Konoha betrayed him, how he was tortured physically, mentally, and then finally my friend was publicly executed with the traitorous Uchiha he was assigned to bring back being the one to slay him. Gaara shot back with Tsunade holding back the desire to growl at the Kazekage. What are you implying, Kazekage-sama? Asked Tsunade, with Gaara looking right back at her, with the other Kages watching intently. I'm implying that Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is not a threat to anyone unless they have provoked him. Look what he did to Sound Village and ultimately Rice Country not that long ago. Why did he go after Orochimaru? I'll give you the answer you seek. He went after the Sannin and his right-hand man Kabuto because of your former teammate was his enemy that had yet to answer for his crimes against the world, and no one here had the spine to go after him. I admit I myself fall into that category, but I will at least admit it, and without shame, since I was not strong enough to fight that man. Because of Naruto, we are now free to redirect our efforts and resources to combating the Akatsuki organization currently seeking the Biju sealed inside the remaining Jinchuriki this world has left, replied Gaara with the 3rd Tsuchikage letting out a grunt and shift a little in his seat. The only Jinchuriki left is the 8 Tails, who just so happens to be the Raikage's little brother, said the Kage of Iwa while the Raikage looked peeved that the older man would reveal that to the others. And he's going to stay in Kumo where it's safe. If this Akatsuki organization wants my little brother, then they better prepare to bring everything against my village, and myself to get him, exclaimed A, who was the Raikage, while bringing his fist down onto the table, and made it shake violently. You may not have a choice in the matter, Raikage-sama. With the seven-tailed and two-tailed Jinchuriki missing so soon after each other, we must assume the Akatsuki have them both. This threat from the Akatsuki is not something we can ignore. If push comes to shove, we must unite to protect our villages. And your little brother from harm, said the Terumi Mei, who was the Mizukage of Mist, and had replaced the previous one after the rebellion overthrew the mad Jinchuriki that had started the bloodline civil war. In the end, Mei, being the leader of the rebellion, had been made Mizukage, and had found the secret journal her predecessor had left behind. She saw he was not the crazy psychotic Jinchuriki that many thought the man was, but had been twisted into something else by an outside force. And the mentioning of the Sharingan had been briefly mentioned, though it was clearly done with great difficulty. As if the power behind Yugura's madness had done just about everything possible to keep the puppeteer from being discovered by anyone once the man's use in life had run its course. While I understand what you are saying, Mizukage-sama, regarding my brother, I do not trust any shinobi village, or any of you in this room. Every shinobi village except Kumo has some connection to the Akatsuki organization. Konoha has had the most missing nin join the organization. Suna had a member join. There is proof Mist was once the staging ground for the organization's manipulations, and IWA has even hired the Akatsuki on certain missions because they were cheap labor, said the Raikage with the Tsuchikage scowling, the Mizukage looking away in shame. The Kazekage didn't look offended since it was the truth, and the Hokage looked ready to smash something hard against her fist. Bastard! Throwing the fact Orochimaru's and Itachi's defection to my face. We'll see what happens after this is over. The Biju in your brother may be yours for now, but that will change when this situation with the Akatsuki and Naruto has been resolved. We might be able to use the Eight Tails against Naruto once we have the Biju sealed into one of our shinobi, thought Tsunade while glaring daggers at the Raikage. Before things could go further, a samurai guard opened the door, stepping over to Mifune in the center of this meeting, and whispered quietly into his ear. Mifune frowned and then whispered back to confirm whether or not this information the guard was telling him was accurate. The Kages watched the sudden exchange of whispered words with interest and saw Mifune nod soon after with the guard exiting to handle something important. I must apologize for that, but one of my guards has informed me we have an important guest arriving, and he wants to be a part of this meeting. This person is not from a shinobi village, but he is no less important, and I personally would like to meet this man. Does anyone here object? Asked Mifune, seeing each of the Kages look at one another and then at him. And what is the name of this person, Mifune-san? Asked Mei with Mifune eyeing them all carefully. Namike Uzumaki Naruto, answered Mifune with the reactions from each of the 5 Kages being just like he expected. Gaara was shocked, but clearly welcomed the ruler of Neo Whirlpool, and let a small smile appear on his face. Tsunade looked livid and ready to fight Naruto with all her power. The Raikage looked indifferent, but it was clear the muscled man from Kumo was tense since he had some history with Naruto's mother during the war. The Mizukage was clearly interested in meeting Naruto, and a hint of lust in her eyes at the idea of this man being handsome like the rumors claimed him to be from the various females that had seen him. The Tsuchikage was unreadable at this point, which wasn't surprising since he was the oldest of all the Kages, and had long since mastered the art of the poker face. It was well known Iwa hated the Yondaime for killing so many of their shinobi in the last war, and there was a considerable chance the man was waiting for the right moment to strike the Yondaime's son when entering the room. Let him in, Mifune-san. Whatever the reason my friend is here to see us, I assure you it is important, and we should hear what he has to say, replied Gaara, knowing Naruto would not cause harm to him, so he felt safe that his friend would be civil. I would like to meet this Namikaze, so let him in, replied Mei while looking at the door with waiting eyes. I agree. I want to see if he really is Minato's and Kushina's kid, the Raikage said since he was curious too. And you too? Asked Mifune with Tsunade glaring at the door while the Tsuchikage just shrugged. Send the Gaki in. I want to see him for myself, said the third Tsuchikage simply. What he said. Only don't be surprised if I suddenly act on an growing desire to kill the brat once I see him, Tsunade replied while she sensed her own guards were shifting slightly to be ready to fight Naruto the moment she gave the order. Please refrain from doing that, Hokage-sama, said Mifune before motioning for the door to open, and sure enough there stood Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Greetings everyone. Thank you Mifune-san for agreeing to let me attend this little Kage summit being held here. Aside from the Kazekage here, it shows they are not entirely uncivilized, and have manners. Though the Hokage's glare just proves she's not exactly a civilized person either. She's more like a barbarian that wields an axe and wears animal fur in different place without any sense of decency, said Naruto with the Hokage looking ready to throw the table at him. Behind Naruto stood Ikamaru Jin, an orange-haired man named Yugo, a light blue-haired man named Suigestu, and a red-haired woman named Uzumaki Karen. That's right. The last one was Uzumaki Karen, and like Naruto she had Uzumaki blood in her veins. After freeing the prisoners and future test subjects from Sound, each of them were brought before Naruto and Las Noches to inform them of their new residency in Neo Whirlpool. How they had nothing to fear from him and the Arrancars residing in the massive city so long as they followed the laws of the land. Something Ulquiorra and Haribel had been put in charge of teaching them, since Grimmjow would just suck at it while Stark would just fall asleep before the class started. Some were taken from their homes from all over the elemental countries and wished to return there. Naruto saw no harm in that, as they were speaking the truth, thanks to seals in the room, and told those that wished to leave that they could leave after his medical staff gave them all a once-over medical checkup. It was only fair since some looked like they hadn't eaten in days, were injured, bleeding, and no doubt had a broken bone if not more bones broken within their bodies. Others, who had nothing to go home to, had all agreed to stay in Neo Whirlpool, and actually live outside the wall in the surrounding area to do some farm work, since some of them were farmers by trade, since their old homes were more than likely lost due to being in Sound for so long. Again, Naruto had agreed to the request of the civilian populace of the people saved from the now-dead Sannin, and told them that it was a great idea. In all honesty, the ruler of Las Noches and Neo Whirlpool had actually planned to put such a thing into motion for the distant future. Now though, the people he had saved were accelerating the plan ahead of schedule, but that wasn't a bad thing really, and encouraged it due to the outside of the wall with the rest of the continent of Neo Whirlpool needing a very much needed facelift. After the civilians that wanted to stay in Las Noches were tucked away, Naruto had gone to dealing with those that had special abilities, and came upon quite a few potentials. First up was Suigestu, who had originally been from Mist, and had a bloodline that turned him into water to prevent being killed or injured when hit. A swordsman by trade given his environment, which only encouraged it, the light blue-haired, sharp-teethed man accepted the offer to join, and be a swordsman like everyone else in Las Noches. Naruto even had Suigestu become Grimmjow's apprentice and used Kusanagi, which Jin had retrieved at the last minute before Sound's destruction, as the sword to use. The two of them got along so well in terms of bonding you would think they were father and son. Scary, huh? As for Yugo, he wished to stay under Naruto's protection since his bloodline limit was the source behind the curse seals that Orochimaru made, and humbly requested help him control it so no innocent lives would be lost. Naruto agreed to help him, which was why Shizune had been assigned to being Yugo's chief physician at the hospital, and that major decision brought about the discovery of Uzumaki Karen. Of course, no one knew she was an Uzumaki back in Grass Village since her parents had another last name, but they had tried to contact Konoha, or rather the Yondaime Hokage, when they heard the name of Uzumaki Kushina shortly before the Kyuubi's unexpected attack that night. They had planned to move to Konoha in order to be close to Kushina and bring the Scatter clan back together. However, within a few months of sending the message, Kyuubi had attacked the village, the Yondaime was dead, and so was Kushina with their child left alone to face the hatred of the entire village. Karen was only a year old when this happened, but her parents' journal had more than filled the girl in on what happened during that time, and how they had received no word from Konoha after things had died down. Something that seriously concerned them and feared their place in Grass was no longer safe until they got to Konoha. That soon became apparent when Karen's parents had been killed in what appeared to be a break-in gone wrong and made the girl a ward of the village, before becoming one of its shinobi, before eventually becoming a part of Orochimaru's Sound Village sometime later. While Naruto suspected Karen's parents had been killed by Konoha shinobi under the command the Sandaime or even Danzo with his root shinobi. Though he doubted someone like Danzo would do it since another Uzumaki secretly within Konoha ranks was not something the War Hawk would do. Meaning the only one capable of making things happen would be the Sandaime since he would have access to the letter or the Yondaime confided in him about this information. It made sense. "Stand right in front of me and say that again," exclaimed Tsunade while rising from her seat, and Naruto just grinned at her. "I would, but I know how you would make the attempt to kill me before I even spoke a single word. Not that you could given the last time you tried, old hag. So let's just spare you some embarrassment for now and just talk like civilized adults. That is, if you can act like one rather than a drunken whiny bitch," said Naruto with Tsunade looking livid at his repeated insults to her character. "Wow, I didn't know you could make a face look so red and angry, Naruto-sama. She must really want to hurt you right about now," said Jin with his smile growing. Naturally Jin. Unlike the beautiful red-headed woman sitting over there, Tsunade lacks grace, elegance, and dignity one should have when being one of the first females to ever be a Kage. While the Mizukage is radiant, you will notice Tsunade is ugly, old, and will hide such things behind a Jinjutsu due to her vanity, explained Naruto while Mei just blush at him complimenting her and Tsunade seeing red that matched the Mizukage's hair. "I wish I had a man like him. Maybe his wife won't mind sharing," thought Mei to herself with her desire to get a man going into overdrive. Oh no. She has that look on her face. Now I need to watch my step or she'll kill me for doing something she deems stupid, thought Ao while he watched his Mizukage watch Naruto with hunger in her eyes. "We are getting off topic. Why are you here, youngster?" said the third Tsuchikage at last, though he did enjoy shot after shot Naruto aimed at Konoha's Hokage. "Ah yes. Why am I here? Simple. I am here to bring each Kage of the 5 major shinobi village all up to speed in terms of information regarding the Bijuu. As of this very moment in time, I am in possession of the 7-tailed Jinchuriki from Waterfall, who is seeking asylum in Neo Whirlpool, so she'll be protected by the Akatsuki, and I have the 2-tailed Jinchuriki from Kumo living in Las Noches as my honored guests after rescuing her from 2 agents from that organization," stated Naruto with the Reikage looking pissed off at hearing this news. "What? How dare you steal Yujito away from my village? I should go to war with you right now," exclaimed the Reikage while Naruto shook his head at him. "I didn't steal her from you, Reikage of Kumo. I rescued her from 2 S-class missing nin, who were in the process of capturing Yujito, and would then extract the nibi from her body with the end result killing your kunoichi afterwards. She was unconscious when I found them, killed the 2, and then took Yujito to Las Noches where she would be safe from the Akatsuki," explained Naruto calmly while the Reikage narrowed his eyes at him. "I want to see her." Now, the Reikage demanded from Naruto thought it over. "You think I should let him see her, Jin?" asked Naruto with Jin having a thoughtful look on his own face. If he had asked politely the first time around then yes, but since he didn't, said Jin with the Reikage looking ready to break everything and everyone in the room. "I know what you mean. Still, she's a kunoichi from Kumo, and we aren't here to get into a war with a shinobi village." "Yugo, can you place the orb on the center of the table please?" asked Naruto with Yugo nodding before taking out an orb not unlike what the Kages used to view the village. "How did you get one of those?" "Only a Kage of a shinobi village can have one," asked Tsunade with Naruto scoffing at her. "Please, like you and the other Kages are the only ones capable of having such devices in your office," replied Naruto before he shot a small nearly invisible beam of energy at the orb and it swirled to life with Niyujito's face inside of it. "Reikage-sama. Naruto-sama said he would ensure us a chance to talk once again," exclaimed Yujito happily while seeing the man looking down at the orb from his standing position. "Yujito. What happened?" How did you get to Lost No Chase? Asked the Raikage, while he stared at the orb and the face of his subordinate to look for traces of a lie when she talked. I was ambushed by a pair of creepy Akatsuki members on my border patrol run that you usually assign me every so often. I had lured them into a trap, thinking I could use Nibi's power against them, but it backfired terribly, and I lost to them both. Just before they planned to take me somewhere to extract my Bijou, Naruto-sama's forces stopped them, and brought me to Lost No Chase to recover. I wanted to get in contact with you sooner, but Naruto-sama believes Kumo has Akatsuki spies lingering in the village since they waited to attack until I was on my patrol run. And few people know about that order, explained Yujito, with the Raikage's eyes narrowing at that last part since it was true few knew when Yujito was given patrol runs and had a few candidates he suspected of being a spy for the Akatsuki. Are you all right in Lost No Chase on Neo Whirlpool? Are you a prisoner or a guest there? Asked the Raikage since he sensed no lying from his kunoichi up to this point. A guest. Naruto-sama has explained to me that while Kumo is strong, it can't win alone against the Akatsuki. With me living Lost No Chase, I am safe from the Akatsuki, and have the ability to get stronger so I am capable of fighting them should the need to fight arise, explained Yujito, with the Raikage nodding in agreement and made a mental note to have B to up his own training regiment. I heard the seven-tailed Jinchuriki is living there too. How is she being treated? Asked the Raikage, while seeing the other Kages listening intently. She loves it here. The girl's name is Fu. I'm actually living in a nice house across the street from her since Naruto-sama felt we should all bond in being like family. She was not well liked in Taki from what Fu told me and likes being here in Lost No Chase. Naruto-sama assured us both that no one will treat us with disrespect here and I honestly do believe him, said Yujito with Tsunade scowling furiously at the orb and then at Naruto smiling like he had won a great victory for his cause. I trust you, Yujito. Your instincts are never wrong and there is no lying in your eyes, said the Raikage since he had watched for any kind of tone or sign that Yujito was lying or was possibly being manipulated somehow into saying everything she just said to him. Thank you Raikage-sama, said Yujito before bow and the orb turned back to its clear self once more. Satisfied? Asked Naruto, as he gave a slight hand motion for Yugo to take the orb, and the large man obeyed instantly. For now, replied the Raikage before sitting down since he would wish to see Yujito again at a later time in regards to her stay in Lost No Chase. Well, I'm not satisfied. Taki may be considered a neutral village, but they have always sided with us when it came to taking sides in the shinobi wars, and my grandfather gave the seven-tailed Bijou to them to keep the peace after that failed assassination attempt on him years ago. It doesn't matter if the brat here saved the girl from the Akatsuki or not, he shouldn't have taken her, and the Bijou she holds in the process. I demand this girl named Fu be handed over to Konoha by the right of ownership of the Bijou she holds since the Seven Tails is the rightful property of the Senju clan and I am the last Senju in existence, said Tsunade seeing Naruto scowl at her. You may be a Senju by blood on your grandfather's and have a little bit of Uzumaki from your grandmother's side, but you are hardly worthy of either bloodline. You are a disgrace to the two clan names and legacy they once upheld when they were alive. It will be a cold day in hell before I ship Fu off into your grip. I'll never let you twist her into some mindless weapon or slave with no free will to call her own, you hypocritical bitch, replied Naruto with the female Hokage looking livid. How dare you, exclaimed Tsunade furiously while getting to start a fight. Calm yourself Hokage-sama. I will not tolerate violence here at this Kage summit, said Mifune with Tsunade forcing herself to sit back down. This isn't over. Tsunade said to Naruto with the man smirking at her. No, it's not. Something we can agree upon. As to the threat of the Akatsuki, I am getting my top people to handle that, and handle the situation with the Bijou they captured from their poor host, explained Naruto, seeing the other Kages looking shocked at hearing this. This is a problem meant for the shinobi villages. You have no right to interfere in this, countered Tsunade, with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. As a former Jinchuriki myself, I think I do have a right to interfere since every Jinchuriki they have gone after has either been killed or died before being brought back to life just to have it brought over his head. They are my friends and family. I will not tolerate them being disrespected by anyone, explained Naruto with passion in his voice while looking at Gaara for a second, and the Kazekage nodded to him with respect. Jinchuriki are weapons of war. Always have been and always will be to the 5 shinobi villages. You cannot stop that from happening? And once the Akatsuki is finished, IWA wants the 2 biju that are ours returned to us, said that Tsuchikage with Naruto's face losing some of its smile. While I dislike that Tsuchikage's way of saying things about the biju and Jinchuriki, he is right about them. They are a deterrent for war. When the Akatsuki is done, I would like to ask for our 2 biju too, and not hate me for it, said Mei while Naruto sighed at their words. And you Reikage-sama? Kazekage-sama? What do you two think? Asked Naruto, with the two looking at each other. I do not wish to turn someone from Tsunade into another Jinchuriki, but sadly such a thing is a must when it comes to defending our village from those with such power. However, I would ensure the chosen Jinchuriki wasn't suffering like I did when chosen, and would ensure things were done differently, answered Gaara, and Naruto nodded, knowing his friend would only do it to protect the village from those with stronger offensive power at their command. I have only used my 2 Jinchuriki when needed and never to show first. My brother was mistreated a little growing up, but it was kept to a minimum because of myself, and I have ensured there is no animosity towards either him or Yujito while I have been the Reikage of Kumo. I learned the secret your father once told me regarding Jinchuriki in the last way, and I've taken it to heart, explained the Reikage, with Naruto nodding and the Hokage was seething. The biju are the property of the Senju clan and always have been since my grandfather had them in his possession. I intend to take them back once this mess with the Akatsuki is over, declared Tsunade, with Naruto shaking his head in disappointment. Again you go on and on about that. How the biju are property along with those that hold them. If that truly is your belief on the subject, did you see my own mother as property too? Asked Naruto, with many now looking at Tsunade, who had tensed at the question, and realized she had put herself into an awkward situation. Kushina was like a daughter to me, replied Tsunade, with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. Answer the question, yes or no, asked Naruto in a deadly quiet voice, with Tsunade narrowing her eyes at him while everyone watched with stilled breaths. My answer is yes. I did see her as property. I saw her as the daughter I always wanted in life and the property of the Senju clan for holding the Kyuubi in her stomach at the same time. I could have the best of both worlds, but then she got pregnant with you, and all that I wanted was taken from me. I couldn't love you, and I refused to love you for the life you took from me. You had no right to take her from me, answered Tsunade, with Naruto shaking his head at her again in disappointment. And you had no right to order the death of her only son after he performed a successful retrieval mission of a traitor, countered Naruto, with Tsunade growling at him. So the reports regarding that day were true, said the Tsuchikage, though it was more to himself. Oh, they were true. Including the days before my execution. You cannot imagine the pain and betrayal I felt leading up to my death. I put up the abuse growing up because I didn't want to prove them right about me being a monster. A demon in human skin. I did everything they asked of me without question because I wanted to prove them wrong. And what do they do in return for my loyalty? For proving everyone in Konoha wrong? They ordered my execution. They torture me mentally and physically for several days beforehand just for the fun of it. I wasn't killed by enemy shinobi. I wasn't killed by IWA shinobi wishing to avenge their comrades in connection to my father. I wasn't killed by Orochimaru or Kabuto, even though the two acknowledge my potential would one day be a threat to them if left to grow. I was killed hypocrites and traitors to my family. And for what? To get back Kyuubi, who never once felt the abuse I suffered, and he laughed in his cage every time you tried to get to him through me. He called every attacker a fool. He couldn't believe how pathetic each vindictive and stupid fool was in their belief they were hurting him through me, how they were lashing out at the wrong entity and should have just focused on the one responsible for making the fox break free from his seal in the first place. Uchiha Madara, explained Naruto, with Tsunade smashing her fist against the table and standing up. Lies. All of it. All your words are filthy lies. And besides, Uchiha Madara is dead. He was slain personally by my own grandfather at the Valley of the End, exclaimed the Hokage with Naruto shaking his head. I have Kyuubi's memories from that night of the attack. Clear as if I was the fox himself. Would all like to see it? Asked Naruto, curiously with the Kages minus Tsunade looking at him in wonder. I have Kyuubi's memories from that night of the attack. Clear as if I was the fox himself. Would all like to see it? Asked Naruto, curiously with the Kages minus Tsunade looking at him in wonder. You can do that? Asked Vitsukage with Naruto nodding before reaching up and taking out his crimson-colored eye to the surprise of everyone else. Don't worry for those you that care. My eye will grow back shortly, explained Naruto with a smile before crushing the optic orb in his hand and the scattering of its contents washed over the Kages along with Mifune himself with the memory of that night. Kyuubi's memory. I remember hearing the sounds of a woman screaming out with labor pains during her pregnancy, stirring me, the large creature she had in her awake, and listened to them. The sensation of the seals binding the primal creature they fear inside this woman going slack. A grin forming from the chance of being free only to be replaced with a snarl when the sensation of the seal gets stronger if only slightly to keep the chains in place. It wanted out. It wanted to be free. Being sealed up for over a century and being denied the right to live just because of Uchiha Madara being an egotistical asshole. A familiar presence not felt since that time approaches his female vessel. She's too weak to fight him off. Crying out for her mate to save their son from harm. Another cry of pain with the seals holding him in place breaking and the feeling of being forced out of the woman, the familiar presence looking at him with the sight of the damned Sharingan eyes spinning with their hypnotic presence bring out a primal rage like last time against the Senju. Everything is in haze. Chaos all around. The sounds of screaming, fighting, and death are echoing all around me. I don't care. I'm drowning in bloodlust. I feel only rage, hate, and anger that was forced upon me by Madara's eyes. I'm free from Madara control. I'm weakened from what the damned Yondaime Hokage did to make it happen, but I'm free from the influence of Madara, so I should probably feel grateful to a certain extent, and yet, I know what is about to happen next. I see the Yondaime preparing a seal that will no doubt bind me to another human body, and I do not want that to happen. I see my former host warning him about me getting closer, and the cries of a single child sings through the night sky. I quickly realize who my next vessel will be, and I don't like it. I move to slay the child. I do it not to be cruel or even for revenge against the Senju, the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki clan. Well, maybe a little bit for revenge, but mostly to ensure I am not locked away in some damn human body, and have my power used for their own personal benefit. I am not their weapon. I am not their pet. I am a nine-tailed Biju known as Kyuubi no Kitsune. My true name is I am Kurama. A name given to me by the Sage of Six Paths himself. I will have my freedom. I curse the Yondaime and his wife. They have moved to protect their son from harm. The woman shields him from my clawed strike while the Yondaime performs the sealing that is meant to bind me to his child at the cost of his own life. As I feel myself being sucked into the child's body, I curse them for binding me to him, I curse them for being noble, and curse them a third time for their own naive stupidity. I hear the man's dying wish for the boy to be seen as a hero, but I have lived too long, and seen too much to know that will never happen. They will hate this boy because they hate me and will make him suffer in the hopes I am suffering with him. Deep down, just before darkness takes me once more, I feel only pity for those two fools for their sacrifice, and deep down, I pity this poor child of theirs that has now become my new vessel. End memory. When the memory the fox had of the night it was sealed into Naruto ended, many had grabbed the table to hold themselves up, and the guards of the Kages were clinging to the walls for support. They too had seen the memories of that night and like everyone else in the room they had wept. They felt everything Kurama had felt from being imprisoned to when Madara took control to the moment where the Yondaime Hokage sealed the fox into his only son. Well, almost everyone. Tsunade just looked pissed off at Naruto. That memory from the fox just proves you are a murderer. You let out your cry, which lured Kyuubi to you, and forced Kushina to protect you from harm. Your life caused her death, shot Tsunade, with Naruto looking once more with disappointment in her eyes. My mother would do what any woman would do for their child. The fact you don't see that makes me glad you've never had children brought into the world through your body. You would have made a terrible mother, Naruto shot back, and this time Tsunade did lose it and leaped at Naruto with her hand cocked back with a fist ready to make his head explode upon impact. Bastard, yelled Tsunade, as hit Naruto in the head with all her strength, and felt the ground along with the rest of the building they were in shake violently when she made contact. The only problem was Naruto's head didn't explode like she hoped. It didn't even look bruised or bleeding when she hit him right in the middle of his forehead. He was looking her right in the eyes the entire time and didn't even blink or flinch from the hit. Tsunade couldn't believe he had just shook off her strongest punch, which had the power to level mountains and cause fissures through entire countries. Is that it? Is that all you got? Asked Naruto, casually, with Tsunade looking at him for the first time with fear in her own eyes. It's just not possible, said Tsunade before she saw him casually remove her fist from his forehead and raised his hand to her forehead before giving it a mere flick with his finger. And caused the woman to go flying back into a wall in a sense of sheer irony of how things had once played out between them. Anyone else wish to test me? Asked Naruto, with everyone shaking their heads, no. Is that all, Naruto-sama? Asked Mifune, with Naruto shaking his head no. Almost. Not quite. For the record, I'm not going to tolerate the Bijuu being the property of any village, or the fact there are Jinchuriki being used for weapons of war. Once I free the Bijuu, I'm going to send them to Demon World, and let them live there away from this one so they can live life freely. Does anyone object to that? Said Naruto, with everyone again shaking their heads, no. What of the Bijuu sealed into Jinchuriki? Asked Mei curiously, since that would no doubt be an issue once the other Bijuu no longer sealed away were free from any possible sealing into new hosts. In time, I do intend to free them without killing their hosts, and giving them an option of living here in this world or going to Demon World with the other Bijuu, answered Naruto, with the Raikage letting out a sigh since he didn't want Yujito to die from that, since she was a very competent kunoichi of his village. You can't do that, exclaimed Tsunade, while trying to stand up with the help of her ANBU entourage. And why not, you senile old bitch? Because I'm not a member of the Senju clan? Is it because I was once a Jinchuriki? What's supposed right? Aside from being part of the Senju clan, do you have to dictate policy regarding the Bijuu and their future? Asked Naruto, with Tsunade glaring at him with blood running down her forehead. I don't have to answer that question. Least of all to the likes of you. Tsunade exclaimed while Naruto scoffed at her. In other words, you don't have any authority over the Bijuu, and neither does the Uchiha clan, though let's face it, right now there isn't really much clan left. Naruto shot out and let out a chuckle when he felt killer intent come from one of the Anbu kunoichi with blonde hair tied up in a ponytail that could only belong to Yamanaka Ino. What do you know? You're just a monster, said Ino while scowling at him behind her Anbu mask. Perhaps. But I was never born a monster, despite what everyone in Konoha would say to the contrary about me. I was taught to be one. And I had many teachers growing up who gave me a first-hand lesson in cruelty, so I would be every bit the monster they wanted. It's not my fault the monster they made likes to embrace the concept of having free will and being the master of my fate, Naruto explained while Tsunade tried to make herself look presentable. You will die before this war with the Akatsuki is over, said Tsunade, with Naruto just giving her a look that basically said you can try, bitch, before turning around to leave. I've died once already. It's not really a big deal for me. To be honest, I don't why people fear death so much. The whole concept of it is so overrated, said Naruto, as he gave a wave back to everyone, and he walked through the garganta that opened up before it swallowed his group whole. Las noches. Tsunade wasn't happy to see you, I take it, asked Hinata before kissing Naruto, and he kissed her back. Understatement of the year. She tried to kill me during the Kage summit after I told the old hag she would be an unfit mother during our debate over the future of the Bijuu and all the Jinchuriki that are left, explained Naruto, before he went into more detail about how that happened. Well, I can honestly say she deserved it after everything she put us through, said Hinata and wrapped herself around him. I'm going to deal with them soon enough. The question is, should I do it sooner or later? Naruto said while Hinata seemed to be thinking about it too. We should do it now. I'm tired of them lingering around in the shadows planning to take the other Jinchuriki from here just to take the Biju and kill those that hold them, was Hinata's response, and Naruto smiled down at his wife. You've really bonded with those two girls. Have you, my Hime, said Naruto with Hinata nodding while nuzzling into his chest. Fu had it rough in Taki. She had no one. Yujito's life wasn't bad, but the Akatsuki going after her is still bad, and they must be dealt with before they come up with a plan to take them right from under our noses, replied Hinata while Naruto nodded in understanding. I agree with you there. I'll handle this thing with the Akatsuki, personally, Hinata-chan. I promise you, replied Naruto before kissing her again. And Konoha? Asked Hinata, knowing they would have to be handled after the Akatsuki were crushed. They'll all die soon enough, and some of them, they'll wish they had died when I get through with them, answered Naruto, with his brain already formulating a plan in his head on how to handle things for both problems. And we will finally have peace, said Hinata, as she felt Naruto hold her tight and kiss her forehead. Yes. We will have peace. One way or another, thought Naruto while feeling something on the horizon beyond the Akatsuki and Konoha waiting for him. Elsewhere, our son is alive. Sarutobi team lied to us, exclaimed Kushina while wearing standard Shinigami robes with a coat indicating she was a royal guard for the Shinigami king himself. Yes, he did. Our poor son was not devoured by a hollow like he claimed, but became a hollow in the process, and was actually the infamous hollow god. I'd be impressed if it wasn't for the fact he became, well that, said Minato, who was wearing the same thing as his wife, and saw her fuming with rage. We should have gone after him when word reached us of his execution. He is our son and we basically abandoned him. Twice. Kushina cried out with sorrow and anger in her voice. I know, Kushina-chan. I know. There is nothing we can do to change it, said Minato while looking at the order in front of him, and neither parent liked this one bit. It was an assassination order from the Shinigami king himself. The target? Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the hollow god. Their son. The Shinigami king doesn't believe we can kill our own son, does he? Asked Kushina with Minato shaking his head. I don't know what he believes right now. All I know is we have an order to fulfill and we must prepare for the inevitable confrontation lying ahead of us. One does not go against the command of the Shinigami king and tell the tale, explained Minato, with Kushina crying now over being given this horrible order. Why would he give us the order? Why? Asked Kushina with Minato looking sad over this now. Because we had no problem casting our son away to the bigots of Konoha the first time when we sealed Kyuubi into him, and then a second time around the time of his execution when we did nothing to stop our son's pain. The Shinigami king expects us to just do it a third time and kill him ourselves, answered Minato, with Kushina shaking with rage. I don't know if I can, Minato. I don't care if the order came from the Shinigami king. I don't believe it is within me to kill my son, exclaimed Kushina with Minato nodding in agreement. I know. But we still have our orders. The only good news is we don't have to carry it out right away. Not until Naruto goes after Konoha, said Minato with Kushina nodding. After the way they treated him, the whole village deserves to burn, and every single ass in it should have their souls devoured by an army of mindless hollows, replied Kushina with an angry passion in her voice. I know, Kushina. We won't do anything until the time comes. Come on. We have to go and train for the day we see our son again, said Minato with Kushina nodding, and the two left to prepare for the horrible mission placed before them. To kill their own son. News reached the Akatsuki of Naruto's intentions, which wasn't surprising when you consider the young man's return from death after 3 to 4 years being dead, and looking to deliver a little payback to certain people. People who had tried to kill him in the past for the power he had. Once had actually. Or so many believed, while some speculated the Kyuubi helped Naruto transcend death and kept that power on hand in the event his body was destroyed so he could come back as something else entirely. It was a somewhat solid theory, but there was no proof to it, and made a lot of people nervous. Why? Well, for one reason being the what-if scenario where they were possibly wrong in their theory about his return. What if Naruto had come back the way he did by some other means? What was it if that was the case? There were so many unanswered questions. One thing that was answered though was Naruto's intention of crushing the Akatsuki and everyone else that screwed him over. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and most of Sound Village along with Rice Country had already been a prime example of that fact. Naruto was out to clean house. To clean up the mess the shinobi villages and some daimyos, the various elemental countries had ruling them, helped cause. Naruto didn't have to worry about Gaara, Suna, or Wind Country with its daimyo anytime soon. So that was one mess that wasn't going to happen, and the ruler of Neo Whirlpool along with Lost Noches began to focus on the other places that did need him. When IWA found out about Naruto being the son of the Yondaime Hokage after the old Sandaime Tsuchikage got back, well, it stirred up quite the hornet's nest. Many calling for the man's blood. Claiming he should pay for the crimes of his father, for the deaths of so many people during the last shinobi war. The people in IWA made no effort to hide their belief about the life Jinchuriki should have when they become one. That Han and Rashi deserved to suffer for becoming what they did, while they boasted in detail about all the abuse the two suffered at their hands. How did Naruto react to this? Simple. He sent all Quiora to IWA and put a massive hole into right at the center square of the village with a massive Zero Oscuras that obliterated a good deal of the populace. The shinobi village would be able to recover from such a major blow for years. Decades. That Tsuchikage himself had been caught in the blast, as he had hoped to use his vast knowledge of jutsus to repel the Zero Oscuras, and had been obliterated with everyone else caught in the attack. Leaving a rather humbled granddaughter of the Tsuchikage to take up the mantle as the Yondaime Tsuchikage and sign a non-aggression pact with Naruto. When asked by Grimmjow on why Naruto gave the order, not that he was complaining, the ruler of Lost Noches just smiled at him, and said both Han and Rashi knew despair while living in IWA for what they held. It seemed only fair that IWA has it returned to them, with interest, while closing the subject matter to prevent any further discussion. Humo had kept their distance from Lost Noches, which was probably the smart thing to do since the idea of nabbing Hinata for being a Hyuga female without the cage bird seal on her forehead was no doubt tempting in their eyes. At least at first anyway, until Naruto had IWA brought to its knees with a single command to his subordinate. In fact, Humo had sent over a non-aggression pact of their own before Naruto even commanded all Quiora to make an example of IWA. Of course, Naruto knew all about temptation, whether it was food, water, or seeing his wife looking so damn sexy that he just wanted her all to himself for hours on end, despite all the long meetings he kept on having that would deny him his particular pleasure. So Naruto had sent a discreet and cryptic message to the Raikage that told the man his village's problem in wanting a Hyuga would be resolved in due time. The Raikage didn't know what to make of it, but wasn't going to look too much into the message, or believe for a single second the ruler of Lost Noches would sell out his own wife nor their future offspring to Kumo. Whatever Naruto had planned, the Raikage was going to let the Arrancar do his own thing, and keep his subordinates stay the hell away from Neo Whirlpool. As for the Akatsuki, they had taken some serious hits landed on them from the loss of the zombie brothers known as Kakuzu and Haiden, with both dying at the hands of Naruto's Arrancar forces. And the higher-ups of the organization didn't like it one bit. They had made a great deal of progress in nabbing several of the Biju, but now were forced several steps back with the loss of two of their members after already losing Sasori, and Deidara after they got the one-tailed Biju from Suna. This left Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Konan, Pain, Zetsu, and a strange man named Tobi being the remaining members. Though Itachi was seriously considering his time with the organization coming to an end with things spiraling out of control. His eyes were failing him. A price he knew was to come from the use of his eyes as time progressed in using their powers regardless of how rare he used them. His spying for Konoha had continued despite how the Uchiha felt in regards to his mission no longer being needed to secretly protect Konoha's Jinchuriki since the boy had died years ago. A stupid move on the village's part since they had taken away the Yandame's legacy and left Konoha defenseless against outside threats, though Itachi had felt on a personal level that the village's days were numbered and considered other options before a vengeful Naruto decided to wipe out the entire Akatsuki. In fact, Itachi already had. Hence why things were going to get nasty very soon. We have to do something about the former Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He's already had 2 of our group killed, protecting 2 of the Jinchuriki we need in his base, and has stated he is coming after all of us. How do we kill him? Asked Kisame, with that being the question of the day for the group. I don't know. His return was unprecedented along with the being he brought with him being extremely powerful in their own right. Our only hope of succeeding in our mission is to go after Kumo's Jinchuriki and then the 3-tailed Biju once it reforms again in the near future, answered Pain with the others seemingly unsure on how to handle this news. What if he finds us before that? Toby is scared, asked Toby while playing the act of the fool. As you should be now that I'm here, came the voice of Naruto with a smile on his face and the shock of the other Akatsuki members looking at him in surprise to this. How the hell did you find us? Asked Kisame while drawing his weapon, and Pain just narrowed his eyes at Naruto. I've always known. Ulquiorra is very good at spying. I could have killed you all earlier upon my return, but I didn't feel it was appropriate at the time, and wanted to slay all of you myself, answered Naruto with many tensing when hearing that. I'm getting out of here, exclaimed Zetsu's white half while trying to leave, but found his ability was blocked, and heard Naruto chuckle after 3rd straight failed attempt. Don't bother trying to leave, Zetsu-san, or you Toby team. Jin has already made sure you don't escape using Kido, and even if you got around that, I've made sure seals were put in place to stop you from teleporting, said Naruto with Toby's one visible eye gone wide in shock while Zetsu began to panic. I am a god. I cannot be killed. I cannot die, replied Pain while calling on his other 6 paths to Pain to appear in front of him. That's funny. You see, I'm a god too. Only compared to me, you're not even demigod in terms of power, Naruto shot back before unleashing a wave of spiritual pressure on them and made each member of the Akatsuki fall to their knees. I need to get away from him, thought Toby, as he tried to teleport, but felt only pain when trying, and felt his eyes starting to bleed from the strain. I thought about having my Espada kill you. One of them alone could kill you all easily without much of a challenge. Even the weakest Arrancar in Las Noches could obliterate AIM and your group here underneath the village with a well-placed zero after charging it up until reaching maximum potential for killing everyone targeted here. But then I gave the thought of letting my people kill you another run-through in my mind, and I realized they had no reason to kill you. I do, but they don't. That didn't seem fair to me. Why send my people to kill you when they have no reason to do it? There was no point for them to draw their Zanpakuto for me simply because I command them to do it, so I decided that if I wanted to do this right, to do this correctly without any doubt in my mind you are all dead, I would have to do it myself, explained Naruto, as he brought out his Zanpakuto, and it surprisingly gleamed in a deathly shine from the lighting in the dimly lit room. Shit. I can't move. What is this? Asked Kisame while struggling to look up at Naruto, who had killed Zetsu with 2 stabs to either side of the man's multicolored head, and was now upon the former mist shinobi. Something beyond your comprehension, answered Naruto, before stabbing Kisame in the head, and that was all the former mist shinobi knew before death took him. Pain and Konan struggled to get off the ground while Naruto walked past them. He knew who Pain was from what Itachi had told him, but Naruto wasn't about to reveal that just yet. Itachi himself felt a sense of fear run through him when Naruto made his way to the Uchiha and the man responsible for killing so many of his own kin for the sake of peace in Konoha questioned on whether the deal made with this dark being would be kept. For a moment, Naruto had stopped at Itachi's body, they looked at one another for just a few seconds, and then the Arrancar walked over to Toby. The masked man and secret leader of the Akatsuki known as Toby continued to struggle against the spiritual pressure with the blood from his strained visible eye leaking onto the floor. You know? How? Asked Toby, as he looked into Naruto's eyes, and saw the Namikaze look at him like someone looking at a disgusting bug beneath his feet. I have my sources. Having Kurama's memories doesn't hurt either, answered Naruto, with his sword raised to strike the man down. Kurama? Questioned Toby, while Naruto just let out a chuckle. You don't even know his name. You, who would claim control over one of the Bijuu with your eyes, didn't even know the fox's name. And you expect to be the god of this world after claiming all of them for your selfish plans? Pathetic. You are no better than Aizen and less noble than Tosen. At least he had a reason worth admiring for betraying all of Soul Society regardless of his stupidity in choosing the losing side, replied Naruto right before slicing the man's mask and head into two separate pieces. And with that being done, the spiritual pressure lifted for the 3 remaining Akatsuki members to breathe properly once more. Why haven't you killed us yet? Asked Konan while sensing Nagato was barely holding on from what just happened and his 6 paths to pain were not functioning properly to fight at their fullest if they wanted to oppose Naruto. Why would I kill one of my fellow Uzumaki? Why would I kill his woman? Why would I kill the only Uchiha that cared about me when growing up in Konoha? Asked Naruto in return, with the 3 Akatsuki members taken back by it. So you knew, all along? Asked Itachi while shakily getting to his feet. Difficult not to know, Itachi-san, considering you would wear the mask you are named after while in ANBU. You were the only one of a few that took my guard duty seriously until your father complained to the Sandaime and had you on the rotation less and less. Part of the reason you gutted the Uchiha clan wasn't just because of the order they gave to prevent the coup against the village, but to ensure the more aggressive abusers against me never hurt me again, and refocus their hatred onto you rather than myself. I thank you for that, Itachi-san, replied Naruto with a smile on his face, and Itachi just nodded. How did you know I was an Uzumaki? Asked Pain, with Naruto just letting out a small chuckle. Because only an Uzumaki would go as far as you have and do all that you've done in an act of revenge against those that wronged our people. You have done everything I would have done, except I would have made sure each of the Jinchuriki of each Bijuu lived after the extraction. They never had say in their burdens, and they shouldn't have been punished further by dying from the removal process, answered Naruto, with the pain in front of him actually wincing, and that meant Nagato had winced knowing he was right. I was so caught up in my hatred of my enemies that I did not see the line between friend and foe anymore. To me, everyone not part of the Akatsuki organization and our goals was considered a foe, replied Pain, with Naruto nodding. The time of the Akatsuki organization and AIM being around is over. As it stands, each of the 5 major shinobi village have orders to kill 2 of you all on sight, and do not have to tell your female counterpart what will happen to her if she is caught. You, Itachi, Konan, and the people in AIM will return with me to Lost No Chase. My wife and her medical staff on hand will begin the process of fixing your real body, with you being the first new Kage of Neo Whirlpool's new shinobi village, said Naruto, with Pain now looking at him with shock along with the other 2. You want me to be a part of your country? Of Neo Whirlpool and Lost No Chase? Asked Pain while Naruto let out a small chuckle. Why not? You are an Uzumaki, right? It is your birthright. Your true home. Besides, the old saying of keep your friends close and your enemies closer seems appropriate right about now. The people of AIM will follow you. I can relocate the entire village and its people to Neo Whirlpool. In return, I wish to remove the Bijuu you have sealed up in that horrible-looking statue from play to prevent anyone from claiming them for future usage of being weapons, explained Naruto, with Pain nodding, while Konan nodded too, since she was loyal to Nagato. Konoha will not like the fact you have me in your possession, Naruto-san. They will use whatever means necessary to kill me. My foolish little brother still wishes to kill me for what I did, said Itachi, seeing Naruto nod before snapping his fingers, and small hole a few feet above him opened before an object fell into his hands. It was a sword. I held on to this after a former Shinigami died. It was supposed to die with its master, but after he became hollowified, the man fell under my jurisdiction, and I would not allow it to happen. This weapon in my hand is a Zanpakuto, and it is used by all Shinigami on Hollows in order to protect wandering souls until they reach Soul Society. This one in particular was wielded by Tosen Kaname, a blind Shinigami, who was very deadly with a blade, and like you believed in justice while hated fighting with all his being. He only used his sword when absolutely necessary, and yet his ideals were sadly corrupted by another rogue Shinigami's manipulation to walk the easy path to justice. This sword is in need new user and one who will not have his principles of justice be corrupted by those that wish to use his power, explained Naruto, before tossing the Zanpakuto to Itachi, who caught it, and felt the presence of the spirit behind the weapon hum in appreciation. How do I unlock the power of this Zanpakuto? Asked Itachi, with Naruto giving him a smirk. A Zanpakuto is a living sentient weapon. It possesses a spirit that represents the sword's physical form if it were to take on a body of its own. To bond with one, all you have to do is learn the Zanpakuto's name, replied Naruto, with Itachi looking at the sword and then back at his new master. Just like that? Asked Itachi, since he didn't believe it was that easy. Just like that. Though the Zanpakuto won't make it easy for you, the spirit within that sword will tell you his or her name. That's the easy part. The hard part is hearing it, answered Naruto, with Itachi seeing the Uchiha nod. I think I understand, Naruto-sama, replied Itachi, while carefully examining this sword once used by a Shinigami at one point. Good. I'll have someone instruct you on how to use it. I also know about your eyesight and how it's beyond repair. Even my skilled healers cannot correct the problem, though something tells me you don't them to correct it if such a thing were possible, said Naruto with Itachi nodding. These eyes are a curse to others and myself. I would prefer to be blind after all I've done during my time in this world. So if there is a way to cure me of such a thing, do not offer it to me, explained Itachi, and saw Naruto nod. As you wish. Come. We have things to do and people to prepare for a transfer to their new homeland. One, that doesn't always rain every single day, said Naruto, with the trio nodding, and saw the Garganta open with Itachi stepping forward with Konan doing the same after she, along with the man's 6 paths, helping Nagato go through it. Konoha months later. Tsunade was furious. Pissed off to the breaking point of her own sanity. Of course, some people would argue, not around her though, that the Hokage had already lost her sanity. Why was she furious? The usual reasons. Doing paperwork, the lack of sake thanks to her new assistant, and Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto once more being alive. Not only was he alive, but the brat had taken up shop in Whirlpool, and had, according to Jiraiya, crushed all opposition to being a dominant power in the world. Naruto done what no one else had done before and clearly broke free from the shadow of his parents' infamous reputation. He had crushed Orochimaru, Kabuto, the Snake Sanon's Sound Village, the Akatsuki had fallen, taken the Biju they had captured before freeing them, and allowing those he freed to enter Demon World so they couldn't be used as weapons when sealed into Jinchuriki. When word reached Konoha, many of its people were outraged that Naruto had taken away the Senjus, and, to that extent, the Leaf Village's property from them. Tsunade had gone to the Fire Daimyo, demanding, respectfully in his presence, Naruto give some form of restitution to the harm she felt her clan suffered from this outrage, and wanted the man to be brought to her own brand of justice. The Fire Daimyo denied her request. He did not approve of his older brother's stupid actions in naively supporting Konoha through its time of abusing Naruto to the point of the boy's execution. The only real reason his older brother was the Fire Daimyo up until recently before now was due to his brother being the older sibling, with the older sibling becoming daimyo due to the rules of succession. As such, the Fire Daimyo knew any action against Naruto would be disastrous against his country in the political sense, and against himself personally. Many influential people from certain daimyos of the elemental countries to kages of various shinobi villages were supporting Naruto's actions without hesitation. He had done so much for the world in such a short time that to oppose the man now would be suicide on so many levels. So Tsunade had left Fire Country capital in a furious mood, her chances of sticking it to Naruto thrown out by the highest authority in the land. She knew it was only a matter of time before Naruto came after her and Konoha in general, since they were the only true piece of his scarred past left. She had recalled all the Leaf Shinobi outside of Konoha to prepare a much-needed defense against Naruto before his inevitable attack against them. "What are you waiting for, brat? Why aren't you here facing us?" asked Tsunade, though it was more to herself, as she sat in her office, and half expecting the sounds of an attack being led by Naruto himself. "This village has fallen far since my death," said Namake's Minato, as he appeared from the darkness of the room with Kushina beside him, and both were looking displeased with the current Hokage. "What trick is this?" "Kai," exclaimed Tsunade, but found she wasn't in a genjutsu, and saw Minato along with Kushina scowling at her. "It's no trick, Tsunade. We've come back. We're here for Naruto." "For our son," explained Kushina with Tsunade looking shocked and then hopeful. "Judging from your attire, you've done a lot things since being dead," replied Tsunade, and expected both of them to be happy being back in Konoha. "Yes, we have been busy since our unfortunate deaths. We're both royal guardsmen for the Shinigami King," explained Minato with Tsunade's eyes widening and hope for the leaf grew in the process. "And you're here for Naruto?" "Why?" asked Tsunade, seeing Minato and Kushina look at each other. "We have orders from the Shinigami King to kill him," said Kushina with sorrow in her voice, though Tsunade didn't hear it since the words she heard blocked the tone out. "Orders? To kill Naruto?" "Konoha's prayers have been answered," thought Tsunade, while Minato and Kushina scowled since they could easily interpret the woman's current facial expression to be that of joy at hearing this news. "You look like your birthday came early," Kushina remarked, while Tsunade refocused her attention on them once more. "Oh, sorry. It's just that, well, your son has been a lot of trouble for Konoha recently," answered Tsunade, and was surprised to see Kushina move to draw her sword had Minato not stopped her. "Was this before or after you had him viciously beaten and executed years ago?" asked Minato with Tsunade looking nervous while Kushina got even angrier. "You have a lot of nerve to say Naruto caused trouble. What about you and the super pervert? You two abandoned him to a life of suffering. You two betrayed our trust," exclaimed Kushina with Tsunade not expecting this kind of reception. "But, he killed you." "It was because of Naruto that the two of you died," replied Tsunade before she was assaulted by the combined strength of their spiritual pressure. "Who told you that filthy lie? Was it Danzo? Fugaku? Or did Hiruzen do it? I always knew that old monkey wasn't the honorable man you or the others made him out to be when growing up," asked Kushina with Tsunade struggling to breathe. "No. One. It was what we believe," gasped Tsunade, as she struggled to speak, and found the pressure get even heavier. "You bitch. It's bad enough the Sandaime helped play a hand in our son's suffering, but you too. And the pervert. You are not worthy of the Uzumaki blood you inherited from Mito-sama," exclaimed Kushina with Tsunade looking up at her with fearful eyes. "Please, Kushina. Minato. Please, show mercy. I beg of you," Tsunade called out before the pressure stopped. "You are fortunate we are here under orders from the Shinigami King to handle our son, because if we weren't, I'd kill you. I'd kill you, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and everyone else in Konoha for their betrayal. You are a disgrace to the Senju clan, your grandfather, and your granduncle," exclaimed Kushina before grabbing Tsunade by the neck, lifting her off the ground, and slamming the blonde woman into the wall while tightening her grip on the Hokage's throat. "Tsunade. What's going on?" "I felt a sud holy crap." Jiraiya called out after appearing on the window to see his former student and his former student's wife standing there with Kushina's hand wrapped tightly around Tsunade's throat. "Hello sensei. We need to talk," said Minato before he had grabbed Jiraiya by the throat and slammed him onto the Hokage's desk. "Minato. How is this possible?" asked Jiraiya before gagging from the lack of air from his former student slowly crushing his windpipe. "It's amazing what you can do once dead and don't have a reason to linger as a spirit in the living world from where you died. Speaking of death, I heard from a reliable source that you along with the bitch there, and my former student decided to betray our trust. Why? It was bad enough that the village hated and abused him for something that was never his fault, but for you three morons being unable to see past the fox, and see my son as an actual human being just fills me with a rage I haven't felt since that guy claiming to be Uchiha Madara held Naruto in his arms while having him covered in all those explosive tags. What possessed you to betray me? Betray Kushina? Betray my son, exclaimed Minato, while Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade to see her in the same situation. Tsunade did it because she blamed Naruto for Kushina's death. I did it because of your own and because I suspected the child of prophecy was your son. It was decided by us and the Sandaime to manipulate the boy along with the prophecy to ensure Konoha was able to survive it. If such control wasn't possible, we believed the only way to protect the village was to kill Naruto and remove any chance of the prophecy from ever happening, answered Jiraiya before being picked up by Minato and slammed into a wall by the furious blonde-haired man. Bakas. All of you are narrow-minded bakas. I should gut you right now, while Kushina does the same to Tsunade, said Minato with his voice full of rage. But you won't. I can see it in your eyes. You love me more than your own son, replied Jiraiya with Minato tilting his head slightly before looking at Kushina. Did you hear that, Kushinaheim? He thinks I love him more than our son. I assume you are thinking the same thing, Tsunade, asked Minato with Tsunade nodding with Kushina letting out an empty chuckle. You thought wrong. We're not going to kill the two of you because we love you more than Naruto-kun. Oh no. We're going to let you live long enough to see the aftermath of our son meeting us, and the winning side of the possible fight will come after everyone in Konoha next, explained Kushina, seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade go pale. What? Why? Konoha is your home. You are loved and worshipped here by everyone, exclaimed Tsunade with Kushina glaring at her with rage-filled eyes. You think we care about that? After the crap our son has been put through? Their love for us is worthless if they didn't give it to Naruto. Why should we love those that hate him? Asked Kushina, with Tsunade being unable to answer. I wouldn't expect an answer from Kushinaheim. These two are too stupid to give any kind of response we would deem even remotely correct, replied Minato, before throwing Jiraiya across the room. We aren't here to kill our son simply because we hate him. We love our son and are only here on orders from the Shinigami King, said Kushina before she used a Kido binding spell on Tsunade with Minato doing it to Jiraiya before the two leaped out the window with their captive and dragging them through the street with the people looking in shock at the sight. Minato and Kushina dragged their two prisoners to the very center of the village before reinforcing the Kido binding spells so they wouldn't move from their current spot. The people had gathered, demanding an explanation to their return, and why they were doing this instead of going after the demon brat. It was infuriating to Minato and Kushina to see things like this and soon saw Danzo being accompanied by the two elderly members of the Shinobi Council. What is the meaning of this? Release the Hokage and Jiraiya-sama at once, exclaimed Koharu while glaring at Kushina with Homura glaring at Minato. Danzo stood there watching them. No, Minato simply answered. This is an outrage. I don't know how you came back to life like the Kyuubi brat, but we will not stand for this betrayal of our village. ANBU, called Homura, with the ANBU now surrounding Kushina and Minato. You dare speak to us about betrayal of the village? You and everyone in Konoha betrayed our son. You abused him. Killed him. And for what? For doing his job. How can you possibly justify yourself and ignore my dying wish? Asked Minato with Danzo scoffing with the rest of the Shinobi Council. Jinchuriki are and always will weapons. They must be tamed. Controlled. If they get out of line or become too powerful, then they must be put down to ensure the survival of their masters, answered Danzo with many nodding in agreement. You mean they want revenge on their abusers? You fear their wrath because you know they are within their right to use that power against those that hurt them, stated Minato with Danzo narrowing his one eye at him. Jinchuriki have no rights. Nor do the mindless beast that are the Biju. They are pets to do their master's bidding. Our bidding? Danzo shot back with Kushina growling at him. Need I remind you that I was a Jinchuriki? That the Uzumaki Mido was a Jinchuriki? The Shodame's own wife was one too. Kushina shot back, making several people flinch at hearing her words. Irrelevant. It doesn't matter who the Jinchuriki is. All that matters is taming the person to be the submissive weapon we want, said Danzo, with Minato glaring daggers at him. So if you were turned into a Jinchuriki, Danzo, by your own reasoning, then the village would be allowed to do just that, and make you into a mindless weapon, stated Minato, with Danzo scowling. Such a thing doesn't apply to me, replied Danzo, with Minato and Kushina looking at him with mock surprise. Oh. How so? Explain how the rules you and the rest of the village follow regarding the life of a Jinchuriki doesn't apply to you if you became one? Asked Minato, with Danzo being silent for a moment. He can't answer you, Minato-kun. Danzo team is a hypocrite. He lacks the spine to lead by example, much less follow his own rules, especially if those so-called rules are rules that go against him being the one in control of everything, explained Kushina, with the old war hawk scowling at the red-haired woman. My Sharingan isn't working on her. Or the Yondaime. Why? It should be influencing them to see things my way. So why isn't it working, thought Danzo, before making a brief jerk of his head to the ANBU to take Minato and Kushina into his custody. From among the crowd, Sasuke was smirking at seeing Kushina, and had to admit she was a beautiful strong woman. He would ask the councils to make her his wife and breed Uchiha for him that would be able to fight and kill Naruto. It would be the ultimate insult to the loser that dared to challenge the greatness of the Uchiha and would enjoy seeing the Namikaze suffer. Before anything could happen between the two Shinigami and Konoha's ANBU, however, a massive wave of spiritual pressure covered Konoha. It made everyone, even Minato and Kushina, fall to their knees and gasp for air that they couldn't get. The only sound that could be heard throughout Konoha now was the sound of footsteps from a single person, a single man walking gently through the village, and staring at the vast populace of the leaf on the ground. Each one on their knees, almost like they were kneeling before their king, their emperor, or perhaps more accurately, their god. Now this is surprising. My parents are actually here in Konoha, and yet the village is still standing. My former godparents aren't dead. In fact, I don't see a single person here in the leaf being dead by your very hands. Why is that? Don't tell me you're showing them mercy, asked Naruto, before he ended the spiritual pressure and saw his parents stand up to see their son for the first time since his birth. Hello, son, said Minato, with Kushina showing she was about to cry just from the sight of him. You know, when I was growing up in this shithole, I always dreamed of wanting to know who my father and my mother were. If they loved me? If they died bravely for this place that hated me? Or were they a bunch of nobodies? One person told me that my mother was a whore, saying she didn't love or want me regardless of whether I was a human being or not. Another person said my father was a deadbeat bastard. A man that would screw any woman he could get his hands on and not care whether the woman had his child, explained Naruto, with his eyes scanning the vast number of people, both shinobi and civilian, were here, and too afraid to make a move against him. Good. He didn't want them to run. Not yet. We do love you, Naruto-kun. You being born was one of my life's greatest joys, called out Kushina while seeing her son's cold mismatched eyes staring at her. It was also your last, if you remember, when the Kyuubi killed you. Tsunade said while Minato, Kushina, and Naruto ignored her. Your mother is right, son. We both loved you. We both wanted you, exclaimed Minato, with Naruto narrowing his eyes. Then why are you here now? After all this time? The Biju are freed, I sent them back to Demon World, the Akatsuki are gone, and all that's left to bring peace to the world now is the destruction of Konoha. The only conclusion I can come up with as to why you two are here now, is to stop me from having my revenge, and bringing about peace to the world. Am I right? Asked Naruto, with Kushina and Minato looking at each other. No. We are not here to stop you from doing that, answered Minato at last, with Naruto narrowing his eyes at him. But you are here to kill me, Naruto shot back, seeing the shocked looks on his parents. How did you know? Asked Minato, with Kushina looking away from him. My own spymaster for an Espada placed listening devices in Tsunade's office months ago. You cannot imagine how boring it is to hear that whiny bitch go on and on about how she wants me dead. How I'm such a bastard for being alive again. How she or Jiraiya should have killed me when I was still an infant. Then I hear just a few moments ago of your return and how you have orders from the Shinigami King to kill me on his orders, explained Naruto, seeing Minato flinch and Kushina look like she was ready to cry. We have our orders, Naruto. We have no choice, said Minato with Naruto scoffing at him. Says the man that fought that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara when I was barely a few minutes born and had explosive tags covering my body. You fought him even though he could have triggered them and killed me. You had a choice to let him take me or stay with my mother to ensure Kurama didn't escape. So there is always a choice. Now you have to choose again. You can either kill me like you were ordered to do or you can defy the Shinigami King. Which is it going to be? Where do your loyalties lie? To me? Or to him? Do you follow orders? Or do you prove that you love your only son? Asked Naruto, before Kushina began to walk towards him and many wondered what she was going to do. Kill him. Kill him, Kushina-sama, called out one shinobi of Chunin rank. He's not worthy of being called your son, exclaimed another person. Do it. Kill him, Kushina. Kill the bastard responsible for kill you, thought Tsunade, as she saw the red-haired woman walk towards Naruto, and look her son dead in the eyes. Before she hugged him, damn the Shinigami King. A true Uzumaki is loyal only to their family and to whatever end, said Kushina while feeling Naruto slowly return the hug since he was hesitant to trust her to not stab him in the back or hold him down while Minato took his head off. Kushina. What are you doing? Kill the bastard, exclaimed Tsunade while watching what seemed like a nightmare at seeing the woman not strike Naruto down. And you, father? What will you do? Asked Naruto with his father looking at him for a second before tossing the coat of a royal guardsman off and smiled. What your mother just said. Damn the Shinigami King, replied Minato while seeing Naruto smile at him. But as Minato walked towards Naruto, the Arrancar frowned before he used Sonido to take him and his mother away from their position to dodge a blade aimed to take his head off. Gasping in surprise, Kushina saw that the Minato she saw walking towards them was an illusion meant to lower Naruto's guard, and saw the real Minato wearing the royal guardsman coat since no one was paying attention to it when thrown off of the Namikaze. Minato, what are you doing? Demanded Kushina with Minato letting out a sigh. I'm sorry, Kushina. I don't want to do this. But orders are orders. An Uzumaki can never willingly betray an Uzumaki, but I'm not an Uzumaki, and the Shinigami King gave us an order, explained Minato with Kushina scowling at him. I can't believe that deep down you are just like them. Follow orders over that of your own family. Is that it? Asked Kushina seeing Minato look away. Stand aside, Kushina. This is your only warning, stated Minato with his Zanpakuto is pointing at them. Mother, leave us, said Naruto with Kushina looking from Minato to her son. Naruto? Questioned Kushina with Naruto just smiling at her. Head to Whirlpool. I've rebuilt it into a great wonder of the world. There are even a few members of the Uzumaki clan there too. Not to mention my wife would love to meet the woman who brought me into the world, explained Naruto with Kushina's eyes widening since she didn't know there were any members of the Uzumaki clan left after Whirlpool had fallen. I thought you and I were the last, said Kushina, though she was happy to know there were still some red-haired members of the clan still alive. Kami wishes it, but even he can't keep us down. But seriously, go to Neo Whirlpool, and see it for yourself. Trust me, said Naruto with Kushina nodding before she looked at her husband one more time and then leaving via Shuinpa. I'm sorry, son. I don't to kill you because I want to do it. I do this because I've been given an order to do it, explained Minato with Naruto scoffing at him. Bullshit, since when did orders to kill your own family override your love to protect it? Itachi may have killed his clan, but he did it to protect Konoha from a civil war, and keep its enemies outside from crushing her. At least he left Sasuke alive to help rebuild their clan from the ashes. If you kill me, then you kill your legacy, and betray all that you supposedly stand for. What do you fight for now, my so-called father? Asked Naruto with Minato looking back at him with hard blue eyes. Nothing, my son. I'm just a soldier following orders given to me by my superior. To lead people, you must first learn to follow others. I'm a follower of a leader. If I had survived the sealing, I would have protected you, and prevented the village from abusing you all this time, stated Minato, with Naruto shaking his head in disappointment. And sometimes you must disobey orders, because they aren't right, Naruto shot back before he moved via Sonido in front of his father, and the two clashed blades. Not all of us are lucky to have that courage like you or Kushina, Minato shot back, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at him while the two traded sword strikes. I never would have thought I'd see the day that my own father would lose his courage to fight something greater than himself. You stood against Kurama when the masked jerk ripped him out of my mother. You won major victories against IWA in the last shinobi war. You had courage to fight them. What's so different this time around? Asked Naruto, as he along with his father began clashing blades and fighting in the air. That's none of your business, Minato replied before pushing Naruto back while taking a sword stance with his son doing the same, considering that I'm the target. I'm making it my business. Bala, said Naruto with the blast of energy shoot towards Minato, who dodged it and prepared to use Kido. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Hado number 63, Raikoho, called out Minato and then blasted Naruto with the blast of yellow lightning. Naruto himself grabbed the attack with his left hand and absorbed it into his arm before throwing it off into the air. The man's arm was slightly burned with welts and even some scarring. But Naruto had felt worse. He had developed a strong tolerance to all lightning-based attacks after his time fighting Sasuke and up until his death by the Uchiha's hands all those years ago. Even if it did cause him some kind of bodily harm, the injuries would heal in the next few seconds and soon be non-existent. Is that all you've got? Asked Naruto before shooting another bala at Minato, who barely dodged that one and was hit in the face with his son's knee. Damn Naruto, you sure know how to hit, said Minato while fixing his now broken and bloody nose. I know a lot of things. Zero. Naruto simply stated before his eyes flashed before a beam of dark crimson energy shot towards Minato, and the Shinigami barely dodged it while the Hokage monument was obliterated along with the Hokage tower. No. The Hokage is gone along with the forbidden scroll of seals, yelled Tsunade, as the village's most advanced and secretive jutsus were now lost for all time. Dumb bitch. She doesn't know that the whole time this fight between Mai and I has been going on. Ulquiorra took the forbidden scroll from the tower, thought Naruto, knowing he should really give the Espada a raise. I have to end this now. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku, thought Minato, as he bound Naruto in chains, and used Shuinpa to stand toe-to-toe with his son. Below them, the people cheered at seeing the monster bound, and unable to escape the former Yandame's power. Do you hear them, father? They cheer for you to kill me. Just like they cheered during my execution all those years ago. They don't see me as your son. They see what they've always seen since I was first born with Kurama sealed inside my gut. A monster. That's all they see, said Naruto with Minato sighing while preparing his sword to take his son's head off. I'm sorry, Naruto. I never wanted this. It's spiraled out of control and gone wrong. There is also a chance I'll be ordered to kill your mother and your wife if she's an Arrancar like you, stated Minato, but couldn't swing his Zanpakuto at his son due to the man in front of him letting out an intense wave of spiritual pressure that was much larger than the last one, and could see Naruto's now glowing eyes were filled with fury. With ease, Naruto broke the Kido spell, and grabbed Minato by the neck with impressive speed the former Yandame Hokage, now Shinigami Royal Guardsman, could not track. The last time he felt this much power was the day Shinigami King had first introduced himself to Minato's and Kushina's introduction to the other Royal Guardsmen as its two newest members. Only now it felt much worse. I wasn't going to do this, but for what you just said I'm thinking of unleashing all of my power here, and show you why I'm called the Hollow God, stated Naruto coldly before stabbing his father in gut, twisted the blade, and kicked the man down all the way to Konoha streets below them. Naruto, stop. Don't do it, exclaimed Minato, while Naruto descended slightly, but still hovered over the people of Konoha like a vengeful god, and saw them once more on their knees from his spiritual pressure making sure they didn't go anywhere. Did you know that when Aizen ruled Lost No Chase, he had a specific rule regarding the Espada ranked with numbers 1 through 3? That rule was they were forbidden to call upon all of their power and unseal it by calling out the name of their Zanpakuto, because the release of such power would destroy Lost No Chase. I've reinforced the place with seals and altered the place since then so they can release their power without killing anyone. But despite all the alterations, it could never be made to handle my power when unsealed. And if I did, well, let's just say this country is going to have a massive hole in it that will take centuries to fill, said Naruto while raising his Zanpakuto over his head and welcomed the dark storm clouds hovering above him. Stop it, Naruto. Don't do it, yelled Minato with Naruto looking him right in the eyes, while the people below grew fearful if the former Yondaime himself was all but begging his son not to do whatever it is he planned on doing. Is this it? Am I really going to die? Is this Kami's way of saying that I was wrong about Naruto? Thought Tsunade while still bound to whatever Kushina had bound her with and unable to move from the pressure she felt along with just about everyone else in Konoha. I don't want to die here and now. I haven't slept with Tsunade Hime yet. Or grab her bust without being punched into next week. Or peep on her in the hot springs without getting caught, thought Jiraiya while trying to move his way over to Tsunade so he could at least die knowing his face was resting on the woman's breasts, before the end. There is a reason why the Shinigami King fears my power and he was extremely foolish to send my parents here of all people in the belief I would be slain by their, or rather your hands. Create life and death, Yoko Kurama, said Naruto with the world around Konoha now being consumed in crimson light that swallowed up Konoha, its people, and most of Fire Country along with several borderline ones with this power. When the light faded, Naruto stood wearing what appeared to be white samurai armor that was marked with black, blue, and red lines in multiple places. The kanji for honor, love, vengeance, justice, and power were on the armor itself. The kanji for honor was on his back. Love was over his heart. Vengeance was on Naruto's gauntlet of his right hand. The kanji for power was on his left shoulder while justice was on the right and power was inscribed on the plating of his lower torso where the seal that held Kurama once resided. Naruto's face was also covered by a samurai facial helmet that resembled that of a fox and his eyes glowed with unfathomable power. Descending to the ground fully, the Arrancar looked around to see to his slight surprise that his father had actually survived the release of his power, but only because he used a Keto barrier, and it had taken what strength the injured man had left. Walking over to his father, Naruto looked down at the bleeding, broken body of the man he once admired, and saw the man looking back up at him. They both knew what to come. It was inevitable at this point. The Shinigami King had bet on the wrong horse. He was betting on the fact the Hollow God's parents would succeed in their mission after being away from their son for so long and not possessing any strong paternal attachments to impede their mission. He was only half right, but because Kushina had refused to kill her only son, the chances of defeat increased, and was proven at this moment to be assured with Naruto standing over his father victorious. Finish it. You've more than earned the right to kill me. After everything that's happened. My decision to seal Kyuubi into you, trusting your life to those that betrayed our family. My own betrayal in regards to my decision to carry out the Shinigami King's orders. I am not worthy of being called your father. I gave up that right long ago, said Minato with Naruto just staring at him for a second to contemplate his words. Before the ground behind Naruto suddenly exploded upward and Shimura Danzo, with his unnatural arm filled with Sharingan eyes exposed along with the one in his eye, the old war hawk had used the forbidden power of the combined bloodlines to cheat death by the former Kyuubi Jinchuriki's strange powers. With him being the only human survivor of this genocide of the leaf, Danzo could now use his power openly to recruit those to his cause by using the Sharingan in his left eye to hypnotize them one by one until they were mindless pawns to that would make up his new shinobi force that would rebuild Konoha in his image. However, to make sure his plans worked properly, Danzo would need to remove Naruto from the board, and even the man's father, currently too weak to oppose anyone. With the ruler of Las Noches distracted, Danzo was certain he could kill Naruto, and then use his power on Minato to make the man his loyal subordinate before planning a means to wage war against Neo Whirlpool. "Time to die Kyubi brat," yelled Danzo with his sword hidden within his cane now being wielded by his normal hand was thrust forward at Naruto's head. The best and only way to put down an extremely powerful enemy for good. "Pathetic," said Naruto in a quiet, yet deadly voice, and moved with a speed Minato could track before the Arrancar was behind Danzo. Danzo's unnatural arm soon fell to pieces of bloody flesh chunks, the man's Sharingan eye from his head sliced off with the side of his skull, and seconds after that, the rest of him sprayed everywhere. Naruto quickly destroyed the abomination that was Danzo's arm and refocused back on his father. The man didn't move. Truthfully, he couldn't move his body and wouldn't even if the opportunity was granted to him. "I guess it's my turn, huh?" asked Minato with Naruto nodding while walking over to him. "You didn't expect me to stop now after that slight delay, did you?" countered Naruto with Minato letting a grin form on his face and a chuckle out of his mouth despite the pain it caused him on both counts. "No. Not really, but I had to be sure," answered Minato with his son nodding that he understood. "Goodbye, father," said Naruto before bringing his sword down and his father's head falling off from the rest of his body a few seconds later. It was over. He had his revenge. Konoha was destroyed. Its people that hated him were all dead. The Uzumaki clan was still alive and had a chance to thrive again once more in Neo Whirlpool with the various members of his kin residing there. Naruto knew how Konan felt about Nagato, as she had confessed her reason staying all this time was for the Uzumaki, and knew those two would soon get married once the red-haired man's body was properly healed. Karen was an issue he had not fully addressed, as he wondered how he was going to handle her since she clearly liked him and was jealous of Hinata being his wife. There was also Sabaku no Temari wishing to marry him with Gaara respectfully asking if it was possible to further strengthen the alliance and friendship there had. It was not only that, but his mother was now in his life again, and she would be a great deal of help in teaching what she knew to Jin or Itachi since she was in a whole other level. Sighing, Naruto resealed his power, opened the Garganta, and left without looking back at the destruction he had caused. Epilogue 4 years later, Naruto sat with his wife Hinata in the park he had made within Las Noches to give it a more livelier look and watched their children play. 3 years ago, Hinata had given birth to twin boys, who were now running around playing echo tag, as they had called it, and enjoying life before them. After Konoha was destroyed, peace was made between Fire Country and Neo Whirlpool with Konoha dirty little secrets revealed to everyone. The reason behind the Uchiha massacre, the cover-up, and plans to spoil Sasuke to be their unknowing puppet so they could influence the Uchiha clan in the long run being chief among them. Another secret Naruto revealed was the incident Kumo had with Konoha in abducting Hinata from her house that night and how it wasn't Kumo's fault at all. Hayashi had orchestrated the whole thing out of jealousy for his brother's potential surpassing his own and knew Hisashi's current line of thoughts on most days lingered on that of self-sacrifice for his family. Conspiring with an Uchiha he was blackmailing. The head of the Hyuga clan saw the rival clan member of Konoha use a genjutsu on the Kumo ambassador to take Hinata that night, and provoke the incident knowing what the Raikage would want for the life of his loyal subordinate. Hayashi knew Hisashi would take the opportunity to be noble and try to save his brother while seeking a way to die on his own terms. It cost Hayashi an injury and a slight blow to his pride, but in the end, it was worth it to see himself once more considered the dominant member of the clan without question. Naruto smirked at the memory of Hyuga Niji, who Naruto had stolen that day with the help of Haribel, and brought him to Las Noches to be a temporary prisoner. Hinata had gone to visit her cousin, who was being guarded, and watched carefully by the exequias with their attention on the Hyuga prisoner being sharpened when their ruler's wife had visited. Niji had nothing to say to her with the exception of calling his cousin a whore and saying their children would be nothing more than bastards that deserved instant death for being offspring of a traitor of the Hyuga clan and abomination of an Uzumaki she called an husband. It was to the male Hyuga's great surprise that Hinata struck him hard across the face with a bruise forming instantly, and Niji was pretty sure several of his teeth had come loose to the point where they would fall out in the next few minutes. Naruto has something special planned for you. I was a bit against the idea at first, but after what you just said, I'm looking forward to it. She had left Niji to ponder her words, fear slowly growing within him at what Naruto had planned for his life, and tried to kill himself several times. However, Kushina had been told the plan, and anticipated the Hyuga might do something to that extent. To counter this, the red-haired woman, and former Jinchuriki of Kyubi put an anti-suicidal seal on the back of the man's neck while unconscious after being abducted from Konoha. Whenever Niji would try to do something that would end his life, the seal would activate, and push the idea of killing himself out of his mind while making the Hyuga's pride work against him. The seal would use pride from within himself and trigger the belief that a Hyuga killing himself was a smear on the clan's noble bloodline, and it worked too. Which was good because Naruto's plan for the male Hyuga would have been ruined. Flashback. Do you know why I spared you death when I was in Konoha? No. Enlightening me, oh great Namikaze. I have something else planned for you, Niji. Something that is both good and bad, though it really depends on your point of view. What do you mean? Do you know that cage bird seal on your forehead you hate so much? I removed it. Impossible. Not when you have quite a few seal masters working on such an archaic thing. Seriously, it took my mother and myself the span of 5 minutes each to figure out how to break the damn thing. Why would you do that? What do you gain from freeing me from my seal? Your undying loyalty? I won't give it to the likes of you. Ever. Why would you do that? What do you gain from freeing me from my seal? Your undying loyalty? I won't give it to the likes of you. Ever. I don't want your loyalty, Niji. I don't want you in Las Noches or anywhere near Neo Whirlpool for that matter. And personally, I certainly don't want you near my wife and our future children. What do you want? It's not about what I want, Niji. It's about what Kuma wants from you. As it stands, you along with Hinata are the only Hyuga left in the known world, and Kuma knows that my wife is off limits. What? Kuma? But that would mean. Yes. In 2 days, you will drop at the Raikage's feet, and he will see to it you are used a stud to produce his own Hyuga clan in Kumo. You should feel honored, Niji. All those women will be screwing your brains out just to be the mother of your future children and make the Hyuga clan great again. Granted, you will be tied down to a bed, given a lot of aphrodisiacs, and other drugs or devices to keep you going, but you will finally get laid. There is also the fact you may not see your children either. Not to mention their training in your clan style. But don't worry, since I've thought about that, and I had Harabel's Frachen Rager clan's library holding all the Hyuga clan secrets sent to the Raikage as good faith payment before I destroyed Konoha. A copy of the Hyuga clan secrets, mind you, since the original should be with my wife so she can teach our children. You monster. Don't you see what you've done? Yes. I've delivered the ultimate blow to your clan. I've gotten revenge on you, your uncle, and every other piece of trash your clan had. You mocked me many times, Niji. I tried to help you see the light, but you fell back into the darkness. You mocked me. Laughed at me. Said I was wrong and you were right. You called me a monster. A demon. You even told me that Uzumaki blood was the blood of trash. But you are the trash, Niji. Still, even a beautiful flower can grow and bloom in the pile of trash. Hinata is an example of that fact. She's no flower. She just a whore. Spiteful to the end, I see. I've sent a message to the Raikage to remind him to make sure that none of your offspring inherit your outlook on life. Or the arrogance that's been bred into it. Goodbye Niji. This will most likely be the last time we see each other. Before Niji could say anything else, he was hit from behind and knew only darkness. End flashback. After that, Niji was never seen again, but the Raikage had sent the Namikes a letter of thanks for the amazing gift, and wished Naruto the best of luck with his own offspring. The ruler of Las Noches smirked at that since he took the message as a sign that things were going well in the return of the Hyuga clan within Kumo. How are Anko and Shizune doing? Asked Hinata since she wanted to catch up with her husband on everything going on in Las Noches. Both are pregnant and making Grimmjow's life miserable thanks to the hormonal levels of each one being unstable, answered Naruto since the two women got knocked up by the Espada during his relationship with the two of them becoming Arrancars after their time with the Espada. How is Itachi? He still doesn't want his eyesight restored, asked Hinata with Naruto nodding. Yes. Though he doesn't really need it, answered Naruto with Hinata nodding. He and Harabel-san make a nice couple, replied Hinata with Naruto agreeing with her. Yeah they really do. Itachi even managed to get into a relationship with her Frachin too. Though I think that was part of the deal when getting into a relationship with her, said Naruto before looking over to see Temari walking over to them. Hey, just thought you should know Karen's in the hospital because she about to give birth and screaming for her asshole of a husband to come see it happen, said Temari with Naruto kissing his first wife before vanishing via Sonido to see his second wife was about to give birth. Did you tell him? Asked Hinata seeing Temari blush and look away. No. I'm nervous okay. Was it the same for you when you told him? Asked Temari with Hinata shaking her head no. Not at all. It made Naruto happy. His eyes shined brightly, held me in his arms, and spun me around in a hug, replied Hinata with Temari smiling and liking the idea of such a great reaction from Naruto. Knowing Shikamaru, he would just say troublesome to me, and then faint if I was in this situation with him instead of Naruto-kun, said Temari with Hinata nodding since that would be just like Shikamaru. Gaara will be thrilled to know he's an uncle, replied Hinata with Temari smirking. Yeah. Kankuro, not so much, especially when he visits and get him on diaper duty, was Temari's response knowing the puppet master would hate doing it and that Gaara would make him. Yeah. I remember Naruto-kun doing it. Most men would cringe at doing such duties, but Naruto wanted to be the best father ever, and when he sets his mind to something, said Hinata with Temari smiling while not needing the Hyuga woman to finish that sentence. Yeah. I know what you mean. Come on. I want to see Karen and her face when giving birth to Naruto's kids before taking a picture. I can hold it over her red-haired head for a long time, said Temari with Hinata giggling before using Sonido to pick up the twins and then Sonido right back to the blonde-haired woman. You just want to get back at her for calling your butt big and being twice the size of your iron fan, replied Hinata with Temari smirking slightly. Maeabe, said Temari before they both used Sonido to see their shared husband watch the shared wife give birth. Life had become a true blessing for all of them. Thanks for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe.